Crashing. What's up, everyone? I hope it's not echoey. My AirPods and Res Romy. Can you DM KK to join ASAP, please? The queen of the round table is up. Be here, everyone. Appreciate you all. And gonna bring up everyone over the next minute. We should have put music. Next time we're gonna have a device. Just prep them, just in case. Next time we're gonna have a device where we're gonna be able to put music and record everything as well. Fuck yeah, we got Kim. Bring up Kim. And we're missing KK. Romy. Oh, there he is. Oh, the audio's good now. Can you hear me fine? Perfect. Sick. All right, KK, I've just sent you a co-host invite. Good to have everyone here. Already over 300 people. It's gonna be a sick show. Gonna do more giveaways. Pretty sick debates. Dogecoin is gonna be a big topic today. NFT hour. We're gonna start hinting of something big coming, but I can't give too much information today in the NFT space.
Sunday morning.
Hey man, how's my audio?
It's absolute garbage, man. It sounds like you're talking from a walkie-talkie.
Are you being serious or no? Be honest, man. And no fucking around.
Guys, drop a heart if it sounds like Mario's talking from a walkie-talkie.
No, honestly, man, is it? No one's doing it. Is it good or not? Tell me to bring up Kim. KK.
I don't know if it's yeah. People are dropping hearts, man. It sounds like you're talking from a walkie-talkie.
Fuck. So you're saying it sounds like I'm talking from a walkie-talkie?
A bad one. A bad.
Oh, I'm gonna test. Oh yeah, I'm gonna test another one while everyone joins. Hold
on. Yeah. Can switch to your AirPods.
Now, before the AirPods, hold on. I've got another one now. How's this one?
It sounds much better.
Okay. So
there's an echo.
You can hear yourself.
There's an echo.
Echoes yourself, yeah?
Yeah.
You can hear.
Yeah.
Fuck. All right. Watch this. Let me put my AirPods on. You can hear echo.
Put this far. You're shouting, so it's becoming.
Oh, okay. Let me put this far. I'm gonna try one more, man. While everyone joins, so let's try this one out. Let's see this one. Let's try.
Yeah, like nothing. Now I can't hear anything. But you're muted, so you probably know this. I'm just gonna pin up the sponsors of today's show.
All right, KK, can you hear me fine? Is it good now, or should I go to AirPods?
It's better now.
Better than the AirPods or worse?
I don't know, man. I don't remember how the AirPods sound.
Okay, Romy, how's this one? Can you hear me fine? Romy.
Not the best, but it's okay.
Okay. Should I go the AirPods or this one? Let's decide, because we've got over 500 people here. We're going to kick off the show. Should I kick it off with this or the AirPods? You decide, Romy.
This is fine.
Okay, cool. All right, everyone. Appreciate you being here. If the audio gets worse, I'll change. We've got a lot of great speakers. We've got Miles who's already up. We got Alf. We got Stacky. Stacky's back. Good to have you again, Stacky Robinson.
Well, thank you for having me.
Pleasure's ours. And we've got a lot of people that will be coming up. So any speakers that are going to come up, Kim.com, you're on the computer, so I know that you're connecting with your phone, I think. All the other speakers requesting to get up, we're going to, as you know, we'll cycle them through depending on the topic. We'll bring people up, bring people down, because we have a limit to the number of speakers. You can DM me anytime on Twitter. The team is checking those, and I'll check Twitter DMs whenever I can as well. And for everyone else that just joined, pleasure to have you all. There's a lot. It's going to be a pretty interesting show today. We've got a lot of new developments. The quizzes and riddles are being taken up to the next level with more giveaways and getting more and more challenging. It's going to be a good show. KK.
think it's going to be really good. How are you, man? Tell us a bit about how you spent your week so far, or how your life's going. People are actually interested.
Oh, I'm going to do a video. So anyone that didn't know, last week, me and Wahid, who's going to come on this show as well, we were stuck on some Greek island. We had to sail to another island that had a hotel that we booked that apparently was the best hotel on the island, so it would have the fastest internet, but it didn't. And I had to bribe someone that worked at the hotel to give me his SIM card. And ended up working last minute, like 4 minutes before the space. We fixed the internet issue and we did the space. We recorded it all, so we're gonna hopefully in the next few days we'll post a video about it. But if you know the shit we go through as a team to make this show possible, plus the costs involved, I think you'll understand that there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, including me having to jump on an island with internet.
From a paddling boat.
A fishing boat. We were on a fishing boat, migrating from one country to another. I appreciate you all being here. Already over 600 people, almost 700. It's only been like 8 minutes into the show. It's gonna be pretty sick. I think KK, you can start kicking off the, the intro and start introducing the speakers, and we start with the market analysis. Man, it's been a pretty good week.
Has it though? I think it has. No, it has. It definitely has, market-wise. Anyways, without a further delay, so welcome everybody to the 9th episode of our Crypto Roundtable. It's been 9 entire weeks since we brought the Crypto Roundtable onto Twitter, and it feels like we just had the first episode yesterday, honestly speaking. Today's show will be centered around covering the markets. We're going to have a Dogecoin debate as well, which is going to be more of a quote-unquote meme coin versus BTC debate, because we're going to be covering all aspects of it. And then we're also going to pair it up with a extended Bitcoin debate where we cover topics like whether Bitcoin is a good hedge asset, etc. This will then be followed by an NFT hour, where we basically go over the latest happening in the NFT space. And then we'll wrap it up with a coin fashion segment and our famous Shark Tank style project pitch segment as well. So last week's episode was a success, and it was centered around an XRP debate, where we discussed the state of Ripple, XRP, and their future, whether they're worth it or not. You can find that one on Mario's profile. And today we're switching things up. So the 2 points of focus for this roundtable will be the meme coin debate and the extended BTC discussion. And as in all episodes, we'll be giving away Tether to a select few listeners, as well as updating you with more info regarding the Discord treasure hunt we have up and running. And as I always mention, the giveaways will be given to a number of lucky listeners who stay with us from the beginning till the end. We're checking the audience, taking notes, and so is the team. And it's going to suck big time if we note you down and you're not there to receive it at the end, because we'll just have to choose someone else. Today's show is sponsored by Longevity DAO, Financial Summit, and Faith Tribe. And I've pinned the post on top of the Twitter space itself so that you guys can basically check them out. Yeah, it's pinned. Is it pinned? It's pinned.
Yeah, it is. I wanna just jump in and mention a few things. I'm gonna tweet. So before we kick off the show, I think the market analysis will be a pretty important segment today. Many people are calling, are saying whether we're at the bottom or not. So it's going to be a really interesting segment. And more important, we're going to be giving away a Rolex, not today, but today the journey will begin to the Rolex winner. And that's given away by one of our sponsors. Romy, can you tell me which sponsor gave away the Rolex so we can give him a shout out? And then, so the market analysis is going to be really important. We're going to have another Bitcoin debate because a lot of people ask for it. They want to, there's two sides to the argument. A lot of us are supportive of Bitcoin. Some of us are not. And I think it's worth going deeper into the debate and some of the points that were brought up in the last debate, because that's based on popular demand. The Dogecoin debate is also based on popular demand. And NFT hour, we're going to be focusing more on NFTs now. Just because I wasn't as bullish about the space a year ago, but this is changing, and we're going to be a lot more involved in the space, as in me personally in IBC and NFT Tech. So yeah, that's a bit of an overview. I'm going to be doing posting a tweet now that I'm going to be pinning it.
Did you get your Tiffany's pendant or no?
Oh yeah, shit. Did we cover that in the last show, the Tiffany pendant, or no?
No, we covered it like broadly, but
you were with me. You were with me when
yeah.
Got it.
What's up? We never covered
with real fashion context. none of your stuff.
Yeah, he gets me on a fucking call with gets me in contact with the marketing manager of Tiffany International to try to get the pendant. I thought there's going to be so much demand that I won't be able to get it, but there wasn't that much demand. It was actually pretty easy to get, and the floors hasn't moved. It's been at the mint price. So
What's
yeah.
what was
Nice
the, what
that
was
the real world gave you something, Mario.
what was the process? What was the process for you to actually get it and mint it?
Speaking to a human
Um,
being.
There's no process, man. You just gotta do the KYC and mint, nothing more.
Did they send it to you? Did you have the chance to actually?
No,
see
I
it?
haven't unlocked it yet because I don't know whether I'm gonna keep this punk or unlock it on another punk. So I haven't decided which punk I want to put the pendant on, and I'll probably never wear it. It's more of a symbolic thing. I don't know whether it's worth unlocking or not. But yeah, remember, like I haven't. So before we kick off the show, I haven't bought any NFTs other than a few small ones here and there, and the punks. I haven't bought apes yet. And I'm going to start buying at different NFTs of communities I support. But I've been very wary of the space. So have many people from the 2017, 2016, 2015 era. It's just something worth mentioning. And a lot of us are a bit late in getting into the space just because we were a bit wary after the ICO hype. But that's digressing. For all the listeners as well, we're going to be giving code words throughout the show. So we're going to say code word, blah, 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 code word, blah, 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 throughout the show. Make sure you write them down because we're going to be doing giveaways on this show, on Discord, and throughout the week. And when you win, if you don't mention the 4 code words, you're not allowed to ask anyone on Discord about it. If you don't mention the 4 code words when you win, you don't get the prize. So this is to make sure you're all not only in the space, but listening, paying attention, and you're going to be benefiting at the end of the day. We're giving you information that's going to help you on this journey, on this Web3 journey. But
I'm gonna be giving counter code words, so like artificial owl, which so basically any code word that I say doesn't actually count.
yeah, you know how much hate I'm going to get if you do this. But yeah, man, let's kick off the show.
Let's do it. So I'm gonna mute you. Can I mute you? No, because I can hear
I'm
you.
muted. I'm muted.
I can hear
You
you.
can hear me?
It sounds like you're having a sensual moment there. It's like it's. Really
I'll mute myself, man. I'll mute myself.
Okay, yeah. All right, just mute yourself. All right, perfect. So let's quickly hop over into the market analysis segment of the show. So over the past couple of days, something good has basically happened. The U.S. Consumer Price Index report, which measures inflation, came out lower than expected, which basically caused crypto to jump as it alleviated the pressure of potential future rate hikes. Now, as you might have figured, rate hikes affect crypto negatively. Over the macro, the Fed is essentially increasing rates so that banks have a harder time borrowing and lending, which in turn ripples into the entire economy, making it more expensive for businesses and consumers to take out loans, which cools down the economy, kills off market demand, and is the main weapon that the Fed has to kill off inflation, which is an issue right now. This week, it was expected that the Fed will most likely increase rates even further throughout the upcoming months, but it turns out that this isn't the case, at least for now. The most important thing to understand, though, if you're in crypto, is that the higher the interest rates, the worse it is for crypto, because then in theory, bonds and treasuries become more attractive. So because the result was less than expected, Bitcoin basically pumped. And as of now, Bitcoin seems to be around the $24,600 level, and Ethereum is around the 1,900 mark. Now, the BTC Fear and Greed Index, which is something I like to look at, which is basically consumer sentiment analysis, it seems to be improving, and it's currently at the 41 level mark, which is a relatively good improvement from last week's 31 level. And yeah, I think overall the market is progressing into the right direction. We have a lot of news to cover that could essentially support that. Like, for instance, Iran making a trade import deal of, I think, $10 million worth fully in crypto, and planning to do a lot more in September, which we'll cover in depth a little bit later on. But I'd love to get the thoughts of some of our panelists with regards to what's happening macro-wise.
Can you intro the panelists, man? Like, we've got some great. So I'm going to kick off the first 2 intros very briefly, and then they'll cover the market. So Gaurav Dubey is as a panelist. He's the CEO, the owner, and he's acquired an incubator called TDFi. great personal friend, and they're one of the biggest incubators in crypto. They've been around in the space since I think 2014. We got Tom Nash, Miles, Wahid is back, Bullish is here as well. All of you know Bullish, Stacky and Alf. I think you both know them. But so we'll kick it off with. I want to kick it off with Gaurav and get your thoughts on the market, Gaurav, and Simon's here as well. Sick. Kick it off with your market. Do a quick intro for the audience, maybe 30-second intro, maybe even 15-second intro. And yeah, we'd love to get your thoughts on the market, man. You've been in this space for a long time.
Thanks, Mario. It's my first space, technically ever. Usually not here. So TD5 is a crypto incubator. I think most of the speakers I can see here know about it. I've been in the space since 2015, mining, creating payment solutions, and investing in companies like since ever, Ripple, Ethereum, and the first ICOs. About the markets, there are two sides of it. I think Krill has already covered the technicalities that are related to inflation cycles, Fed rates, banking, interest rates, and so on. I'd rather want to focus on Bitcoin in the first 2 minutes. Bitcoin somehow had found a good place in the last 5 months, where it has outbeaten the decline rate of some of the top assets. Right? We've all seen those banners, those memes around the internet where Bitcoin didn't lose as much as a lot of other shares did. Tesla, eBay, and so on. Right? I think that's the best sign we have got in the pseudo bear that we have just gone through. Right? We have found the world has seen Bitcoin better than, let's say, most of the stocks, not just in the American markets, but in the local markets as well. And that has brought attention of, we already had Fidelity and other larger investment management groups, but BlackRock jumping into the same. There are news about SoftBank kicking off retail purchase, secondary purchases. So this is a major event when crypto, primarily Bitcoin, but crypto has found a space of its own in direct comparison in relation to the stock market. So I think that's my perspective to pivot and start the conversation.
Yeah, I think you made some two interesting.
Can somebody expand on the point of BlackRock jumping into the space, considering what a big Goliath they are?
Yeah, I think so Gaurav, whoever would like to jump in on this one, I know Tom and Simon and Gaurav and Stacky or Bullish, whoever you want to jump in on this particular point. And for the audience as well, just to tell the audience what happened. So BlackRock launched their spot Bitcoin private trust for US clients. So if anyone could explain what that is for the audience and what it means for the market.
Well, BlackRock is go ahead. What's up, the Bullish trader?
What up, Stacky? No, you go ladies first, always.
I'm gonna just have my little take on it real quick. So if you guys don't know BlackRock, I know a lot of people in the audience, mostly crypto. So BlackRock is basically the largest asset manager. I think it's 10 trillion in funds, publicly traded BLK. So I know they launched a Bitcoin spot trust, which is huge because earlier BlackRock were working with Coinbase, and a lot of people said if BlackRock got into the crypto space, it would be really, really bullish for crypto, because that's a lot of clients they have are huge clients, institutional clients, which will absolutely push the crypto space. So the asset managers, they basically saw a big increase in institutions wanting to invest in cryptocurrency, despite of the market conditions, which was, I guess, a go flag for them to go ahead and get into the crypto space. So that you're talking trillions of dollars entering Bitcoin itself. But you can go off of that, bullish trader.
Yeah, I'm super bullish on what they're doing. So in layman's terms, the way I would say is basically BlackRock opened their black book, right? So they open their black book to, you know, everybody that they have in that book now, that now have um access to the crypto space with no worry, right? So before any of this happened, a lot of brokerage accounts didn't want to mess with crypto, or they don't want to mess with anybody involving crypto investments. So I think what this has done is not only has it give, you know, their black book the opportunity, which is good, which is huge, because that's big, like Stacky said, that's huge institutions that now will be willing to invest, right? Willingly want to invest now because of, you know, their portfolio manager is, you know, basically going out there making a whole trust for, you know, crypto assets. So I'm super bullish on it. You know, like I said on our last analysis, you know, I said 1850 to 2000 by mid-August, and you know, I'm still bullish on my 2300 going to the end. I feel like that's gonna rocket all crypto in general, just because, you know, like you said, $10 trillion company, you know, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that can come in here and stabilize this market. And to jump off what Guar said, I hope I said it right. You know, like he said, that pushes a stability in the market to be able to now officially chart crypto like a stock, right? So you can follow a trend, you can call the bottom, you can call the top, you can say when to buy and sell. So I think those two things together are huge for this space moving forward.
Yeah, I want to pivot
would-
to Wahid and sorry, go ahead, Gaurav, and then I want to pivot. So first, I want to say before Gaurav jumps in, first we got like fucking 1,800 people already. We just kicked it off, over 1,800 people. That's insane. But just want to summarize. In 2017, everyone was talking about the herd is coming. Do you remember that, Simon? I'm sure you remember that, Gaurav, and anyone else that was there back then. Miles, you've been there for a while. Any other speakers been there in 2017 and before 2017? The theme was the herd is coming. The herd is coming. I think we can safely say the herd is here. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, Gaurav, and then jump to the macro situation with Tom and Wahid. But Gaurav, you wanted to comment on this point?
Yeah, I want to point out you exactly pulled up the same timeline and almost the same instance that I wanted to talk about. I want you guys to recall two things. One, launch of Bakkt, which unfortunately didn't turn up the way it should have. But at the same time, there was another news before we got into the bearish markets of 2018, and it was Fidelity, and they were very loud about it because they actually had a few miners in their kitchen, run by an Indian guy. So they've been testing all aspects of crypto, but they were a bit late to launch it. While the market tumbled, with the Dow Jones crash. But what happened is that made the $12,000 price public. Now everyone knew Fidelity has Bitcoin in their product range, and they'll roll out the product when Bitcoin hits 12,000. Now you can open up the charts of those times. We had the black swan that made Bitcoin go below 4,000. And it took a bit of time to recover, but the rally from 10,000 to 22,000 was insane. That happens when somebody that is obviously way smaller than BlackRock comes in and only offers this as a product. Now, the way Stacky and I'm sorry, I didn't get the name, the bullish trader, yeah, bullish. The way bullish indicated already, we're talking about a way bigger portfolio with much bigger control. Fidelity only offered it as a product. BlackRock will include it in its purchases, in its cap book, right? So it's a different story, and we can definitely expect the 100K very soon. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be quoting prices here. But
we do. Everyone loves price. Yeah, absolutely. So you said we can quote 100K already because the bear market, hasn't been even a year.
It wasn't a bear market. You can surely call it a pseudo bear. And Mario, we have had conversations about it personally, right? We predicted not just the markets, but we postponed all the launches of our projects, of our incubated projects for the last 4 months to August, right? So it was a well-placed prediction. Obviously, to each one their own, but if there was a prediction, you can assume there was a structure in place for analyzing. So it was not a bear market, I can surely say that.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Simon Dixon here. I got a slightly different view. I really hope we don't go to 100K. Bear markets are my favorite time. Been through three or four of them, and most of the shit that is good in our business gets done in a bear market. So when we go into the bull market, you just attract all the crazies, the people that are in it just for a quick pump and dump, and then they run away during bear markets. The longer we can have bear markets, the better the stuff we get built. So normally we go to 4 to 5 actually regulatory cycles. So the first one was when, there was a bunch of us sat around and we were, talking about how Bitcoin allows you to own your own money, spend your own money, and it has a fixed supply. And everyone thought we were crazy. And we were just trying to get VCs to invest in some of the companies and the exchanges that could do something. But no VCs would invest, and we used to just pull together all of our money to invest in these companies, and then they would build the infrastructure that would try and get us somewhere. And then one of those companies was Mt. Gox. That blows up. And when it blows up, we hit our downward market. Everyone learns from that, and we go through a building phase. The longer the sideways market or downward market is, the more interesting stuff gets built. And that's the time when everyone calls us a scam. The regulators all jump out. You get all the Bitcoin obituaries. Everyone says it's dead. The longer that can go on for, the better. And then you enter into the next market where someone comes up with innovation. Whether it was the ICO boom, which brings all the people in, all the again that try to make money really fast, and then Bitcoin goes up, everything goes up with it, and then it's just complete carnage. And then a regulatory crackdown happens again, and then you go through the cycle again. So we've had it with crypto lending. Now, the interesting thing in each cycle is you get different adoption from different players. So, the first cycle was retail to VCs, so Silicon Valley jumped in. The second cycle, we started to get, so when I worked in investment banking, you split it in two. You've got the buy side and the sell side. The sell side is like the investment banks. They create products, they create exchanges, and they create things that allow you to engage in the markets. So I was a market maker, then I worked in corporate finance doing IPOs. And then you got the buy side, which is the people that actually pull together the real big money, which is all your pensions, all your insurance contributions, all your endowment funds from what you when you contribute to your college. And once all that money comes in and they spend other people's money in these products, that's the buy side. And so what we're talking about with BlackRock and Fidelity is they're the big poolers of the big pools of money. And so when they create sell side products which allow people to invest, and then they also put buy side money in, then you get new waves of adoption. So we're going through these different cycles. The next one to me should be sovereign adoption. I think sovereigns will be scared off for a while. The last wave was corporate and institutional, and then the one before, like ICOs, was just individual retail that front run Wall Street because Silicon Valley was pumping and dumping. But each cycle you get much more adoption, much more people, much more innovation, and the longer the sideways and bear market can go on for, the more sustainable the next wave is, and the more likely it is to hit higher highs and then bottom at higher lows. So I really hope we don't go into a 100K cycle right now. It would be the worst thing that could happen for our market.
But would you say that we are, before we go to the macro situation with Tom and Wahid, would you, what do you think of Gaurav's characterization that it wasn't even a bear market? Everyone is calling it a bear.
We need a bear market. This whole cycle was built upon unregulated banks, unregulated securities businesses. All of that needs to shake out. And a new environment has to come through. So I do believe we got to hit an extended. If not, then we need to hit a bear market again after that pump.
No, having it or not is a different story, and using it in your favor is altogether a different plan of action, that respectively affects each business to their own. What I was talking about, the patterns and the way these patterns affect the market. I mean, obviously, I'm not talking about personal business here, and I'm with you on that, Simon. We have got the quality of projects and the quantity of projects have exponentially grown in the last 5 months for us. So believe me, as an investor, as a trade bench, as a quant, and as an incubator, we have benefited from the bear market. So just wanted to put my point here. And a question that I got on my Twitter is that if a pseudo bear, in my words, got Bitcoin of 50%, what do I expect when it goes when we really enter a bear? I mean, I don't think 50% is at all a benchmark or for a bear market. I mean, we've seen Facebook fall 60% within the first month of 2018. With the Dow Jones crash. So I don't think 50% is a bear market milestone for any asset.
Yeah. So if we're looking at my milestone, the way I look at Bitcoin is I'd put a 10-year chart out. I put it on logarithmic and say we've never been in a bear market. We've been in a 13-year bull market with corrections in between.
Awesome. How long, Simon, quick question. How long would the healthy bear markets have to last in relation to the duration of the previous bull market?
So I'm not a trader. And so, you probably want to speak to some of the quants and trader people. I'm very much a long-term macro guy and I ignore the rest. So I'm the guy that dollar cost averages and says each and every month I want more Bitcoin than I had last month. So I want the price to go down so I get more Bitcoin. I'm that type of person. I never call the markets. I never buy more when it goes down or more when it goes up. I've just seen too many people get wrecked with that. So not really a trader. And, when I was a market maker, I just know that very few get it right and very few make money trading. So 90% lose, 10% of insiders tend to get that right. And the people that are making money trading tend to be those that are deeply connected to the exchanges, the inside, and are playing all sorts of shenanigans and market manipulations.
So I have a question on this point, Simon, and I know Wahid, you wanted to jump in, but before we do that, Simon, I've always been under the belief, and I still believe that hodling or holding your assets is the best strategy, which makes sense. But do you think it's a good idea for people to take their profits when they feel like the hype is I'll tell you why I asked this question. Multiple people held their assets throughout last year's bull market and think it's going to be the extended bull market or the super cycle, and obviously the blue chips corrected moderately or we could say heavily and are picking up. However, if you did hold assets that you thought were blue chip but were not, or ended up not being blue chips, they're not recovering as Bitcoin, ETH, etc. are. Do you still think that holding your assets throughout bull markets is the better strategy? And does that apply for all assets, or exiting during bull markets, even though you can't time it perfectly, is something you'd recommend?
If you're into alts, you have to be a trader because CoinMarketCap is never the same every year. Bitcoin's been number one all the way through, and then ETH has become a bit more consistent. Now stable coins are taken some of that spot, but every year it's a different flavor of the month or flavor of the year in CoinMarketCap. So if you're holding alts, then you have to be a trader. Holding those all the way through, they always go down over the time cycle, and you have to be on to whatever the next flavor of the year is. If you're talking about Bitcoin, then it's the only asset where I'm comfortable dollar cost averaging the whole way through. ETH, I've grown comfortable with a small percentage of my Bitcoin, and I invest in equity because you have to hodl. It's a 7 to 10 year forced hodl. All the rest you have to be a trader. So if you have to be a trader, then I allocate a much smaller percentage to things that I have to trade because it's stressful. And most people have their own lives to get on with and they can't follow the markets all day in, day out.
Stack, you wanted to jump in? It's Stacky and Gaurav before we go to the macro situation with Miles, Tom, and Wahid. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. So no, what I wanted to say is, since we're talking in terms of bear market, which is an actual investment term, the actual term is 20% down from the recent highs, right? So that's exactly what we're in. We're in a bear market, Can't really make your own terms up to something, when you're using actual investment terms. So yeah, so far as the bear market is concerned, to me, what I'm looking at is we're seeing a downward trend on a daily, even though we're getting some bullish action. So, with in a bear market, you get highs, you get lower highs and lower lows, right? So that's exactly what you're looking at until we see a breakout above, the downward trend. So once we find a breakout above the downward trend, then we can see ourselves in a different market. If you're looking at SPY, QQQ, and your traditional markets, we did have a slight break on the SPX, but that's all. We're still in a downward trend in both crypto and traditional markets. So are we in a bear market? Yeah. Technically,
Yeah, well,
that's
a nice segue to the
in
oh, sorry.
cryptocurrency.
I disagree with that, but yeah. Anyway,
nice segue to the macro because the macro sucks.
well, I mean, shall I go, Mario?
Go ahead, Faith.
Yeah,
Of course,
great.
man.
Faith, I love being called
I-
Faith.
I just wanted to conclude my side simply with two statements, appreciating Simon's perspective about people who are actively investing.
Yeah, you guys just muted everyone. I think it was Gora. Gora, feel free to unmute. Mari, I think you muted everyone.
Oh shit. All right, Gaurav, you there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm there.
Go ahead, Gaurav. Go. Sorry, man. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was saying, Simon, you're absolutely right. For someone who's actively investing in the trend of crypto, and also to address Mario's question, you have to predict, no matter how bad it is, and actively trade those assets when you think it's the right time. You have to get out to get into the next flavor. So just an appreciation and acceptance of what Simon said, and that I totally am a living example of the execution of the same.
Yeah, I'm a big strong believer too, man. Like if you have assets, right? Like you should know what they're doing at all times. If you're gonna take hard-earned money or money that you have or whatever, this is how I've been my whole life. This is why I traded my whole life, because when I put my money into something, and it's something investable, I pay attention, I take care of it. So I'm a strong believer in like, yeah, you should cycle through everything you do. You should take profits. You let it dip. If you like that, if you still like Bitcoin at 20,000, then use all your profits to scoop it right back up. But I feel like if you're not taking profits, what are you investing for then? Are you just here? Do you just want to come here just to throw some money in something and hope it does whatever it does? But I feel like if you come somewhere and you drop money, whether you buy a house, you buy a stock, you buy crypto, you buy an NFT, you are here to make money. You're here to have some type of lower buy and higher sell. The thing is, people don't sell. That's the problem. And then they think something's gonna gain them more value, and it doesn't. And then next thing you know, you're shit on and ETH is at $900, right? So I think I'm a strong believer in selling at the top or at least close to it. Regardless of if it keeps going up or not. You got to take profits in these situations.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love
Yes.
it.
Sorry. Can I
Love
add
it.
one point on that? It depends on your definition of money. So for me, I have when I think of how I manage my portfolio, I have spending, which I do with fiat currency. I don't consider that money. I consider that something that allows me to spend and goes down in value and is not owned by me and can be taken by my bank at any time. I then have money, which I consider a store of value. So I have physical gold and I have Bitcoin. And then I have investing, which is where I invest in equities. Maybe I'd put a small percentage in crypto. Maybe I'd put some of it for yield. And that would be investing. And then there's kind of contribution and then there's trading. But trading would fit into investing. So to me, I would never take profit in Bitcoin because I consider it money. But the exception to that is I don't spend my money. I spend my fiat currency. So in one part of bucket of my world, I make sure I have enough fiat currency to cover my costs. I spend less than I earn, and I make sure that I put the difference in money. And then once I've got my money pot, I then take a percentage of that, invest it, because I'm looking for things that might outperform hard money. And very rarely do they outperform hard money, because Bitcoin's been such a great store of value over the years and beat most asset classes. So if you're taking profits, I'm thinking of that in terms of, you believe fiat currency is money, and therefore you're fiat thinking. And if you're fiat thinking, you're thinking of Bitcoin as a mechanism to make you probably more dollars, which should be your spending money, and your spending money should be separated from your investing. The only type of money that I invest is when I think it's going to outperform Bitcoin or gold in the case of physical. So it's really because I've trained myself over a decade to be a Bitcoin thinker, because I've just got that much conviction in its ability to be hard money.
So Wahid, before you jump in, actually, I was just trying to change the oh fuck yeah, I changed the title of the room just to remove a section. But yeah, so Wahid, I wanted I want you to touch on, and Mars, I know you tried to jump in as well, the macro situation, because I think whatever we say could change drastically if inflation starts to pick up again, or the geopolitical situation. I know you were a bit concerned about Taiwan. If that kicks in again, impacts inflation, the economy doesn't continue doing well as we're seeing it right now. Or we see the great deleveraging that people have been talking about since 2008 start to take effect. So all these macro scenarios could obviously impact any predictions we make in the markets.
Absolutely.
Would love your take on this, and I know Tom and Miles would have points on this as well.
Right. So actually, so I've been fairly consistent since I started with the show weeks ago. Right. I've almost said the same thing over and over again, but I think it's important to have that philosophy, and then I'll pick out the last week's news, but probably give you something that you're not going to read anywhere else. Okay. Just because I think Kirill gave a great presentation, but I read it on Bloomberg, I read it on CNBC, and sometimes it's important to go behind the curtain a little bit to try and parse out what really is happening. But before I go, I will tell you that I'm a hodler. Now, not in crypto, so I'm in private equity. So my average holding is 15 to 20 years. And so everything I say and everything I feel in terms of compounding value, the destruction of fiat currency, etc., is really manifested in the entire philosophy of my private equity fund. And I have a central philosophy, and you will hear me say this every single week, is that the world is perennially underinvested. I'm going to repeat, the world is short investments. You cannot square it any other way. You have 330 trillion of sovereign debt, and when you add on the trillions of dollars of unfunded liabilities, be it pension funds, be it the defined benefit funds, some of the sovereign funds are basically in the negative, because even with oil going up, they're unable to fund their huge deficits in their respective countries. The world is underinvested, and you have only really two solutions. If we were a company with 300 to 400% debt to revenue or debt to even EBITDA, okay, you would short that company. You would say it does not exist. It cannot, it's not a going concern. And so you really believe that you're going to be able to grow out of this, or you believe we're going to go back to the caves. I don't believe in the latter. I believe in the former. And so I truly believe everything you're seeing in the markets, this constant bid. Everyone, in the last, when we started the show, Mario, it was bear time, and actually KK, the fear and greed was highly in extreme fear, and I was very excited. Now I don't like that it's sort of trekking up into the greed category, but the reality is there's always going to be a bid because the world is underinvested. So now let me parse out the last week. We talk about inflation, guys. Yes, inflation missed expectations, but expectations of whom? I feel very proud to say this because I actually spent a big chunk of my career as a sell-side analyst at Goldman Sachs. And I can tell you we're worthless. We're useless. We want to go into the middle. We want to pick a median assumption and hide behind that, etc. So whether it's 8.5% CPI versus 8.7%, it is irrelevant. The Ferrari is still in acceleration mode. Okay, if you just take back your psyche and say, okay, 8.5%, should we celebrate that? That's a huge amount of inflation. But I'll tell you why everyone is celebrating it. Is because the Fed is not the Fed of the 70s and 80s. The Fed likes to create forward expectations. The Fed likes to create forward expectations around what came out now with the PPI today and CPI yesterday, in order for them to actually have the world believe in a soft landing. Because the more you believe in a soft landing, the more companies actually don't retrench on spending and capex and hiring. And so they create a self-fulfilling duty. That's why the Fed of today is very different to the Volcker days, because they want forward expectations. They want everything to be discounted. They want a cakewalk for everyone. And so why? Because they are in a corner. I've said this week in and week out. Okay, the Fed, the central banks are cornered. Okay, they cannot raise rates more than the Naira rate of, call it 2.25 to 2.75%. It's always a moving post with these guys. Okay, because the world cannot afford higher rates. So I pleaded with this community. You've got to be long risk assets. Don't take leverage. Don't buy, mortgage your home to buy a crypto asset or whatever. Okay, but you need to be long risk, because the world is perennially short risk. The debt numbers are too big for us not to have to reflate through it. And the Fed even said they care about the change of inflation. That's why everyone's celebrating 8.5% versus 8.7 or 9.1%, because they care about the change. Well, guess what's going to happen? Come November, December, the comps are going to get so easy. You're going to get like inflation suddenly on a year-over-year basis in the 2 to 3%. That's why risk is going to be okay. And I told you last time, it's going to feel shit, because when people around you cannot afford food and their rent and gas prices in Europe, and they cannot, afford to basically live like the life they used to live, but yet markets are ripping, people are going to like, what the hell's going on? And that's exactly what I'm trying to convince everyone. The world is short risk. The world is short assets in order to cover the huge amount of debt. Last but not least, I love the conversation Simon just had, because in your asset allocation, you've got to have the compounders and the hard assets, and you got to spend your fiat. But the compounders can be many things. It could be companies, it could be serial compounders in crypto, which do exist, by the way. I'm not going to mention anything, but they do exist. And also companies or other assets like equities and what have you. Look, I'll stop there. Happy to take any questions, but I guess the take-home lesson is there's a structural flaw. The numbers last week are not comforting, but they're going to be made to sound comforting because of narrative. And I really think you want to have a constructive posture long term.
Yeah, I agree with that. And for me, somebody that does both sides of the fence, long term for me personally, is physical assets, houses, real estate, land, all that kind of stuff.
Agreed.
And then my short term is going to be market money, or anything where I just take my money and I put it and it sits on the screen saying I have this much and then now I have this much, So I agree with I strongly agree with that.
Yeah,
And I think
long-term's
people
a
are
bit of a
missing that
dangerous
too.
game as well. Yeah, I think the long-term discussion is a little bit of a dangerous game, because people use that kind of as an excuse to hold shit coins and to hold assets which have not proven to be appreciating assets. Obviously, as you alluded to before, Simon, like Bitcoin's basically the only one that's proven it throughout history. Of course, you've had a few other exceptions, like now Ethereum is kind of pushing itself into that category. But I think if you are going to take the long-term approach like Faith is taking, you have to be very selective with what assets you actually include under that basket, and also be very willing to take profits and cut any particular narratives in the meantime, and kind of pivot to where capital's flowing. So you just got to hope you're on the right side of equation after all said and done.
I think it's a really do you know what, when people get this debate wrong, is just time frames that they're discussing. So you got to remember that the fiat currency is a Ponzi scheme, and so any act to try and reverse that Ponzi scheme it is not going to happen. because that exposes the whole thing. So are they going to expose, the way that you have to look at the economy or fiat currency is, if you want more money, you have to have more debt. If you want less debt, you have to have less money. And they're never going to choose less money, which is why the money supply always increases. Now, every now and then, I think you talked about a Volcker. You get a Volcker moment where somebody tries to take the way that you would manage your personal life into managing the world reserve currency. And the reason that we have these cycles is because fiat currencies go in cycles. You had the Dutch Empire, you had the British Empire, then you had the dollar. And while that cycle is still alive, while the dollar is still the world reserve currency, at some stage it won't be. That's inevitable, predictable, and guaranteed. It's not going to be the world reserve currency forever. It has to change because they always do. They always die, and you always get hard money in between as it transitions to the next Ponzi scheme. But we're living through a moment of how long can you keep the Ponzi scheme going? Well, there is one more Hail Mary. And that Hail Mary is central bank digital currencies. Central bank digital currencies are extremely interesting because they're essentially modern monetary theory. And what that means is, rather than allowing the private banks to create the vast majority of the money supply, you wage war on the private banks and you create a new money supply, much like Abraham Lincoln did with the greenback to fund the American Civil War. And when you get a central bank creating that currency, or it could be done by a government or treasury, you have a transition in the way the economy is organized, but you wage war on the banks and you have less private money, because many people, and myself included, criticize fractional reserve banking, but it's one step removed from government, but it's a deleveraging of the economy. You're replacing debt money that was created as debt with money that isn't created as debt. There's a consequence to that. There's loss of privacy. There's a more communist way of organizing an economy. But it's the final Hail Mary in keeping a currency alive before you have a debt spiral. Now, in the real world, everybody knows what it's like. No one can afford to buy their houses. They're using their house as an investment in order to try and beat inflation. If they can't get on that cycle, you have this really big rich-poor divide between those that can afford their houses and those that can't. Bitcoin and crypto came along and gave everyone an opportunity to break the debt cycle. But you have to speculate in order to try and beat that cycle. And that's the world we're in. But at some stage, you are going to get, a transition to a different world reserve currency. And normally you have a hard money. If you go back, hundreds of years in your financial history, normally you have some kind of hard money. And then you get a situation like Celsius, where everyone takes that hard money, leverages it up,
Absolutely.
creates the next, and it creates the next Ponzi scheme.
Absolutely. Simon, you said something, though. You said that crypto comes along to defeat debt. I'll tell you with all humility, when I jumped into crypto, because Mario knows I was actually a crypto non-believer. I come from traditional markets, 30 years, and I resisted. But I'll tell you what broke me. What broke me was Corona. Okay? Corona, and I don't mean physically, but it really broke me because I saw, Apple bonds trading at negative bloody yields and the Fed buying them. And the Fed helping the big people. And small to middle-sized companies like ours, and our private equity fund, had to fend for themselves. And it was the blockchain that made asset gathering, raising, business modeling permissionless. I didn't need to go and register my company or apply to JP Morgan or register. I could basically access a permissionless, decentralized ecosystem. Not just because of the debt that you highlight. So everything, I actually agree with you, Simon, but it's even more than that. It's a rigged, bloody system. It's a rigged system. When they have a crisis, they buy negatively yielding bonds, be it the ECB or the Fed. It's pathetic. Okay, you see it today. Inflation's hurting the small guy. Okay, and so that's why crypto, the blockchain, to be more specific, has this future where the real world is now being forced or wanting to migrate onto the blockchain. I come from the real world. My companies are coming from the real world. And we're coming on the blockchain because the other side of the world is completely rigged.
Wahid,
Let's call it crypto, not even blockchain.
yeah, but
In its sense, it is.
Wahid, do you think, like, I know we're moving away from market analysis, but the concept of a permissionless world, this is, you were not a supporter of crypto, at least not too bullish on crypto before, and you seem to have changed your perspective pretty drastically. Don't you still see the whole concept of a permissionless ecosystem, permissionless smart contracts, a permissionless form of, transfer of value, form of money, is all still a big experiment? Do you still think that it may not work, and we're all in an ecosystem, or we believe in a vision that may not materialize?
No. Look at the world. And by the way, I'm as liberal as they get. Look at the statistics, Mario. Record. And I'm not a conspiracist. You've known me for a long time. For crying out loud, I work for institutions that are as plain vanilla as they get. So I come from that background where I drank the Kool-Aid. But record low trust in media, record low trust in the House, record low trust in the Senate, record low trust in the ECB and the EU, let alone the EU Parliament, which is a bunch of bureaucrats that have never been elected. Record low trust in the UK, record low trust in Africa, record low trust everywhere. It's a structural issue with this much debt. And then they print and print and print. Oh, wow, shit, we've got inflation. Well, no shit, Sherlock. So the whole damn system has never had as little credibility as today. It's structural, Mario. And so that's why when companies, you were with me, we were on vacationing last week on the Greek islands, and I had a very depressing day. Why? Because some schmuck at a French bank blocked the transfer. Oh, this fashion company doing too much crypto. And so they blocked my freaking account. You were with me. You saw me lose my mind. It's like, it's constant. It's constant, Mario. And that's why people are breaking out in this permissionless thing, because why? Go back thousands of years of history. Okay, you had royalty, you had fiefdoms here and there, but at the end of the day, the kind of stranglehold that the system has today is unbearable. And I'm talking as an alum of Goldman Sachs and Janus Henderson, and as plain and real as it gets. I'm not some cowboy who just came up and says, hey, I want everything permissionless. I'm telling you, the system is broken. The debt is through the roof. And right now, every move they're making is creating winners and losers, be it Corona, be it money printing, be it everything. And so this decentralized ecosystem is really a breath of fresh air that is going to suck the real world into the blockchain. I'm an example of it, and that's the reality.
Can you do a mic drop, please? Mic drop, please.
Simon and Funding Jim, go ahead, guys.
Well, in response to that, I get the sentiment, and you got to think of money printing as transfer of wealth. It's a transfer of wealth between those that have assets and those that don't have assets, and those that don't have assets get on the wrong side of the money printing. They're the ones in the cost of living crisis, and those that do have assets get on the right side. And that gradually moves to more and more wealth inequality. And when you have wealth inequality, you have popularism on the extreme left and the extreme right. So the extreme left say, we've all been shafted by the system. We want to overturn the system. We should riot. We should create a civil war. We should have a revolution. Those that are on the other side of the wealth inequality, they want regulatory capture. They want to keep their position. And you just have this further and further divide, the more and more money printing backed by debt, which is a consequence of not having hard money. And so a counterforce is Bitcoin coming along and giving the people the ability to have this fixed supply and solve some of the problems that gold led, because gold led to the creation of fiat currency, because you couldn't audit it, you couldn't transfer it globally easily, and you couldn't send it that easily. Or you couldn't self-custody that easily. So you ended up leaving it with the Fed or the Bank of England and getting shafted by the existing powers. So Bitcoin creates this counter movement. Now with the whole blockchain and trust thing, I do not believe that it disrupts regulations. I think regulations are just going to be a part of all of these things that they call securities. I don't think we suddenly move into this world where there's no securities laws and there's no AML laws and there's no care of tax collection. And that's essentially what trustless blockchain moves into in its infancy, or it gets co-opted. And therefore, every time someone creates a new one that's connected to any kind of centralized party, they're fighting the biggest trends that governments care most about in the world. And they always end up with a regulatory crackdown, which is what leads to our 4 to 5 year cycle. When people try to create new things, go through a regulatory crackdown because no one can recreate the scenario at which Bitcoin was created that gave it all of its commodity-like, hard money-like features.
Funding, Jim, I'll let you go ahead.
Hey guys, it's great to hear the conversation. I'm going to step down after this bit. The first thing is I was hearing so much about permissionless, and I love the narrative of Bitcoin. It's very similar to the narrative that gold and silver bugs have had for quite some time in the origin story of Bitcoin itself. But what I see are so many of these centralizing forces. Maybe a few years ago, it was you can get a higher return if you invest into cloud mining, or maybe you can have a lending platform and generate income above and beyond the Bitcoin that you allow them to host until you get locked out, until that permission is revoked. We saw the same thing inside of Tornado Cash. I'm sure that'll be a topic later in this discussion. But you have blacklisted accounts. Whether they've done nefarious things and things that governments don't like, they become blacklisted because that on-ramp or that off-ramp is no longer made available. So I would like later in the conversation, hopefully, for that to be addressed. I hear self-custody, I hear sovereignty, but that's not really the push of most influencers in this space. Almost everyone that's a panelist has 50,000 followers or more. And many of them talk specifically about, here is this referral link that goes to this particular platform. This particular platform will take care of you. And people think that they hold Bitcoin. I know people that have millions of dollars of Bitcoin because they have it in a Coinbase account. And I just don't agree with this idea that it is permissionless, or it's going circumventing, or it's sound money or hard money, when that's not the narrative that's presented by most influential people.
Yeah, but I think it will take time to get to that narrative, and to expect decentralization to be an event rather than a process. It doesn't take human nature into consideration. Like, we've always operated under some form of centralization. I think that will continue. And I think, crypto might lead, and Web3 and the open metaverse and all those different, hype terms, they may lead to different forms of centralization rather than complete decentralization. I don't know if other panelists agree with that particular point. But at least that's how I see it. I see it as a process.
I think what you're referring to, and it's completely true, is the fact that hard money exists. And to me, the definition of hard money includes that it can't be taken away. Well, it can be taken away by law, but it can't be, stored with a custodian and therefore taken away as a result of the force on the custodian. But that doesn't mean investing doesn't exist, because investing is risk. You're taking your money that ideally you had a hedge risk with, and a hedge risk would be owning your own key and also hedging that with losing your own key by having some kind of custody trust legal structure. But then putting that into investing is not hard money anymore. You're taking your hard money and you're putting it at risk. And so Bitcoin at an exchange shouldn't be confused with Bitcoin. Of course, governments are going to want to do everything they can, and that's the importance of still putting lots of energy and focusing on the Bitcoin project, because it's still our world's best shot at ever achieving digital hard sound money, and that's why I think it's an important project. But yeah, many people won't learn it, but I can tell you for a fact, there's a bunch of people that put their money on Celsius, didn't realize that it was investing and not Bitcoin or whatever they had. And either they go away and say that was all a scam at the end of this, or they come back and say that was not your keys, not your coins. Or they come back and say, well, actually, I'm just going to use sound risk management, because I'm going to have my money where I own the key, going to hedge some of the risks of losing my key. And then I'm going to invest a percentage of it, and hopefully people become more educated. But throughout human history, people need to have experiential learning. They need to lose lots of money until they learn how to manage money, and expecting people to come along and not make massive mistakes it is those are the people that don't get on the right side.
But Tom, I want you to jump in. Like Simon talked about the current US dollar and most monetary system as just glorified Ponzi schemes. And I think Wahid was pretty critical of the centralized world and is more supportive of the decentralized world. Now, I try to be a bit less critical of institutions. I know, like Wahid said, record low trust and this and that, which could be true. But is the solution decentralization? Like, is the central banks, are they really that bad at managing the monetary systems? Because the economy's net, we're doing pretty well, excluding inequality is probably the biggest concern in my opinion. But inflation is still sustainable, at least in most developed countries. The economies are still growing. If you look at the last few decades. Is it really that bad? Do we really need decentralization and Bitcoin to replace most monetary systems? Or do you have a different take on it? And the macro situation as well, Tom.
That's a huge question.
Yeah, man. Look, what do you want? Let you go easily, man. You don't jump in every time. Now you're too important for us. So when you jump in, I'm gonna make you work for it.
Okay, so let's try to narrow things down because I'm partially on vacation right now. I'm in Italy, but I'll try to make myself available as much as I can. So let's break down the question to a few pieces. Let's start over. So the first thing that you mentioned is that the US dollar as a reserve currency is now in jeopardy because of lack of fundamentals. Is that the claim that you were talking about?
Yeah,
I was saying that the US dollar has to collapse at some point. There's no doubt about it. Every fiat currency has collapsed. And I believe it's at the end of a debt cycle, but you normally get an empire that comes. So like when you had the American Empire, the British pound was still in control for 20 years. But you had a slow increase in the empire, and then a decrease in the currency, and hard money in between.
So the only way the US dollar can collapse, I think, in that manner, is essentially if it hyperinflates. I guess that's
inflation. Yeah, it's the end of every currency. Same result for every fiat.
I think, and again, this is just my opinion, but I think structurally, the US dollar cannot hyperinflate for a bunch of reasons, which are a little bit too complicated for this panel. But I can name a few. But in general, like if you want my bottom line short answer, I don't. Within, let's say, the next couple of decades, there's no physical way for the US dollar to hyperinflate.
I disagree. There's only one way that happens.
Print as much as possible, and it can still survive.
Now, if you consider the petrodollar economy breaking, with Saudi tying up to the Chinese, to the Chinese currencies, and the rest of the oil suppliers, pegging themselves away from dollars, and at the same time, Russia is squeezing energy supply to the rest of Europe. Don't you think it will be?
Yeah, so sometimes the cost of running an empire gets too great and you print too much money and it's no longer profitable. Once the cost of defending an empire and having 90 offshore military bases all around the world backed by guns and violence, once that becomes less profitable, the only way to make up the shortfall is to print more. Once you print more, you have hyperinflation. And then you have a Russia and Chinese empire that comes along and says we think we can take advantage of that.
I think
can I comment on this?
There's more chance of me playing in the NBA at 43 years old, my fat ass going to the NBA, than Russia and or China becoming the next empires. And there's multitude of reasons for that. But that's
so you think when does it happen? So does the US empire stay forever?
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
What would be the fall of the US empire?
I don't know. I'm not a predictor, but I think that if I look at the candidates right now, there's no viable candidates to replace it. If anything, we can look down the road for the next couple of decades.
Well, yeah, America wasn't viable when it replaced the British Empire, and the British weren't viable when it replaced the Dutch Empire.
Look, there's just too many structural problems with China and Russia. I think if you are looking for a candidate, like let's say 20, 30 years, 40 years down the road, I think if anything, India has a way better shot than any of those two countries. But specifically Russia and China they have literally zero chance of getting it done for a multitude of reasons. But we can talk about it if you guys want.
So can I get a crack at this, please? Is that okay, Mario?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you. So I'll let you and then Tone Vase, both of you, give us your take on this, please.
So I'm probably gonna. This is probably a little bit very different, but first of all, let me state 3 facts. Number 1, we have been hyperinflating. Okay, look at GDP growth from 1975 to today, and look at debt growth from 1975 today. Look at gold from 1975 today. Look at Bitcoin. Look at any other asset. There is no comparison. What GDP, i.e., revenue, has grown is 1/20th the rate of debt, and then 1/15th the rate of gold, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just do the math. So we have been hyperinflating. That's fact number 1. Fact number 2, CPI.
I don't think there's a definition of hyperinflation, by the way.
Well, I'm going to get to the hyperinflation in a second.
No, there kind of is. There is a definition.
But I'm going to get to the Zimbabwe hyperinflation definition that I think you're after very shortly. And by the way, I just came from Lebanon. I'm living in hyperinflation in the last year and a half, so it's crazy. So trust me, I feel it every day. The second point I want to make is
No, but
CPI.
I'm just saying high GDP to debt ratio is kind of normal economy these days.
Never.
It's
No.
just not hyperinflation.
No, never had 350% debt to GDP. Never, ever, ever. Sorry.
The
that's not
US
true.
is not at 300% debt to GDP, by the way, my guy.
No, I'm not saying the US is. If the US was 300% debt to GDP, and then the rest of the world would be even higher, then we're talking about 500-600% debt to GDP. But I can assure you, the US has not had 130 to 140% debt to GDP before. And then more importantly, if you actually take rates to 3 to 4%, right? Calculate your interest expense every single year. We are a structural deficit in America for $1.5 trillion. So now you're going to be increasing the deficit just structurally with absolutely no room for a recession. So every single year, we're talking about growth of debt of 2 to 3 trillion. Do the math, compound it, model it over 10 years, and add up all the interest expense and the debt and see where it goes. China, you're right, is even worse. 300% debt to GDP in China, not even counting the hidden shadow banking that we don't even know about. So my point is we are hyperinflating. CPI has been changed. The CPI basket has changed so many times in the last 25 years. I'm sure you've done the reading. I'm sure you've seen that, renters equivalent or the equivalent of housing, et cetera. If you actually use the definition of 1980 to today, we'd be in high single digits. Okay, sorry, high double digits, high teens double digits. So for me, CPI is structurally up. We have been growing debt exponentially. We are now crossing the Rubicon because, as you know, from Reinhardt and Rogoff, one of my favorite books, analyzing 600 years, the moment you cross 110% debt to GDP, that's when the clock starts ticking. And that's when you go into hyperinflation mode. We haven't even talked about ESG spending and what have you. But now I'm going to agree with you. Okay? The candidates of replacement, not China, not India, not Russia. The candidates of replacement is something very different that we haven't seen before. Okay? And I'm going to say it, and it's going to sound really freaking weird. You're going to start getting societal breakdowns in Europe, in China, in different countries, and yes, in the US. Okay? You see it happening right now. You see the right and the left almost at civil war, for crying out loud. So my point is what's going to replace this, I like to think, is actually what we're talking about today. Decentralized structures, structures that cannot be controlled by institutions that are losing trust by the minute. And what's going to replace us is, unfortunately, the deglobalization. You're going to go from globalization, you're going to go to deglobalization, because every single country is going to get insular in order to deal with all its issues, all its debt problems, et cetera, et cetera. And what's going to replace it globally is a decentralized structure.
So let me ask you. That's an awesome point, but let me ask you a question on that as well. So what about the countries that support that first? So let's say, Latin America, let's say El Salvador, let's say the
Lebanon. I'm rooting for Lebanon. I'm loving
Lebanon. The countries are the most fucked by the dollar. Or what if you believe that's the future, then what about the countries that actually jump on board that future? Are they the next superpowers?
You're gonna have to fight through sanctions. You're gonna have to fight through a lot of different things. I just saw a headline now about 2 hours ago of Africa being threatened with sanctions because they're starving to death and trying to import from Russia and a few things. And so now America's threatening sanctions. I don't know. It's probably going to be very, very lumpy and very, very crude and like that. But I think you're onto something, Simon. I think he or she who jumps ship and embraces the inevitable, which is decentralization, is going to win. Simon, are you in the UK?
No, I live in Isle of Man, but I'm heading off to El Salvador.
Well, if you're in the UK, I mean, that petition of 100,000 people refusing to pay their gas fees, and it's growing exponentially every single damn day. I mean, like, where are we going in the next 3 months? So I don't look at empires falling.
UK is a zombie economy.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, gentlemen. Let's think of it a little bit differently. What's coming is different, and people have too much access to information, be it Facebook or Twitter, whatever. People know. In the 1970s, where I grew, I'm older than you guys. In the 1970s, I had 3 options for news, 3. Okay, and it was national TV. All right, in the UK, it was probably 2, right, with BBC being the predominant one. There's too much access to it. People know now, and so what you're seeing are these huge seismic changes in how people accept institutions, election cycles, debt acceptance, etc. The fact that our markets have been celebrating 8.5% inflation yesterday, as if it's a kumbaya moment, and that we're off to the races and we're not going to have to raise rates anymore, that just shows you how far the narrative has gone.
No, but actually the Fed came out yesterday and they said it's rubbish. They said it changes nothing as far as our policy going forward.
Yeah, they didn't change anything.
They came out.
So
and said they sent someone. He didn't come out personally. I mean,
I follow. They sent daily. They sent. So yes, okay, Kashkari. But what they did was
they're not idiots. I mean, they still know they're 4x the benchmark, so nothing changes except you got one first little indicator of things that might get better.
So they're managing a narrative. Just so you know, this is going to sound shocking to everyone, but we have looser conditions today. Financial conditions numerically are looser today than they were before 150 basis points of hiking. They're looser today, measured by the 10-year rate, stock market, loan growth, etc. Looser. And so what's happening is if they don't retrench a little bit, we're going to go off to the races again in inflation. Same thing happened in Burns' days in 1972 and 1974. They paused. They let expectations start to go up again. Everyone started partying, and then they lost the plot until 1981. And so that's what's happening. They're trying to manage the narrative. But
that's
you
literally
heard
what
Powell's
Alarian is warning from. He was talking about it months ago. He was saying that it's kind of like, I made a video about it. I said it's like when you go on a diet and you come down a little bit and then you let loose, you come back fatter than ever. So if that happens, I agree with you. The risk of much more persistent inflation, if they let off too soon, is going to be much worse than we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're threading needles. For me, I find it comical.
But look, it's still a politicized issue. I'm sorry for the noise on my end because I'm on vacation with the kids. But it's a politicized issue. As much as you want to talk about the Fed as this independent, professional organization, it's still political, and politicians don't like demand instructions, and they'd love an opportunity just to, get some easy clout. So that's always a risk because, like, I'll ask you this question: if I would have told you a year ago the U.S. government is going to change the definition of a recession, so just so they don't have to admit we're in one, you would have laughed at me, right? So I don't think we can assume anything about the Fed, but I feel like they're not that stupid. Probably the risk is going to come when we're at 6. When we're at 5% next year, we probably close off the year at 6.5. Next year we close it out like 5. Then you see a real risk of the Fed saying, well, 4 is the new normal, and that's the real risk.
Hey guys, can I jump in here because too many topics where I forget everything because I don't have a pen and paper. Mario, thanks for bringing me back to the spaces. I actually have a good time on the spaces, so I'm happy to be coming back.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, I also see a lot of friends here. Simon, hey, good seeing you again. I'm finally back in Civilization, so we probably have to do a follow-up on Celsius with all the lawyers. I see Kim.com listening. Hope you're doing well. Hope the appeal's going good. Was fun hanging out in your house that time in New Zealand right before COVID, literally right before COVID. Hey, okay, real quick on a bunch of stuff that was said, I agree with a lot of it, but here's just my slight different views. So I guess Tom, I actually I was with you. Like the U.S. dollar, who's gonna come challenge it? I was a U.S. dollar bull. I was laughing at all the hyperinflation claims, especially of the U.S. dollar, for years on my YouTube channel, 5-6 years, and then everything changed with the 2020 election outcome. From the day of the 2020 election and the way that election went down, and I was there on January 6th as well. Hyperinflations are political events. They're not the cause of money printing. And this is where I disagree with Simon. Miles, I'm not sure if you unmuted on purpose or by accident. But this sound coming through. Thank you. So hyperinflations aren't caused by money printing. I mean, that's actually ludicrous. I know it's Zimbabwe and I know it's Venezuela. No, hyperinflation happened. All hyperinflations
You've
happen
got Milton
because
Friedman rolling in his grave right now.
right, but all hyperinflation happened because of the loss of faith in that government. Okay, whether it's domestic loss of faith or whether it's international loss of faith, or usually both at the same time. Okay, that's what causes hyperinflation, because like no one wants your money. Ukraine is in hyperinflation. You just saw, well, like they kept their currency stable, but it was obviously hyperinflation, right? Like we all know what's happening in Ukraine. Who would want that currency on a global scale? It's in hyperinflation, right? It's being just held back artificially. So it's the same in any country. The country ends up printing because nobody wants the money. Okay, so the political incident happens first. The money printing happens second as the outcome of the politics. Now, I never thought this would happen in the U.S. until the 2020 election. So I do see U.S. going into hyperinflation because I see U.S. breaking up into multiple countries by the end of this decade. Maybe 2031, maybe 2022, but 10 years from now, within 10 years from now, US dollar will hyperinflate because the US will break up. And that was said earlier, the Democrats and Republicans, I mean, like you have the former president being raided by the FBI, for God's sakes. I mean, it's exponential. I'm almost ready to say, wow, not by the end of the decade, probably like by the next presidential term, depends on what happens in the next election. So that's kind of my view on that. And Russia is definitely not going to take over. But China, it is possible. And I do like the India statement. I agree with that as well. I think India, if they got their shit together and stop being so bureaucratic, they actually in a perfect position because they have some English common law. And they're, a major neutral, they have a neutral stance and they want to trade with everyone. So India is in the best position. And I would rather have it be India than China.
That's India
that's for
doesn't have
damn
a
sure.
massive demographic problem that's ruining its
Right.
economy like China does.
Right. No. India, and I've said this also publicly, and anytime I say it to someone that's an Indian outside of India, they will laugh for like an hour. I mean, they think this is the most ludicrous statement ever. The people that find this the most
Not at
ludicrous
all.
statement are actually Indians outside of India.
Not at all.
Really? Because that's
Well,
what I've
I
got.
do spend a lot of time in India. With that, guys, I jumped in. Sorry, rather abruptly. I'll join you back in 30 minutes. I just don't want to miss a sentence in this conversation, but I have to. So see you back in 30 minutes. And
Thanks,
Sean,
Cora.
You're right about everything. The demography internally and the politics is getting together. Things have changed drastically for those who don't know in the last 7 years, and more so in the last 1 year. And India is pulling its shit together for sure. Thank you, guys. I'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Thanks, Gaurav. Tone, you said something that's pretty, like, first for anyone listening, like everything we're discussing right now on a macro level will impact the crypto market. And I think we saw that as an example with everyone. Everyone in the crypto market is suddenly obsessed with inflation. Last year, no one even looked at inflation because they're understanding that the macro, any macro changes will impact the ecosystem. But Tony, you did say something pretty extreme, and I know this. I don't want to digress too much, but did you say the U.S. splitting into different countries? I think a lot of people would kind of disagree with that point. I think they'll find it a bit too extreme.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we can have a whole discussion on that. But that's how I see it. I do see the U.S. breaking up. I don't know if it's going to be 2 countries. I don't know if it's going to be 40 countries. I have no idea. Like if it's only 2 or 3 countries, and one of those countries is Florida, Texas, and everything in between, then that country has potential to be the next, global leader for another, 2 to 3 decades. But I also agree with what was said that it is going to be a more decentralized global world, and no single country is going to have the kind of control going forward the way the United States just had it. But I just want to throw a few more comments on that. I don't want to spend this whole time talking about, my views that the U.S. is going to break up, because that doesn't have that much to do with the crypto markets. But I want to I skip all the way back to the point that was made the moment I joined this chat. And you guys were talking about Bitcoin not being very decentralized because everyone is holding it on centralized exchanges like Coinbase and things like that. And I have presentations specifically on that. Is that, to me, Bitcoin is 3 specific unique properties. They are very independent, and people lump all 3 of them together as one, and that's why they have a hard time explaining what is going on. To me, Bitcoin has 3 properties. One is it's an unconfiscatable asset. That's why I own the domain. It's a very unique property that we've never ever had before. It allows you to store your wealth and now become a global citizen. Like it changes so much on a global perspective. I think it's Bitcoin's most important property. And wait till I mention the other 2. To me, that is by far critical. When I left the Soviet Union, we were only allowed to leave with $100 per person. Like you can't leave with your wealth, right? You can, kind of shelter it with some tax accounts.
$400 in my underwear that my dad let me carry in 1990.
Yep, same thing. It was Tom, 1989 for me, like November 1989. So we left around the same time.
My fucking asshole, bro.
at least you guys left with something. My family didn't have the time to escape, and they took everything from them, like every single thing. Like think about like a winter coat that was taken. So yeah, Soviet Union was not fun.
Which country was that, Irina?
Soviet Union we're talking about.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so there's a lot of us here from those times. Yeah.
But Tone, my question to you, and first to the audience members, the giveaways are going to begin in the Discord. You have to make sure you follow all the speakers. Remember to do that. You have to retweet the pinned tweet on my profile promoting the event and tag your friends. You know the drill. And check all the pinned tweets above. We just gave a shout out to some of our sponsors, Real Faith Tribe. I think all of you know Faith Tribe and Wahid. They're bringing fashion to the metaverse. We're giving a shout out to, there's a project, actually it's an interesting project before we move to the next question to the panelists, Longevity DAO. I'm actually interested in this one. Some people like Wahid will probably find me crazy, but they're using crypto to just fund their research, and they're pretty open about it. They're launching NFTs to fund their research. And what they're working on is increasing lifespan, solving questions related to cryosleep and other things. So follow these guys. We've just pinned their tweet, longevity_DAO. I'm actually genuinely interested in what you guys have to do. I know you're going to be pitching later, but I'd love to win. I know you have one of your NFTs gives someone infinite access to your longevity. I think you freeze the body or something. I want to do that shit. So I'm genuinely being honest about it, and I pinged my team about it. But yeah, so that's another sponsor, and I think we got another sponsor is Tone's event, which Tone will tell us about in a bit. But make sure you join Discord, you follow the speakers, you tag your friends in the tweet talking about the event. We check all these out, and now we're going to give a code word to anyone listening. Remember, you have to collect 4 code words. If you win the prize and you don't know the code word, too bad. The first code word is bold. Bold, as in no, No,
Orange
it's
mark.
bold for bald head. So that's the first code word. It's bold. Okay, make sure you write it down. Anyone that wants to win the giveaway, that's not the Rolex giveaway. That's the money giveaway. Ton, the next question. I think we went over the macro situation. We kind of digressed a bit, but how does that impact crypto? You know, we're all talking about the monetary system. You know, Simon called it a Ponzi scheme, which I think is a bit extreme, even though I agree with almost everything that Simon says. But potentially not sustainable. I think Tom gave a different perspective of this. We're all critical of the financial system. In the short term, how do you expect that to impact crypto? And in the long term, I think you're going to say you're extremely bullish. But what do you expect in the next few months?
Yep. All right. Simon, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to have to jump off for half an hour. I'm going to come back. Okay, go
Cool,
for
man.
it,
I'll
guys.
see you soon, man. Go ahead,
All right,
Tom.
cool. See you soon. All right, real quick. Let me just finish the other two properties, and then I'll directly answer the question. So, unconfiscatability is one property. The other property is censorship-resistant value transfer, right? Like this is like the SWIFT system. So it's what the money that you're holding and how you're holding it versus how you're actually using it. So being able to send Bitcoin from anywhere to anywhere on the Bitcoin network, that's a completely different property of Bitcoin than having it be an unconfiscatable asset. So this is like the SWIFT system was able to cut Russia off. But when Cyprus confiscated people's bank accounts, now we're back at the unconfiscatability property. When the Greek banks in 2015 didn't let you use your money, it was a bit of both. It was they held on to your money, they wouldn't let you keep it, and they prevented you from actually using it. So those are two slightly independent properties. The third property is the fact that there will only be 21 million Bitcoins. It's hard money. It's just like gold, but better than gold because it has those first two properties where you can actually safely store Bitcoin without metal detectors confiscating it, and you can use Bitcoin. So when someone uses Coinbase or any other centralized service, they are not utilizing the first two properties of Bitcoin. Unconfiscatability, which to me is most important. Censorship-resistant value transfer is probably third most important. And the second most important is the fact that it's finite money, okay? That it's hard money, that there will only be 21 million Bitcoin. So even if you are using Bitcoin through a centralized system, it is still better than the dollar because you're still at least you're using one of Bitcoin's three unique properties. In a perfect world, you would be using all three. And the way to use all three is to hold your own private key and be your own bank. Now you're utilizing all three, but that's a lot to ask because once again, Bitcoin is solving three of these problems at the same time. So you can't really like be angry at people if they're happy with one of those things, right? If you're a hodler and you're holding your own keys, you're utilizing unconfiscatability. If you are a user of Bitcoin, then and you're holding your own keys, now you're using two of the properties. And because and the more Bitcoin you have, the more you're on the Bitcoin standard, which gets you away from this, hyperinflation and government's control of money. So this is why when people are angry that other people aren't using Bitcoin in the most perfect way, it's okay. Just keep explaining it to them. And then as more Celsiuses happen, they will start to understand. But as long as they fully understand one of the three properties of Bitcoin, they're already on the right path.
And then the next point, Tone, your expectations over the next few months. Are we, you missed a few things that a few of the panelists said. Gaurav, who's been in the space since 2015, mentioned that we weren't even in a bear market. It was just purely a correction. I think Wahid was, he was talking about the macro situation improving. Simon Dixon said he hopes we're not recovering. He doesn't think we're recovering, and we need to see a real bear market before we see a recovery. What's your take on the market?
I've been bullish on the market for the last couple of weeks. Even throughout this big downturn, I expected this summer to find lows in both the stock market and Bitcoin. Now the summer is long. The summer, started at the end of June, and we crashed right at the end of June, right? So the moment the summer started, we had a pretty big crash, and that had potential of being the low. I think we crashed down to 27, 28. But I always said back then, look, the summer is long. the way we recovered from that late June crash seemed very promising. That I had, slightly greater than a 50% chance that the low of 27-28 was going to be the low. But then once we started approaching those numbers again, after not being able to hold 43,000, I now had lower expectations. And now the second low was made at 17,000 about a month ago, but we still have another month to go this summer. So once again, this time around, because it was later on in the summer and because the price was now lower, I have a slightly higher conviction that the $17,500 low is going to be the low. Am I 100% sure? Of course not. If I had to put a percentage on it, I would say there's a 65% chance that we're not going to go lower than 20,000 again. Because if we go lower than 20,000, I'm going to expect 18,000 to be broken. And now we're going to establish that final low at the end of the summer. I also expected the same thing for the stock market. Those that have watched my videos, they've looked at my charts. I expected the stock market to bottom this summer as well and start to go up. I didn't have a good explanation as to why it would. I'm not anticipating a 1929 crash. I'm just not. Everybody else is. I'm not. I wasn't. You can blame inflation. I mean, stocks do go up for inflation purposes. You can call, I think the most risky asset in the world is government bonds. Government bonds are the biggest market in the world by volume. Who would trust government bonds right now? So where do you put your money? I think putting your money in companies is a lot safer than putting your money in government bonds. That could drive the US stock market higher. Europe is a total basket case. Europeans still have some wealth. That wealth has to go somewhere. It ain't going to China, it ain't going to Russia, and it ain't going to India anytime soon. So where's that? It's not going to go to Canada. Where's that wealth going to go? It's going to go to the United States, okay? Especially if Europe gets itself into a war with Russia. So let's say you have euros, right? And Russia, decides to attack and take over the Baltics, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. I mean, if you have euros, what are you going to do with those euros? You're going to run into the US dollar. So I am bullish on the US dollar. I'm bullish on the US stock market for like crazy side reasons. And Bitcoin has been very correlated with the dollar. And for the same reasons, I'm going to be bullish on Bitcoin. There's very little Bitcoin to go around. Another halving is coming. Bitcoin is finding its home with hodlers as these companies are imploding. So yeah, I am pretty bullish right now. Is it possible for Bitcoin to go make new lows? It's possible, but I'm in long positions already, and I'll cut those positions if we cross 20,000.
Richard, you were a lot. Yeah, Richard, you were a lot more. Good to have you back, man. You were very bearish on Bitcoin and crypto in general a few weeks ago. Now I know that the macro situation could change your perspective. Has your perspective changed based on the inflation numbers and other macro factors, or you still stand?
No,
Okay.
you still have guys that bought JPEGs for a lot of money with the value still there. You still have a 33% discount on Grayscale Bitcoin, which usually trades at a 20% premium, which means it's half off. You still have 140,000 coins that will come out of Mt. Gox. You still have 70,000 coins that the Department of Justice will probably sell instead of giving back to Bitfinex. We'll see. You still have got, who knows, in between probably 50 or 300,000 coins sitting with Ross Ulbricht, which will probably get sold by the U.S. Marshals. You've got tons of sell pressure, tons of discount, and a relief bounce. You've got a dead cat bounce. And you could go look back in the chart and see a lot of other bounces. And this doesn't stop until everyone's liquidated and everyone is washed out and they finally sell the bottom and they finally capitulate, and then you can go back up. We just now had Hotbit close their website and close their withdrawals because, well, they're probably insolvent, is my guess, like so many other people are insolvent. And as the bear market runs a little bit longer, usually our last bear market lasted a year. This time it's extended, it's longer because they bought a fake double top on margin, which liquidated Three Arrows Capital, which had El Salvador down, which had now Sailors down $1 billion or $2 billion, and no longer CEO of his own company any longer. All these scumbags that told you it was only going up forever need to get washed out and sell the bottom. Then we can actually go back up. So I think this is a relief rally. I think you might have a buy the rumor, sell the news event on the merge on Ethereum. I think that merge will release a ton of staked Ethereum. I think something like 10% of the total Ethereum supply is in staked Ethereum, which only releases when ETH 2.0 launches. I think that's a huge sell pressure. So, it's all fun and games. Enjoy the bounce. I like Greek candles as much as the next guy. Hopefully things can decorrelate. Like, you know, Hex is up twice in the last few weeks. You know, we went up 60x versus Bitcoin from my first 55% dip that Bitcoin did. So when it went from 65K down to 17K, it or down to whatever 55% dip was on its first dip, you know, Hex went up 60x versus it. It's still up 250x versus it. I don't know anyone even bothers talking about it when everything outperforms it, including Dogecoin. Literally everything outperforms Bitcoin. I don't know why anyone bothers talking about it. It's garbage. Like if you buy that to try and make money, you ain't gonna make money.
So going back to the crypto, just crypto in general, a general belief is that when the market is improving, is going up, when there's bad news, it's generally a bullish sentiment in the markets, and vice versa. When the market is dropping, even though there's good news, generally that's an indicator of a bearish market. Do you think that the buying power from a change of sentiment could make up, events such as the Department of Justice coins, Mt. Gox coins, Ross Ulbricht, I wouldn't be surprised if there's enough buying power. If we're in a bull market, there will be enough buying power to absorb these sales.
No.
Do you think there is a possibility that
you wouldn't have a 33% discount on Grayscale Bitcoin, which holds 3% of all Bitcoin? They make $600 million a year selling 2% of their portfolio for fees every year. The amount of actual retail money that goes into Grayscale is everything. We went up on Grayscale in the Coinbase IPO. We went down the minute the Coinbase IPO happened. They started liquidating their Grayscale positions early, which is why you saw the premium disappear and go into negatives or go into baseline just before the IPO. And so I called the top on the day. That top call was in profit every single day for over a year and a half now, except for one day, the Judas candle, the 6% weak limp tick higher high from 65 to 69K. Then it went straight down after. Everyone's excited thinking that there's a new bear market. But guess what, guys? It was 65K when I called the top a year and a half ago, and Bitcoin is roughly the same price now it was 5 years ago. Its performance is pitiful. It's buggy software. Its developers are leaving left and right. Even the douche that was on the last show with us, Munib, or whatever his name is, even he's begging and crying to try and keep Bitcoin devs developing on Bitcoin because they want to leave because this community is so toxic. Bitcoin devs are literally leaving Bitcoin development because the community sucks so bad.
So, Tone, in terms of the Grayscale discount, what's your take on that indicator?
Mario, I'm happy to explain how Grayscale works, but I'm going to jump off Spaces. When Richard Hart leaves, I'm happy to come back. He's too much of a scammer. I can't be in here. I'm not giving him the stage anymore. I debated him last time. So when he's done, feel free to text me. I'm happy to come back. Later, guys.
No, understood, man. Do you want to touch on the Grayscale discount first? Oh, he's jumped off.
Look, Tony's a coward. He says things that aren't true. He called the Bitcoin top at 7K before it went to 20K. He got liquidated on the only position he put on BitMEX before they canceled his affiliate account. He shows ref links and trading programs. You could buy coin to get rich and change your life. Instead, you give him money to teach. He teaches you how to lose money. It's disgusting. He's the worst person in this space. It's getting people to lose all their money trading, the most dangerous thing you can do in this business. And he says evil, terrible, wrong things about the actual innovation, which is Ethereum and other things.
And by the way, going back to the
Bitcoin's not correlated with the dollar. It's correlated with the stock market. He was completely wrong about that as well. He just comes on here and says a bunch of wrong stuff with a confident tone.
Richard, just going back to the market sentiment right now, do you think is there any macro indicators that could change your expectations on the market over the next few months?
If they start printing money again for a laugh, then you'll go up against the dollar, but the dollar will go down against real world things. So you'll be up on paper versus the dollar, but you'll be even or down versus real stuff, which is what you really care about. Cool, you went up. Okay, Bitcoin is roughly the same price from 5 years ago, but is stuff the same price as 5 years ago? No, stuff costs twice as much, so you're really down half. So being even over 5 years means you're down versus the real world. And furthermore, with this scumbag that charges paid programs and paid groups that didn't call the top of the day, like I did, that gets all his followers wrecked, which is why they're not in my threads bragging about their gains.
Before we go back, I know you and Ton have a lot of disagreements. Just going back to the market, you also touched on the NFT market as well, and you still think they're overpriced. We did have a big discussion about it a few weeks ago. I think that was one of the best discussions we've had in the space. We hit record numbers when we talked about your take and other people's take on NFTs. And I think you and Tone actually agreed on a lot of points there. Do you still think the NFT market after the correction we've just had is still inflated? We had a 90%, 95% correction.
NFTs are like games. People get bored of games. StarCraft used to be awesome. I used to play a lot of StarCraft, but then StarCraft 2 came out. People stopped playing it. Then StarCraft 2 is okay for a while, but then they got bored of it. So now everyone plays Dota and League of Legends and a lot of other stuff. And so people are used to getting bored of games and they move on. That's why boring things like Bitcoin, like Ethereum, like Hex, that just have a very simple single function that they perform are unlikely for people to get bored of them because they serve a purpose. But any of these hype, you know, I buy this thing because it lets me talk to other people. That doesn't sound capital efficient to me. Why don't you just try emailing them or going to a Lamborghini meeting or a Rolex meetup or anything? Like they're games, they're pseudo gambling. Instead of spinning a roulette wheel and choosing a number, you're choosing you know, some serial numbers loosely related to JPEGs, which may or may not still be hosted on the internet. You know, so like it's, and by the way, like IPFS, maybe that saves you, maybe it doesn't. Look at what happened in Tornado Cash. How many people are able to use the IPFS on now that everyone's blocked it? MetaMask blocked it, rather Infura blocked it. And, you know, it's like real distributed stuff is hard to come by. And I think in the bear market, everything goes down for the most part. And I don't think there's a world where people that overpaid for JPEGs get to survive. I think they have, it's just like buying CryptoKitties in 2017, except instead of cats, they're monkeys.
The difference in CryptoKitties, though, the utility wasn't the best, and it was inflationary. So, you know, there was an infinite number of CryptoKitties. But when you look at something like Punks, CryptoPunks, which I'm a fan of, Apes, which...
You could breed your cats together. That's more utility than the monkeys. You can't breed the monkeys together. There was actually more utility in that project. Maybe the inflation thing sucks, but to tell you the truth, the reason these things die usually isn't because of inflation. It's just because people stop caring because it's a game. They go on to the next game.
Yeah, but the thing is, I would step in on this. The thing about NFTs, man, is NFTs will never be inflated as long as you're in the right communities, because the community hold the value, right? You know, you put 1 million copies of Call of Duty out, cool. You know, you have a crazy amount of people that are playing Call of Duty, right? You have a 10,000 PFP collection, you know, at the average of what, 4 or 5K holders. So, you know, you're holding that value as a community. So I don't think an NFT, again, in the right one, community is inflated. I think they hold exactly what the holders.
How down are apes right now? How down are apes right now?
You stop comparing it. There's 10,000 other collections out there. Quit comparing apes. I hate when people compare apes.
Okay, well, pick anyone you want, bro. I'm literally just asking you a straight legit question with like no angle.
Legit
I'm literally
question is
curious, like how down are NFTs right now?
They're not down. They minted for $280. Apes are not down. They're actually still up. Thank you very much.
We measure like we talk down.
They're not down. Thank you very much.
Right.
So they've only been around for a year. They're not down. Thank you very much.
Bro, if you use that measurement, thank you very
dumb.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just
You
like
sound
your
silly,
Hex
bro.
coin,
Stop.
you know, just like your Hex coin.
My
How
Hex
down
coin's
is your
up
Hex coin?
1000x.
With
My
that
Hex
guy,
coin's up 1000x right now.
but we can look,
1000x.
but Richard, you can make the same argument for Bored Apes. You know, the price, even though corrected heavily, like Hex and any other altcoin, it's still way above the mint price.
Bro, we just dodged the question. Why don't you guys just be honest?
What's the question? I'll try to take it. So the correction of Bored Apes, if you measure in dollar terms, was, you know, a lot heavier than in ETH terms. But yeah, it did correct it heavily. It's still priced at a pretty good, you know, if you look at Bitcoin or any crypto back, you know, a few years ago in 2017, we saw pretty heavy corrections of blockchains that are doing extremely well right now. I think the
Guys,
correction is not
a scam. Listen, you're defending it with scam tactics, okay? What you're doing right now is pretending that local tops don't exist, and therefore you can never measure a dip. You can never see how the recent guys are down because it used to be so much lower. If you're gonna play that game, then no one can ever talk about a dip in Bitcoin because it launched at a penny. And so now we can never talk about dips because it's up from a penny. And it's just stupid scam tactics. There's a chart, you can measure the chart. They have websites that show you the floor price, and they show you how the floor price has moved. I asked you a simple, honest question that you guys should know the answer to, which is how down are NFTs, and you're lying to my face telling me that they're not down.
Okay.
Because
No,
they
they're
used to be
down.
cheaper.
No, they're down. Look,
They're
I
down
agree with
from
you.
a
They're down,
high,
but is that
just like your
Yeah.
scam coin as well. So our scam
Is that-
NFTs are down like your scam coin. So
is that so?
Personal.
Hold on, guys. I gave my coins away for free to Bitcoin holders. They're up 250x versus Bitcoin from January 5th of 2020. They're up 1000x against fiat. My coin ain't like your coin. My coin's amazing.
So Richard, would you
Bitcoin's a JPEG.
Richard, I have a quick question for you. Would you agree that if an asset corrects heavily, doesn't mean it is or isn't a scam? There's many
I
other
agree
indicators.
100%. I agree
Okay.
100%. And I agree
So-
that Amazon dropped 95%. And I think in crypto, if you measure from the top down, you're stupid because these things usually go up and to the right. And you're smarter to measure from the bottom up. But why not just be honest and do both? Which is why I post the chart from the beginning and I show every dip and I show every pump. And that's how you really reason about these things, is visually showing 20 dips and 20 pumps. And then you don't have this cherry picking, lying with statistics crap that everyone does.
So my next question is, I wasn't a supporter of NFTs when I should have been. There is 99% of NFTs are scams, the same way 99% of coins back in 2017, 2018, even now are scams. Would you call, I'm not saying whether they're inflated or not, but would you say the blue chips, punks, apes, I'm not talking about art, I'm talking about the PFPs. Would you say they're scams, or would you say they're just inflated, but you do see some sort of utility? I'm not saying you're a fan of the utility, but you see some sort of utility. You're muted, man. You're muted, Richard.
I'm sorry. Thanks, bro. I don't think they're scams. I think they're collectibles. And Beanie Babies were popular. I own the world's largest diamond, but maybe people don't like diamonds anymore one day. So I paid $4 million in crypto for it. I think I got a sick deal. I would have paid 20. I think it's a huge flex, but look, maybe one day people don't like black diamonds, or maybe they don't like diamonds at all. It is a collectible, and you're playing the game of what is the inflation rate and supply versus what is the rate that you can get new users to adopt and hold. And so just like, I got to de-educate people of all the silly things they think that are wrong. So for instance, people think inflation's bad. Okay, well, let's play that game. When did Bitcoin make the most gains? When its inflation was exponentially higher, doubled and doubled and doubled. When its inflation was 8 times higher was when it had the sickest gains. And when has it had the limpest, weakest gains? When its inflation has been the lowest. And so I have to de-educate everybody that for some reason just can't read a chart. And like, it doesn't, like, your inflation on these things isn't what matters the most. What matters the most is how quickly you're on-ramping new users, and are those users buying and holding. In Hacks, the average staker stakes for 7 years. There's been nothing like it ever in history. People get tattoos and put them on their chest. They lock their coins for 15 years, which is how you get an average of 7. When you have people putting tattoos on their chest and locking up for 15 years, guess what? It tends to push the price up. And so all these other narrative memes that other coins use to try and get you to buy and hold, like, oh, the community's strong, you get to meet people, or, oh, whatever the meme is, like Bitcoin was going to be programmable money. No one ever programmed it. Bitcoin was going to be peer-to-peer digital cash, failed entirely. Those two memes went away. Ethereum was going to be world computer. It was going to be DAOs. Those memes went away. Now they're trying to be digital money, just like Bitcoin fell into. The memes always change, but the only thing the price chart cares about is buying and holding. And so we just directly monetize the buy and hold. You just get paid inflation to buy and hold. Everything else uses a meme to try and get you to do it. We just use inflation to do it.
All right, so I'm gonna pivot to the Dogecoin. We've got 3 supporters of Dogecoin. We've got Matt Wallace, which I'll let him introduce himself. We've got the Doge Pound. I will let him introduce himself as well. And we got Irina, all supporters of Dogecoin. Then we got Wahid, yourself, Richard, and Simon on the other side of the fence. I'm somewhere in the middle. But do you want to kick it off, Richard? Your thoughts on Doge, and I'll let the guys respond. Matt, the Doge Pound.
I think the network is fast. The transactions are cheap. I've never heard of anyone getting scammed out of money on it. You do have the world's richest guy out there shilling it rather often. It has outperformed Bitcoin vastly as far as price performance go. So that's the upsides. And the memes are kind of funny, or at least they used to be. Now, what's the downside? There was a buy the rumor, sell the news event when the day that Elon went on Saturday Night Live, that was the top, and it went straight down. And then I think it went down 80, 85%. And then, but Bitcoin went down 75, and Ethereum went down 85, and Hex went down 95. And so, when people talk about blue chips, it's pretty funny to me, because you're like, if no one's got hacked on any of these things, and they've all worked pretty well, and they only drop 75, 85, 95, wouldn't you just want to buy the one that gets up the most, since they're all dipping similar, and you make it on the upside way more? Like, we're up 250x versus Bitcoin. So and Doge is probably up, I don't know, 10, 20, 30x versus Bitcoin, depending when you bought it. So here's the downsides to Doge. It's garbage technology. I literally developed around it. It's trash. Their wallet's trash. Their mining network's trash. They're merge mined with Litecoin, and Litecoin has a lower market cap, so the incentives for security are totally upside down. It's it was literally made in an afternoon as a joke. Now I'm going to say that again because it's that important. The founders of it dislike it, hate it, say terrible things about it. The founders, at least one of the founders, there's 2, and it was made in an afternoon as a joke, and that's what it is. and it has outperformed Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's been outperformed by something made in an afternoon as a joke.
That's a little misleading to say, though, don't you think? Because it wasn't made necessarily; it was forked. So you're saying Litecoin is terrible technology. You're saying Bitcoin is terrible technology. How can you say that?
Well, I mean, just try and use it, man. Like when you use their wallet, like it's not a good wallet. Like the Bitcoin core software has been upgraded a few times to be more reliable, have better features, have a more robust mining network, have a higher hash rate that's not merge mined. I mean, some of the stuff is very technical. I'm sure a lot of the users don't understand it, but these technical things become real when the network fails.
I think, sorry, I think
what though is that the Dogecoin, the most recent Dogecoin update, not only made the transaction fees extremely quick, they also have streamlined a lot of other things with the Dogecoin network. And one thing that a lot of people don't even think about is that right now Dogecoin's highest upside potential for its use case could be the Starlink satellite network. Elon Musk continues to say he supports Dogecoin over and over and over again. There's a reason why he does that. And if he decides to leverage the full network of satellites across the globe to helping Dogecoin as the currency, and then you can do free Dogecoin transactions anywhere, then at that point, it's hard to argue that.
Aren't they already like free? Bro, I just like supported your coin and said so many nice things about it. I just said like no one ever lost money using it. I said it was fast. I said it was cheap. I don't know why you're trying to check nuts on me. I'm trying to hook you up with like, a testimonial here, bro. So look, weren't the fees always cheap? Wasn't the network always fast? I don't think it ever filled up. I don't think it ever got expensive. So I don't know why you're talking about lowering fees or hiring throughput, because I don't think those were ever issues. Like you're shit talking your own coin now. Stop.
I like you, Richard. I like you, but the problem is you're saying things that aren't true extremely confidently, and people will believe.
Like what? Specifically, tell me what, please.
Trash technology. It's not trash technology.
Okay. Do you know what merge mining means?
Do I know what?
Do you know what merge mining means?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell the audience what merge mining means so they know too?
Merge mining is probably one of the least important things in all of cryptocurrency. I think.
So look, bro, you actually don't know what it means, but you try to pretend that you do. Now I can explain it since you can't. Would you like me to? Because it's important.
Richard.
I asked him a question, he dodged it. I'm going to sit here silent and let him try and answer it again. Please describe merge mining to me.
It's basically, I mean, it's in the name. When you cryptocurrencies at the same time, it's not necessarily that important. You don't need merge mining in cryptocurrency. And yes, I get it. It's Litecoin, Dogecoin. You're trying to make reference there. I'm fully understanding where you're going with this. But at the same time, there's not really anyone who cares that much about that. People will see the low fees. It's not going to be that important if your fees 1 penny or 1/10 of a penny. No one cares. So I don't think it really matters.
So can we just admit that the dude dodged answering your question? Was
So how would you explain it, Richard, and how does it impact on whether Dogecoin is has utility or whether it's sustainable?
Sure. Here you go. Dogecoin doesn't have enough miners on its own to do its own proof of work mining. So it sucks the D of Litecoin and relies on Litecoin miners to mine Litecoin blocks in order to occasionally, if they update their software often enough, also out of the kindness of their hearts, do some mining for Dogecoin as well. And if Litecoin's value gets low enough, then there aren't enough Litecoin miners, and then there's not enough hash rate to defend the Dogecoin network. And so the economics are upside down because you don't have your own miners, you suck Litecoin D. But since you didn't even know how merge mining worked, I probably figure you don't know about this attack vector.
So
because
if you're using
Litecoin's value drops low enough, people will 51% attack Dogecoin because I'm a genius and know what I'm talking about. And everyone else on the panel seems to be a little bit lightheaded.
Okay, guys, I think I need to get some positive energy here. First of all,
go ahead.
Maybe just Google merge mining next time, so you know.
Go ahead, Irina. Go ahead. Go ahead, Irina. Go ahead. Yep.
Guys, let's start from the very beginning. What are we debating? We're debating Dogecoin. What are we debating? Dogecoin is a meme coin. Shall we all agree on that? Yes. Was it created as a joke? Yes. Is the richest man in the world pumping it on his Twitter because he's got large bags, yes. Now, the problem is, what's the problem? I don't see what's the problem. The only problem is if we have, let's say, naive or not very experienced investors coming in and trying to put their money into Dogecoin, believing that it's somehow better than Bitcoin. That's the problem. But otherwise, if you're putting in, $50 as a joke into a meme coin because you like you like community and the memes are cool. Like I like Matt and I love his community and we hang out and we make jokes. And what is wrong with the Dogecoin as a principle? I don't see anything wrong.
You want to know what's wrong with it? I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it.
Please do.
People are putting their life savings into a joke that has very little development and relies on the price of Litecoin for its security model. And furthermore, we have real innovation in cryptocurrency like on-chain exchange, where you don't have to lose your money when the exchange jacks you. So Hotbit just turned off their website. Hotbit just turned off deposits and withdrawals. Hotbit appears to be exit scamming. And guess where people have to go to trade their Dogecoin? They have to suck middleman D. They have to beg and pray that these exchanges give them their coins when they send them there to trade them for something else. But in Ethereum, you don't have to use these middlemen. You don't have to take counterparty risk. You can trade peer-to-peer with only smart contract risk, no middlemen, no counterparty risk. That's innovation. You want to get a stable coin de-risk from Dogecoin, you got to go through a middleman again. But in Ethereum, you don't. And so we have better technology, EVM technology with stable coins on it, an on-chain exchange where you don't have to use middlemen or rely on Litecoin for your security, which has a very low hash rate to start with. But you guys are okay with a funny meme and you're willing to risk your life savings on it when better technology exists.
Yeah, or rely on Twitter posts to pump your bags or inflate your bags, deflate your bags.
First of all, I never said that Dogecoin is the best technology. First of all, I never said that. It would be stupid of me to say that. Secondly,
the best.
So Matt, I'll let you. Matt, I'll give you the mic right after Irina as well, and I'll probably ask you a question that will be pretty relevant. But Irina, go ahead.
And secondly, I did say that it is horrible where people YOLO their life savings into a meme coin. Absolutely. Whether it's under false understanding, whether it's because somebody misled them, whether it's because they're thinking Dogecoin is somehow superior to everything in the world. Absolutely. But if you throw $300 into Dogecoin, that's the money you can afford to lose, and you like being part of the community. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're being part of this, this meme community for a proper reason, not because it's the best technology or not because you're planning to make your life savings on that. I personally made shitloads of money on Dogecoin, but I can afford to lose money. I can afford. So those who can't should not putting their money neither into Dogecoin, neither into Bitcoin. They should probably, stay safer in fiat. We're talking about, pensioners who are about to get retired. We're talking about your college funds for kids. So, I mean.
You guys blow up the environment, right? Like, your proof of work. Like, the reason Elon doesn't accept Bitcoin for cars anymore is because it's bad for the environment. Your proof of work coin that nukes the environment too. And the more valuable your coin is, or the more valuable Litecoin is, the more you harm the environment. Why don't you upgrade to proof of stake? Why don't you become an ERC20? Why don't you have on-chain exchange? Like, there's such a better world available to you, and you guys are never going to get there because you don't even understand the technology. You just bought a meme.
Richard, I have a.
Who you guys? Let's.
He means Dogecoin supporters. Richard, I have a question for you. If there is utility, I'm not saying there is. I'm not saying there isn't. If there is utility to Dogecoin, would that change the argument?
I think it serves its purpose. People do it because it's fun. Hopefully they don't get wrecked. Nobody lost any money on it from a network perspective yet. It's cheap, it's fast. I'm okay with all that stuff. But there's just better stuff. There's stuff with better gains, better uptime, better features, and even better memes. So I'm being as nice as I can to it, truthfully. Like, I don't know of anyone else that's as nice to Dogecoin as I am. Like, I'm being very nice.
So we did a poll just now, and Matt, I'll give you the mic. We did a poll just now. We've had a few hundred votes already. 70%, 60% love Dogecoin, 32% don't, and 7% don't know what it is.
We have fake Dogecoin SHIB murdered Doge's gains, and it was just Doge on Ethereum. So,
okay. So Matt, do you want to go through points, just point by point? What's the utility of Dogecoin? Maybe that's a good first question. And I'm not anti-Dogecoin. I'm split. I think the the community could build utility. I know it doesn't tick a lot of the boxes, and I'm not an investor in Dogecoin, but I think the community is a good example. It's a good experiment on the community building utility and growing the ecosystem. What's the current utility to Dogecoin, and what are you guys working towards? What's the utility you're working towards?
That's a good question. I love the poll there. So 70% seem to know what's going on here, but I'm sorry, Richard. I'm gonna have to destroy you a little bit here. I don't want to do this, but you've left me with no choice. So, Richard, right now there are 1,000. The U.S. 19%, 13%, 5% in France, and so we're looking at that compared to.
Is it me?
He's
Yeah, he
breaking
is.
up.
He is. Matt, are you there, Matt?
I can't hear
Yeah,
him. He's got to do it
he's
over.
breaking up. Matt, are you there?
I want destroyed
Yeah, I
so
know.
bad.
Let's
Please fix
give
your
him. Yeah,
connection.
just give him.
Yeah,
Matt, you gotta.
I'm actually waiting for this too. I'm in
Hey, what's up, David?
anticipation.
What's up, man? I know you and Richard had a great interview. I was listening to it. But Matt, let's just see Matt's connection if we can fix it. Matt, are you there? All right. So Romy, if you can just DM Matt and have him.
I just destroyed him.
Yeah. So Romy, if you can DM Matt and have him fit. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you
Yeah,
hear me
cool,
now?
man, cool. Yeah, it seems good now,
Yeah.
and I'll let you stop it. Can you start again? What's the utility? Or you said you're going to destroy Richard. We'd love you to go through your points. Richard's going to give you time to go through them and respond.
Yes. So what I was saying is that I hate to do this, Richard. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to destroy you right here. And sorry about this in advance. So the way I'm going to do this is first start off by saying right now Litecoin has 1,112 nodes currently mining it, compared to Dogecoin, which has over 5,000 nodes mining. So Dogecoin not at all reliant on Litecoin, not even a little bit. Significantly larger market cap, and it's really not even particularly close when it comes to Dogecoin and Litecoin in comparison. And so really Litecoin is actually more dependent on Dogecoin at this point than anything else. Then second of all, oh man, is this still not working? I admit.
Fuck, you're choppy again, Matt. Man, it's not gonna work if you're choppy. You're not gonna be.
It's so odd.
What's odd?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, it chopped up. We heard the first point about Litecoin depending on Dogecoin and the number of Dogecoin nodes. I'll let you continue. What's the second point, man?
Matt, you can't
So-
destroy nobody. We can't hear you.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
at all?
man, we
Okay.
can. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the problem. I'm actually at my first rental property that I purchased, and they're doing construction downstairs and using up a large amount of electricity. I imagine. I don't know what the deal is. But anyway, I can't be down there because it's too loud, and that's where the strongest internet connection is. So it's a little bit difficult, but you know, it's what it is.
All right, man, we can hear you fine now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I believe they stopped doing stuff down there. So that's the first point, that Dogecoin has significantly more miners than Litecoin currently running, more nodes on the network. You can go look at the Dogecoin node map right now if you want to, and I only think that will increase even more. Elon Musk, he has the ability to buy a crazy amount of nodes and start running them anytime he wants, and then he could burn off that Dogecoin. That would be really cool. That's one potential high upside use case with Dogecoin. Then we move on further, and Dogecoin, you clearly see it's the greatest technology of all time once you realize that you can buy stuff with it on the Tesla website. What other cryptocurrency can you buy things with? Nothing. Richard's right. They stopped accepting Bitcoin at Tesla, but they're still accepting Doge, and I believe they will accept it store-wide. But then you could argue, well, then they can't sell it though, right? Because Elon Musk would never want to sell Dogecoin. Well, then here's where you're wrong about that. They can use it for things like, for example, they can use it to pay employees in Dogecoin. Now, here's why it's the greatest technology of all time. Employees would love to accept Dogecoin. Employees may not like as much to accept any other cryptocurrency. And so there's the biggest use case for it. Companies can accept it and pay employees who choose to accept that in that currency. So there, boom, we finally have a currency that any company can accept and spend without having to sell a large amount of it. So I think it's hard to beat that. And Dogecoin is the future cryptocurrency for greatest technology of all time.
Okay, so before you answer, I know Richard, I know what you're gonna say, Richard. Wahid, I'll let you go before Richard. But just to summarize what you said, Matt, the point about the nodes was point number one. Point number two was, Dogecoin's utility as a form of transferring value, and one of the first use cases is Tesla. And then the utility you guys are working towards is Dogecoin acting as a medium of exchange. Is that correct? Is that what Dogecoin is? I think you guys called it the people's coin. So would you say medium of exchanges would be the main utility of Dogecoin beyond the community?
Yeah, I think it's easy to say. It's easy to say that's probably going to be the main utility. But beyond that, there's also a really smart group that is currently working on Dogecoin technology in terms of smart contracts integration. They're working on a huge network of use cases beyond just spending that is about to roll out very, very, very soon here, and will allow people to go from Dogecoin through a secondary layer to literally anything in the world. And so it can be used for that very soon, just like Ethereum. There's really no downside to Dogecoin. The best upside is that a lot of people love to judge it and underrate it, which is why the market cap is so low and such a beautiful price to get in right now.
Okay, so Richard is fixing his connection. He'll be back in a bit. Wahid, the mic is yours. And I think David, you want to jump into?
Richard left. He couldn't handle the heat. He got out.
No, he's coming back. He's coming back.
Well done, Matt.
He's coming back. Wahid, go ahead, man.
All right. Okay. Look, I can't help but really approach this from my point of view, which is, again, longevity, private equity, long-term thinking. So again, apologies if I sound ignorant on the intricacies of what you guys are talking about. But I want to say a few things, which is that, as I said at the beginning, we are structurally short assets and risk. We have structural inflation. And I don't mean the shit that everyone's talking about the last 2-3 months. I'm talking about the huge amount of debt. So this is serious stuff. So we need to give people a tool where they can outperform structural inflation in order for them to literally afford food, make money, and have a livelihood. So for me, this is serious stuff. That pivots to my second point, which is that I've been investing my whole life. That spans more than 30 years of investing history. And I got to tell you, my best performing company has been Philip Morris, and I previewed that in the last show, etc. And I always like to talk about Philip Morris, a very old, stodgy, non-meme, boring company, tobacco company, because it's actually the best performing stock in the world in the last 50, 40, 30, and 20 years on a rolling period, but never less than 20 years. Meaning there's always something really cool in the short term that outperforms it, but over the long term, how you make money, folks, and this is going to get to the point of Dogecoin, is you want serial compounding. You want a business or a crypto with utility that every single day is printing money. Every single day is actually creating value in order for you to outperform inflation, outperform all the money printing, outperform everything. So when I got into the blockchain, I brought that mentality, because that's the only mentality I know, which is the kind of blockchain crypto projects that I want to support or invest in or even create, but forget the creation for a second because I'm not showing, are ones where every single day value is being created, money is being produced, so that even if the chart, like Richard said, goes down a lot, who gives a shit? Because over time, you'll just keep compounding and compounding and compounding. So that brings me to Dogecoin. The reason why I do not like Dogecoin, even though I feel somewhat ignorant, is because no one has truly told me how it compounds value. I cannot invest in something based on a meme, and maybe that's my weakness, or based on an Elon Musk. Maybe he'll push it, maybe he won't. He seems to be having a lot of fun with it. If I want to bet on Elon Musk, I'll back Tesla, SpaceX. There's many things where he sleeps on the floor where I want him involved in, okay? He sleeps on Tesla floors. He is 100% dedicated to making SpaceX successful. He is not 100% fixated on Dogecoin. It is a hobby. It is fun. And a payment mechanism, there are lots of payment mechanisms. Lots of tokens in the future are going to be used to buy real stuff. In our world, it's fashion. In other worlds, it's art, etc. So my only rebuttal to the very kind people pushing Dogecoin is very simple. If you have so many other options to make wealth, to make money, why choose this path? when you have so many things that create utility? I'm
And
not
I will,
saying it's going to go down, but why this?
I will answer that with your own words. You said yourself, it is fun, it is miming, it is the community, it is entertainment. And don't forget, entertainment is the highest, the largest segment when it comes to economy, right? Your cinemas, your Netflix, etc., etc. It's entertainment. And again, I'm not pushing Dogecoin. I'm calling it for what it is. It's a fun meme coin. It's a great fun community. It's entertainment.
But would
that
you?
cannot
So,
be a
And
so
thesis to
and
invest.
it's done a better job than any Bitcoin maxi at actually driving people into Bitcoin, which is fact. If you look at the numbers, more people joined Bitcoin from Dogecoin because in 2021, when the whole meme economy blew up, you had a bunch of people who obviously were or had a bitter taste in their mouths from listening to maxis all day, go into the Dogecoin community, get into Dogecoin, and then 2 or 3 weeks later get into Bitcoin because the community, because it's fun, would explain Bitcoin to them in layman's terms without screaming or toxicity. And these people understand, oh shit, I can buy Bitcoin at a fraction. That's great. And they would go and get themselves
But am
$20,
I right to
$50
believe?
or $100 worth.
So am I right to believe? There you go. You said it. Am I right? And I think we actually, and this is bad for the debate, we might actually agree. But would you say that Dogecoin is not an investment? It's play money.
Of course
That
not.
sounds like it's play
Of
money.
course not. It's not an investment for
Okay,
sure.
great. So I think we won the debate. It's not an investment.
Fluctuation.
Well, I guess
I'm ripping you guys a little bit. I'm having fun here, but you know what I mean.
I guess if you went and got it when it was under a penny, and it went up to 74 cents, I don't know who would, somebody who would exit close to the top. I think they would disagree with you in terms of investment. At some point, it was.
I could have gone to
it brought you
Chicago
back
and bought
more
that
or-
lottery ticket last week and got a
Well,
1.3
I mean, everything essentially in this space is a lottery ticket. If you actually look at everything from
This
what it
is what I
everything's
disagree. I
speculative.
disagree with that. We are not
Okay,
lottery tickets. You
all
can
right. So
create
tell me what
projects that
isn't a
value.
lottery ticket.
A grinding stock, grinding a company.
We're not
grinding
talking about
price.
stocks here, though. We're talking
No.
about.
I'm getting
cryptocurrencies.
a grinding crypto project that grinds, that every single day looks to create value.
Which
So
one?
over
Which
time.
one is that?
Well, without chilling, let me tell you that I have not yet achieved this, but I'm very, very vested in achieving that. So it's the
So
only
you're
way
talking
I
about
can
your
be
own.
modern.
You're talking about your own token.
No, I'm not.
asking
I'm saying I haven't reached it. How about that? Yeah.
Okay, so then tell me what in this.
Ethereum creates value every day because I could not build my
Okay.
fashion company without Ethereum.
But it's still speculative. Like everything we in this space is still based on speculation.
I would say a balance. Would I say a balance between speculation and utility and fundamental value? I think everything is speculative, but some things are more speculative than others. A Shiba Inu is more speculative than Ethereum or than Solana or Bitcoin. I won't say Bitcoin because I know that's very polarizing right now. But Richard, so the point that David, make your point, and then Richard, you can answer David's point along with Matt's
But let
previous
me just finish
points.
my thought because I had the thing. Mario,
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead,
wanna
Wahid.
say that I'm not talking about my project. I will tell you my aspiration because it's the only way I can talk about it, which is that every single day you create value, you take a take rate from, in our case, for instance, bringing independent designers to the business of fashion, both physical and digital. And if you do that every single day, you're a tortoise. Over time, you create value. No different to Philip Morris, which no one ever gets right. No one can guess that that's the best performing stock in the last 50, 40, 30, and 20 years, but never less than 20.
I'm sorry. Are you trying to say that Philip Morris created value?
Without going woke, unfortunately, I'm talking about stock price performance. I'm talking about value creation. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't smoke. I don't hate it, but I'll tell you, they have 80% gross margins. So yes, they've compounded more growth.
Just talking monetary value arena, just to be clear.
No, I hate Philip Morris as a principal. I'm not a back.
Let's think about the monetary value. How much governments are having to spend to look after people dying of cancer? I mean, monetary value have to be looked in not in the vacuum, but overall, right? So I would argue with you there, and I think that's completely missing the point of monetary value. Sorry.
So I got Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
I'm in Bitboy Crypto Studio right now,
I agree.
so I have to run to go hang out with my man. And I just want to finalize this thing with one statement: games are fun. until they're not. And then people stop playing them. If you want to play with meme coins, people be launching meme coins with Pulse in their name all the time. Somebody launched a Pulse Dogecoin. It went up like, I don't know, 10x over the last couple like weeks. So if you're into memes and you like pictures of dogs, there's a Pulse Dogecoin. And there's going to be tons and tons of more, because literally I'd rather have dog coins on ERC20s that have perfect flawless operation with huge amounts of hash rate. I went and looked it up how much hash rate there is on LTC plus Dogecoin, and it's only 500 terahash. Ethereum's got, I don't know, 1,000 times that hash rate. So if you want more secure, you want on-chain exchange, you want stable coins, you want time deposit, you might as well take your meme pictures and go ahead and do Pulse Doge on and go look at the price chart and go do that on the Ethereum network. It's more safe, it's more secure. These guys don't even know nothing about technology, and Elon don't care about his technology. Elon's saying stupid stuff like, let's improve the throughput. Throughput's fine. Let's lower the fees. Fees are fine. What you guys just need is more people to buy your bags. You don't even need better technology. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to give you all a bunch of free coins. If you go to pulsechain.com, this is the world's largest airdrop. You can go play with your coins right now for free. You can go not get wrecked in the bear market, not trying to chase in the bear market, getting wrecked. Just go play with your free coins on the testnet. I'll see you later, guys. Ciao.
Thanks, Richard. David, so one thing I haven't noticed is that there's no one's given me a utility beyond Doge being used for Tesla. So that's the only point I'm struggling with.
Thank you, Marion.
So is there like
I look, Dogecoin has well, we have to define what utility is though. Like we really have to define what we are defining as utility, because like the use case for Dogecoin right now to me is people are actually using it. People are actually, and it's being accepted in a lot of places. So it has done a great job at getting crypto out there. And in terms of adoption, it's there. It's doing something. So is that a utility? I say that is. Like it's doing something that, you know what, we've been having a hard time doing in this space. Now, has Ethereum kind of taken over with its ecosystem, with people building on top of it and people buying NFTs and all that stuff? Yes, absolutely. But 2021 again, and go back to it, when retail buyers weren't really interested in jumping into cryptocurrency. Well, here comes Dogecoin, seen on Robinhood, and people started joining in after having themselves jump into, let's say, AMC and GameStop. And then, seeing it on Robinhood saying, you know what, let's go into Dogecoin. Let's see what this is all about. And then you had people within the Dogecoin community, like I said earlier, that said like, hey, take a look at Bitcoin because, you can buy it at a fraction, which is not taught around in the toxic circles.
But yeah,
so go ahead.
Probably the biggest, and by the way, you'll notice everyone who's hating on Dogecoin, Richard and Faith Tribe, both of them have cryptocurrencies themselves that they would like you to go invest in instead. So that's just one important thing to note. But basically, the biggest use case of Dogecoin, I think, beyond just transactions and buying things, is what's happening right now with the NFT development and with the massive use case development that is going on. I'm not going to say the specific name because they need to prove themselves more first. But there is a very, very, very smart group with a lot of huge people in the crypto space that is right now working on a massive use case upgrade of Dogecoin. And I think that is something really exciting to look forward to. Yes, it's true that right now, Dogecoin's use case may be small compared to where it's going to be, but that's why it's such a good investment right now. Whereas Bitcoin already has a market cap of 400 billion, Dogecoin you can get in 40 times smaller, and so why wouldn't you do that? I think that's
so I would like Matt, I would agree with most of the points you're saying. The one I would disagree with is saying like when you compare Bitcoin, Dogecoin is 40 times smaller than Bitcoin. This is where okay, so I'll say 2 points. First, the point about you said Richard and Wahid. So Wahid from Faith, I do want to say that Wahid hasn't shielded this coin at all. So I think his opinions is purely his personal opinions. Richard obviously shielded his coins, but I also think his opinions on Dogecoin are not relevant to his coin. I don't know, but just want to make sure that I just clarify that point. Now, going back to your argument, Dogecoin being 40 times smaller than Bitcoin, but it's still a top 10 coin with. I'm not saying it doesn't have the potential to be massive. I'm not saying it's a really interesting experiment where it started out as a meme, it's completely not completely, but it's relatively decentralized and the community is building the utility. So it's a very good experiment, could be extremely successful, may fail, I don't know. But to say that it's 40 times smaller than Bitcoin is a good entry point. It is still in the, I think it's a top 15 coin. The market cap is still so it's got a lot of potential, downside potential as well. Would you agree that, I know that you think buying right now is a good idea, but would you agree that as a top 11 coin, is a market cap of $9 billion, it has $9.5 billion. It has a lot of downside potential as well. There is a possibility, let's say utility doesn't get the traction that is expected. Let's say Elon Musk changes his mind. These are pretty risky things that could lead to a much bigger correction. It could still, if something drops 95%, doesn't mean it can't drop 95% again and again and again. This is something that a lot of people don't know. Like when people see something drop by 95%, like when they saw Celsius drop by 95%, I'm not comparing Dogecoin and Celsius, very different tokens. But I'm just making a point. When Celsius dropped by 95%, everyone said, okay, there's no way it's going to go below that. It dropped 95% on top again from that price and again to where it is today. So that's, and I'll get David to speak as well. But Matt, that's the only point that I would just kind of challenge.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question to ask. Basically, with Dogecoin right now, there obviously is downside. There's downside with anything. Yes, it could fall decent ways. Bitcoin could, Ethereum could. I've been predicting for months now, over 6 months, that the downside for Dogecoin will go down to around 5 cents. It would not fall much further than that. I still firmly believe that, unless we have some sort of cataclysmic news that comes out about Dogecoin or the crypto market. The only way I could see it falling below 5 cents is if that happens. So no, I don't think the downside is too risky right now. I mean, a lot of people say, oh yes, we found the bottom now. But I've been saying that for around 6 months. So I've been calling the specific numbers on both Bitcoin. I was wrong on Ethereum, unfortunately, but I was right on Bitcoin and Dogecoin as far as where the bottom would be at 21K and 5 cents. And so right now, Dogecoin also, here's the important differentiating factor between Dogecoin and say coins that have a small market cap. Right now.
Oh shit, you're muted, Matt.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Right now, go ahead.
Right now, the amount of people in the United States who own Dogecoin is close to the same as the amount of people who own Bitcoin. Some polls actually have it higher. So we already have a lot of people who have some Dogecoin in their wallet. And so
but for what reason? They're not using the utility aspect. They're just speculating. They're hoping to make money.
That is true to a large degree. Most people are with it, but that's arguably true with every crypto. According to polling data, Dogecoin is actually the #1 currency that people want to spend in the world. It has name recognition, brand recognition that is in the top 3, and it has the amount of holders that could even put it in the top 2. And so when you combine all those things, all it takes is one giant energy event for Dogecoin, like a moon landing, for example, which we're expecting to happen soon, and boom, all the stars can align, and we can see massive price growth just based on all of those factors that are hard to really replace with any other crypto.
David, I know you have your hand up, and Tone, thanks a lot for coming back, man. A lot of people were asking about you in the Discord. David, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I got to see data where you have that people are using Dogecoin more than anything else. I don't see that. I really don't see that, and that's not a shot at Dogecoin. I actually appreciate. Again, I appreciate what Dogecoin was able to do in terms of bringing more people into the space. So I can never shit on Dogecoin. I think it's a fun coin to go ahead and.
But it's fun. But it's fun until people lose it. Like okay.
Yeah,
so I'm not against. Yeah, so I'm not against Dogecoin. Just want to be clear. But when Matt says like it's 40 times cheaper than Bitcoin, and he calls the bottom, people make investment decisions based on this, and and that applies to all coins. That applies to Ethereum. That applies to Solana. That applies to Bitcoin. That applies to Filecoin. But Dogecoin hasn't reached that level of utility, at least not yet.
And there's also another downside, Mario, which
hold on real quick. I just want to say,
go ahead, David.
I don't see the whole building NFTs on top of Dogecoin. We have Ethereum for that, and second, we have Solana. And I know people will crack jokes on Solana, but there is a huge community that has and will continue to back Solana, and it will continue to grow. I'm not a Solana maxi. I'm just saying there is that community out there. You have Magic Eden. You have, OpenSea implementing Solana as a payment choice. They are building. So I don't see who's building on Dogecoin. I really unless you can point it out to me that somebody is actually going to build an NFT project on top of Dogecoin.
Yes, so that's a good point. There is actually someone right now who I'm not ready to mention by name yet because, like I was saying, they have to prove themselves more. But I think they will do that. But there is right now a group out there.
But there's 0 people on building an NFT on Dogecoin, correct?
No, that's not true. There actually are. That's what I'm trying to.
But is it out there?
It will be out there within the next few months.
So it's not out there. So like my whole thing is like you're building. It's the same argument when you get with like Bitcoin, like build on top of Bitcoin. When for me, forget NFTs and building Bitcoin on building NFTs on top of Bitcoin. I want Bitcoin to be focused on number one, stop harassing devs that have been a part of the project for 10 plus years and fucking trolling them, and focus on making sure that we can continue with this whole monetary policy changing system that we have as a narrative.
Wahid, you were speaking? Oh, go ahead, Staki. Sorry.
No, I was just saying
No,
that.
I would love.
Go ahead, Staki.
I'd love to see, somebody build on Doge, but I'm just trying to figure out how that's possible and if anybody would purchase that. Also, on the other side of that, a lot of children know what Doge is, so you got to remember that's the next generation. I always talk about that because no matter how old and stuffy we are in here complaining about Doge and shit like that, the younger generation is what's going to decide what's best for the future. So, the other day I'm on Roblox with my kids and they're like, "Oh, I'm playing the Doge game." I'm like, "What the hell is that? What do you know what a Doge is?" And they're playing Doge games and they're doing all these things with Doge. And then my daughter asked me for some Dogecoin the other day. So I'm like, how the hell do you even know that about Dogecoin? I don't talk about Dogecoin or, coins like that. But, that's just a point to, I mean, I'm a pessimist kind of. So I'm not a big fan of Doge, but the future is not with us. It's with the kids. It's with everybody else. So as much as we want to be all stuffy and shit about the tokens, they're going to determine what the hell they like.
Wahid, I'll let you go then. Hector, right after Staki. A very good point made. I think there's a lot of hate on the point that Staki made. That is, those targeting that younger generation is a pretty hot topic. But yeah, go ahead, Wahid.
Yeah, my kids are. I echo that. But I will just say
that's crazy. The video, the video you showed me was insane. Like that viral song about Dogecoin.
You mean the one that mental. My son showed you? Yeah, it's horrible.
That's fucking crazy.
I'll say the same thing. I'm just going to say this, and hopefully it's taken the right way. So I learned a lot that Dogecoin built a great community and brought a lot of people to learn, and that's a very, very important thing. I will tell you, when you go on Saturday Night Live and have too much fun with it and call it a hustle, etc., what it does, and I deal with these people, and I can't stand them, which is the big institutions, the big companies that are refusing to think of the blockchain. That's the world I come from, and I'm trying to convert them. I'm trying to say tokenize. I'm trying to tell them, you know what, embrace a new investor class. Think of the new technology. Think of the new way of transacting and creating value. And they, I kid you not, they point to Dogecoin repeatedly as why they wouldn't want to touch it with a fine-tooth comb. So I just want you to know that it's great that it builds a community, energy, young people, but there's also a drawback, which it makes serious people not think of our world seriously.
But that's actually one of the best arguments for Dogecoin, because think about it. Do you want to have giant institutions coming in and dumping large amounts and controlling the market and putting that same spin that they put on the stock market and the traditional investment markets?
Yes, I want Web3 to take over the world. Yes.
Right.
I want Web3 to be ubiquitous. I want a permissionless society. I want us all to be able to create value and share wealth permissionless, without some monkey on our shoulders deciding who makes what, how much money we're going to print or whatever. So
exactly.
I want. Yeah.
And wouldn't you argue institutional investments are a monkey on the shoulder? Wouldn't you argue that they will come in and try to control it and try to make it theirs rather than ours? And one of the best use cases of Dogecoin is that I don't think it's actually true that Dogecoin deters large investors from coming in. I just think a lot of the large investors, meaning institutions, choose to embrace other cryptos besides Dogecoin, and Dogecoin remains the people's crypto, which I think is a beautiful thing, because then when it does see incredible things happen on the chain, like the development that I was talking about, which, yes, David made a good point, is not currently out yet. So, I mean, you can argue, okay, maybe it will never get released, maybe it will never be good. Sure, it's possible, but I'm willing to take the bet that it will be good, and that when it is released, it actually will be really fun to use. And that when you spend a few pennies on a Dogecoin NFT, it's way better than when you spend $7 to $70 on an Ethereum NFT for gas fee. So that's I think the argument that I hope people kind of understand, is that I would rather people invest in Dogecoin than institutions, even though it's not the end of the world if institutions want to embrace Bitcoin as they seem to be doing it on a pretty large scale right now.
Hector, Jeremiah, I'll let you guys jump in. Hector, you want to go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify some things. Tesla does not accept Dogecoin for anything on its store. That was taken off quite a while ago. So there's no acceptance of anything on Tesla, not even the belt buckle that they were selling originally with Dogecoin.
Okay, I have to interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt anyone, but I have to interrupt you there. Actually, I just bought a Cyber Whistle with Dogecoin literally 2 days ago, so it's not true.
No, I literally just try to buy anything on this store right now. I'm looking at it right now. I can't buy anything on this store.
You can. You're just not finding it. You can.
Well, can you please send me the link of what you're trying to buy? Because I can't buy anything. I try to buy a belt buckle. I try to buy a charger. I'm trying to buy a shirt. Can't buy anything.
Who's that talking? I'm sorry. I can't see who.
It's
Probably-
Hector.
Identify you as a BSV individual, and they realize how much damage BSV has done to the whole crypto ecosystem. That maybe that has something to do with that.
I'm sorry you're trying to discount my opinion based on what's on the store, but I don't think that's relevant to my argument.
I think it's very relevant.
It's very relevant. You said you can buy stuff with Doge.
BSV has done so much damage to the whole crypto ecosystem. It's criminal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, I don't understand how that is there any relevancy to what's available on Doge on Tesla using Doge. If you like to argue something else, that we can do that, but we're talking about Dogecoin right now, which also, if we talk about it a little more, is averaging roughly 51,000 transactions per day, which is less than Cardano, which is quote unquote vaporware. So no one's actually using it.
Yes,
99%.
and you guys have 5 nodes, which are barely.
We could talk about BSV at a separate topic, which is a good argument to have. But go ahead, Hector.
Hector was just talking about buying a belt buckle.
I know. And go, Hector. So Hector, good one. 51K transactions, which is below Cardano. I'll let you continue. Sorry, man.
Yeah, exactly, and also much lower than Litecoin, which is about 103,000 per day. And if we put that into context with like BTC, Bitcoin is roughly 250,000 on average. So considerably, no one's really using Dogecoin for commerce or transactions. Otherwise, you'd see it on the blockchain. So what's really happening, what we're seeing is that 99% of all the miners who are getting their money is coming from the subsidy, not from actual transactions occurring on chain, because there's only about $1,000 in transaction fees occurring. So if you did have any sort of volume of people using it, your cost would go through the roof and increase very highly, because you can only limit to roughly 3.4 million transactions per day at max on Dogecoin. And that is at a risk of a 1-minute block time that you guys have, which is counter to Bitcoin, which is a 10-minute block time. So you have a much higher propensity to lose blocks in the sense of what is consensus, and have a lot of reorganization occurring between miners. And that could be a catastrophic issue at scale if you guys ever do, in fact, getting any sort of demand on your blockchain. So to say that you are actually being used for commerce in a high sense, I highly doubt that's the case, because your blockchain doesn't show it. And a lot of vendors aren't actually taking you seriously.
But that's one of the biggest things I would disagree with is a lot of people actually do want to accept Dogecoin. There was a poll recently done that a lot of the top companies are planning to accept crypto. They did not specify that Dogecoin is going to, and that was a poll based on 2,000 executives. And I'm 90% sure it's real. I actually don't know. I can't verify 100% it's real, but I saw that in an article like a few months ago or about a month ago that I talked about on my show. And it was saying of the 2,000 executives they polled, around 75% were planning to accept crypto. I imagine a lot of them would want to accept the crypto that literally by polling data is the number one people want to spend. Of Cardano transactions, most of those are not people spending it. I've never really heard of anyone spend Cardano on anything in terms of transaction. Most of those are just on-chain specific little things that make the numbers look different, when in reality, in terms of actually being spent to buy items and physical things, Dogecoin is one of the top cryptocurrencies in the world by far. And also, again, yes, you can still buy this Cyber Whistle on the Tesla website using Dogecoin. If you want me to send you a picture, I'm certainly happy to do that. But yes, Dogecoin's still being accepted. They also, for Hyperloop tunnels under Vegas, under LA rather, are also accepting Dogecoin for ticket prices. They're still doing that. And for SpaceX merge that's coming soon, hasn't even been initiated yet, but Elon Musk said he's going to do that. And I think that will really set the pathway. A lot of companies will follow in those footsteps, accepting Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin as the primary cryptocurrencies, with maybe a few more out of them.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone send me a link of something I could possibly buy. I'll buy it right now. Try to go acquire some Doge using that.
Or maybe you can, Matt. Maybe you can tweet it and just tag me and tag. Oh, you can just look at your profile, but tag Hector. But yeah, so Jeremiah, I'll let you jump in, and then I know Stacky wanted to speak, but Jeremiah, you've had your hand up for a while, man.
What's up, Jeremiah?
I feel like anybody listening, like, I think it's just, I always think, like, whenever somebody's talking about a coin, like, when did they get into that coin? And that'll probably answer, like, why they're so passionate about it. It's like, they're going to make a lot of money if you invest in that coin after them. So you're basically pumping their bags. I think, like, Matt probably has a lot of Dogecoin, and I know I had this big YouTuber guy that, like, was trying to buy a painting from me, and, like, that was 2020, and he was like, dude, you should buy Dogecoin. Hadn't bought any crypto yet. And then I missed that, like, big uprise, and, like, I could have made a lot of money if I was in it then. But then once it pumped, I was like, there's no way I'm going to buy it now. Like, this doesn't seem like a good investment. And I think with all these coins, like, I have all these Ethereum NFTs and everything, and, like, I got lucky that the apes went up, but, like, if I was just buying Ethereum, I wouldn't have been able to buy that much, and it wouldn't have gone up that much. So it's like, I think with all these cryptocurrencies, it's hard to get a new investor in, especially if you're working like a minimum wage job, or if you're in like a third world country. It's like, how are you going to get into this stuff? I always just try to tell people, like, you should just try to build a project on top of one of these cryptocurrencies. I think that's a way better way to make money, is to, like, get into the community, find developers, find artists, like, make something to add value on top of it, and then you'll get paid in it. And I think it's better to focus on getting paid in whatever cryptocurrency you're interested, rather than trying to buy into it as like a thing that you're going to hope is going to go up in value.
I love that, actually. That's very well said. Build on what's best. Build layer 3, layer 2, layer 1. I mean, build on what you know, and think of the value proposition to create value for your community, and then you can't go wrong.
I will say I was mentioned as well as far as me buying Dogecoin early, and yes, it is true. I did get in Dogecoin under half a penny, and I, on the flip side of that, though, there's a 90% chance I will never sell any of my Dogecoin. I don't have any intentions to ever sell it. I want to hold it forever. I just love the community and want to support it. I have no plans to be selling. So, I mean, yeah, there's some truth to the fact that people want cryptos they hold to go up, but I think Dogecoin's a little bit different, because a lot of people just want to go up because they love the community, and that's kind of a unique, special thing to Dogecoin in a lot of ways. There's not many communities that have that type of energy at that level.
I don't think that you would keep all your Dogecoin if it went up and was enough of a upsell to, like, make a lot of money. I think if you're talking about community, also with any of these communities, and I talk about with NFTs, is like, you don't even need to actually buy something to be a part of a community. Like, you can just be passionate about it, and you can make memes around it. You can talk to people. You can, like, add to a conversation. You don't need to buy any of their token or any of their NFTs to actually be involved. It's like, community isn't just because you guys all own the same thing. I think it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, but you can do with other things. But are people, though? I think people are using Dogecoin and meme factor, using Dogecoin and fun factor way more than the other cryptos. It's by far the number one meme cryptocurrency.
I think you're just like I think you have a lot of Dogecoin, so you're really passionate about it. But it's like, I think there's a lot of stuff being built on Ethereum, and it's like, there's a lot of developers working on. I don't think that, like, Dogecoin is thought of as something that's, like, innovative or anything. It started as a joke, and I know that the guy who started it, like, he's always in these NFT spaces, and, like, he doesn't even make any money off of it. He's like, basically, like, I made it, and, like, I don't get any upside. It was kind of a joke, and, like, now he's not even attached to it. So it's like, people like you and other people are making more off of it than even the guy who created it. So I think, like, I don't know. I think people should just be really cautious about, like, listening to somebody that is telling people that it's a good investment. Like, I don't tell people that Ethereum is a good investment, or that buying a Bored Ape is a good investment. Like, and you're telling people that buying Dogecoin is a good investment. I think that is, like, not a good thing to say.
Hey, can I add to that? Sorry, I just jumped back in. I think everyone has a core base layer, and I tried to say this in the beginning of what they consider money. And to me, money is Bitcoin to me. I know that there's many people where it's not. And the reason I know that is because I'd rather the price go down, because money is for savings for me, not for spending. Spending is my favorite currency for spending is the dollar. And I think everyone's favorite cryptocurrency that's pumping after they've bought is the dollar. And they're looking to get more dollars by pumping their cryptocurrency, and it requires them to have more people buy it so that they can get what they actually want, which is dollars. But once you've covered your spending, and most people are trying to get more dollars because they're trying to increase what they can spend on and what the dollars buy them. Once you've overcome that, you then move into the realm of saving and investing. And for me, saving, I want Bitcoin to go down as much as possible because I want to every month be able to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible, because I consider Bitcoin money to me, which is for saving, hard money. And then if you're looking at Doge, it's because I'm thinking that if I start trading Doge, it might outperform money as savings. And that's then an investment. And I think most people don't split buckets mentally. And almost everyone in cryptocurrency, their favorite cryptocurrency is the dollar because that's what they really want. But I do believe that there's a community in Bitcoin that do want more Bitcoin every month long term. And I do believe that there are a community of that in Ethereum as well, as it switched the model to some of the parameters. And it's just about really being honest. And most people, if they haven't reached the layer of enough dollars to spend less than I earn, invest the difference, then their favorite cryptocurrency is the dollar, and they're just looking for something that makes them more dollars or whatever their local fiat is. And if everyone was honest with themselves, I think that's what most people want. They don't want Doge, they want the dollars that they might get from it. And on the side, there may be some community, there may be something that gives them, but I consider that like contribution, much like giving some of my Bitcoin to a charity or a cause that I like, simply because that's how I like spending my time, and that has karmic value or fulfillment value or contribution value. And if people could just separate their buckets, they'd probably get a little bit closer to the truth about what their favorite cryptocurrency really is.
Well, the only problem with the dollar, though, is that it's controlled by the government, and there's continuing to be way more causing massive inflation on the dollar. I would personally much rather hold Dogecoin than the dollar.
Yeah, but not short term. You can't. There's no way that you can manage your rent with Dogecoin. You'd much rather have dollars to manage your rent and mortgage.
So the point that Simon is making, Matt. First, Matt, I want to applaud you for being the support, because we had a few Dogecoin supporters coming on the show. Some dropped out, especially when we had some speakers that were pretty aggressive earlier. So I want to applaud you there. But the point that Simon is making is that people are not owning Doge. I think, Simon, tell me if I'm wrong, but people are owning Doge to make more dollars rather than to use Doge. Is that a good way to sum it up?
Yeah, you can't use even Bitcoin. It's impossible. The brokest people that I know over the last decade are people that are in Bitcoin and try to pay their rent and mortgage in Bitcoin, and they didn't get on the right side of trades, because it's virtually impossible to manage your life in a cryptocurrency unless the cryptocurrency is denominated in the same as your expenses. So if your rent is dollars and you earn Bitcoin, then you're a gambler and a trader, and you may not be able to cover your rent based upon market forces you can't control. It's the same reason why you don't get an offshore mortgage in a foreign currency, and if you did that in Cyprus, you got wiped out, simply because managing currency risk means you have to be a trader or you have to be a hedger in order to manage your life.
So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I actually have the perfect response to that. So the other day, I was getting a haircut, and I was thinking, I was talking to her a little bit. She was telling me she's invested in crypto some in the past, and I said, hey, well, what if I tip you in Dogecoin today? And she was like, yeah, I'm down for that. So I went on her Coinbase. I literally sent her Dogecoin from my Coinbase wallet to her Coinbase app. And all she has to do is then take that, put it in her bank account. So by simply asking, hey, can I pay in Dogecoin? A lot of people will say yes. If your landlord does not have Dogecoin currently, and you have a lot of Dogecoin who are paying that, I would say go ask them if you can pay in it. That's why we're early on crypto now. Because
I get tipping's great, but imagine if you don't have enough Dogecoin to cover your rent because the price went down and you're denominated in dollars. So they're not going to say your rent costs this much Doge because no one's willing to take that risk. They're going to say your rent costs this much fiat and you can give me enough, whatever the price may be. You take the gamble. We're not taking the gamble because I won't be able to manage my life around that. You can't manage your life around volatility. You have to have one denomination, unless you've got the funds to do it and you've got enough fiat to do it.
I mean but that's all cryptocurrency, not against Dogecoin specifically.
And that's my point. My point is that people really want dollars once they've got to a certain level. Then they start thinking about money and savings. And then I think you're only into one game, which is Bitcoin at this stage, and investing in things that may or may not be securities that may make you more or less Bitcoin. If people really looked at it, but people are so used to the fiat world of inflation that they don't know what a world is like where money is hard, because none of us have ever lived in one. There used to be a world where you didn't need to buy real estate in order to save. You could just hold hard money.
That's one of the problems. You're saying that you're trying to make an argument for fiat currency, but arguably fiat currency is the most risky. The dollar is a little bit safer, historically speaking, in some places, but now even that, spending trillions. I mean, they're going crazy.
Short term, for managing your expenses, there's nothing better than the dollar or dollar denominated stablecoin.
Until the government starts printing so much that it literally totally destabilizes.
Yeah, that's why it's not money, so you shouldn't save in it.
So Richard, can I love
It's Simon. It's Simon. Simon Dixon.
Yeah, sorry, Simon. God, Richard is all over
And
my brain now.
Tone. Yeah, I don't blame you. Tone, I know you have your hand up. I'll let you go right after Wahid, Tone. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'll jump in after.
I would just say, Simon, that I agree with you 100%, except for in half the countries around the world. I live in a country where crypto is 100% money.
Yes. If you live in that country, yes. Yeah, I agree with you there.
And it is
100%.
And in the context that the whole world's going to go that direction, if you believe that, then it will be money.
Yeah, no, you're there. If your fiat currency is more volatile than Bitcoin, then Bitcoin might be a net improvement. But most people in Venezuela want, if they could, dollars, but there's too much censorship there. And so therefore they need something that they can own, that they can spend, and also has the fixed supply and properties.
Right, but Simon, it's not chump change. I'm talking about 25% of the world's population. Of course, I'm counting Africa.
Yeah.
China,
And that's why I
more
see
than
a Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
No, that's it. It could easily flip to more than 50% of the global population. So
yeah, and that's why I think that these countries are the most interesting countries, and that's where the adoption comes from, and the potential to leapfrog is where I think the next few decades should be spent. I think that's really, really exciting to see this leapfrog moment, and I think Bitcoin gives that potential.
So I wanna just before I give you the mic, Tone, the Dogecoin community. I'll give you one big pro. Now I think I was a bit critical of the utility of Dogecoin and the valuation relative to where the utility is in its maturity, but I do want to give you props. Your fucking community's insane. Like Discord just blew up, Matt. That's probably the biggest growth we saw on Discord, and just doesn't stop going. So I want to give you big props there. I know a lot of people are wondering about the next giveaway. So the next code word is Lake. So anyone listening, you have to make sure you write all 4 code words to win the big giveaways. And there's going to be another giveaway given away on Discord in a few minutes. So make sure you're on Discord. Make sure you remember both code words so far. There's been 2 so far. Hopefully someone will mention them on Discord if you missed them. Tone, I want to give you the mic. Comment on what's been said so far. And I've got a question afterwards if you don't mind, but I'll let you comment first.
Sure, I'll comment on a bunch of stuff. So, I mean, I was there when Dogecoin launched. I was actually friends with Jackson Palmer, the guy who created Dogecoin. Hung out with him a few times back in those early days. So I'm pretty familiar with like the life history of Doge. And I know I missed the beginning of this debate, whatever it is, but there's always two things to anything. Oh, real quick, Simon, I almost agree with you again, but you know how you said your favorite currency to pay people in is dollars? My favorite currency to pay people in is Bitcoin, but only when I know they're going to be using that Bitcoin to hodl it and not immediately convert it into dollars, right? Like if I know whoever I'm paying is going to sell it in a relatively short period of time, I would rather pay them in dollars myself because that's just, you know, way better, and I get to expense it and all this stuff. But yeah, tipping is perfect. So look, with any of these things, there's always two things you have to consider. One is the technological side of it. The other is the economic, social side of it. Okay. Now, and there is a legal side, but in the case of Doge, the legal side doesn't matter because Doge is, in my opinion, is not a security, though that could also be a little bit debatable. And I believe that 99% of all of these tokens in crypto are securities. I agree with Gary Gensler. Ethereum is a security, but things like Litecoin, things like Doge, there's very, very few of them. Things like Monero, I personally, in my opinion, they're not securities, and it's a very short list. So they don't have they don't really have a regulatory problem, but you have to consider the utility problem of it. But we can wrap that up as social, economic, and then technological. No one has mentioned technological. I can ask the question, but I might as well just answer it myself after I ask it. Does anyone here know how Dogecoin is mined?
That was covered earlier, but very briefly about merge mining, but please explain.
Correct. So I'm not going to explain merge mining. It's a little technical, and I'm not an expertise at the actual programming, even though I do have a programming background. I just never dug down deep to look into it because it's not interesting to me. So the short story is Dogecoin technologically died. It died. The price went too low, and there was no incentive to mine it, and it was over. So the developers, because Dogecoin is unreasonably centralized, the developers threw a life vest at Doge by changing the algorithm so that it gets merged mined with Litecoin. So now, when you run a specific mining client for Litecoin, you also mine Dogecoin alongside Litecoin. So technologically, Dogecoin is not a stable blockchain. It's just not. Now we can say, well, Litecoin is way more stable and has a decent hash rate, which I would disagree with. So people will make the argument that Dogecoin is now stronger because it's being merged mined with Litecoin. But when you look at it from the bigger picture, the only reason why Dogecoin is being merged mined with Litecoin is because its mining hit a death spiral. And by the end of this decade, Litecoin's mining will hit the exact same death spiral that killed Doge mining. It is inevitable. It's also something I've talked about for years. When the price of your token continues to depreciate against Bitcoin, there is less incentive to mine it. And therefore, it becomes a lot easier to just 51% attack, or it just dies because no one's going to process the transactions. So eventually, every single crypto will be merged mined with Bitcoin. Now, it's going to be a little more challenging for Litecoin for that to happen because it's a script. It's on a different algorithm. I believe it's on a similar algorithm to Ethereum. So Litecoin might be merged mined with Ethereum, but then Ethereum will not be mined at all because they're going to go to ETH2, but Ethereum is going to fork into two coins. Do you see how we're going down this rabbit hole of unstable technology? So that's the technological side of Doge. And I have no idea how anyone is building an NFT platform on top of Doge. As was mentioned earlier, there's really no transactions on top of Doge of any significant value. And if there were any transactions on top of Doge with any significant value, people will see real quick how it doesn't scale. It's kind of these things like, Like it's like Bitcoin is a crowded restaurant. It's the best restaurant in the city at a pretty low price, and you can't get a freaking seat. Okay, if you're in New York, that restaurant for me is called Kenka. It's on St. Mark's. Okay, go try and get a seat. They don't take reservations. It's one of the best Japanese places, and it's unreasonably cheap. You can go there with 4 people. You can have a feast. You can have a giant bottle of sake, and your bill is going to be like $110. Okay, good luck getting a seat there. Right? There's no reservations. You show up at the moment it opens, and you'll see there's 100 people in front of you. Okay, this is what happens, and so technologically speaking, I don't understand how anyone can take those seriously. That's my view on it. Now let's talk about the other side of it, right? Like, to me, it's just like, yes, you can yes, it has high volatility. Yes, you can, time it right, and you can double and triple your money. It's possible. But when I was a trader, before even Bitcoin existed, a couple of friends of mine used to trade penny stocks. And I used to trade the NASDAQ 100. I mean, I'm just simplifying things, right? Like, I like to trade the big names. And I had friends that are like, Tone, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you trading this stock on the pink sheet? Its price is half a penny. You can triple your money. And there were all of these, groups and newsletters that would pump these things. To me, the cryptos, these shit coins that are worth a little bit of money, it's a whole repeat of penny stocks from the early 2000s when they became super popular. And if you just Google what were the best performing stocks of last year, it's going to be like a bunch of penny stocks. Hey, this stock went from 2 cents all the way to 80. Those are always going to be the top performers, right? So you could always, there's thousands of these things. The regulation on them is so lax. There's thousands of them. Like, if you watch the movie Wolf of Wall Street, that's literally how he made his money. He was like cold calling grandmas and selling them these penny stocks. Okay, that's how he started. So, it's a fun meme. It has a big community. One of my favorite videos ever. Like, you have to Google it, Mario. I'll send it to you. If you just go to YouTube, if you're in front of a computer, I'm going to do it right now. It's called Doge Party NYC. I was there. It's a 10-minute video. You will laugh forever. I'm actually Googling it now. Doge Party NYC. I think that video had like 20 views, and I made that video have thousands of views. But I don't know if it's still up. Hopefully, I can't Google for it right now, unfortunately. It doesn't come up. Dogecoin Party NYC. Oh, there it is. Found it. Dogecoin Party. No, it's a time lapse. Shit. But that was the party, and I was there. Is it here? I gotta find it. I'll maybe if I find it, I'll send it to you. Like, look, it's cute. It's fun, but you can't have any serious money in it. It's going to trend towards zero against Bitcoin, and just getting into it to me is like getting into a penny stock. I'm not going to do it. Like, it's also not interesting technologically. It's not interesting socially. I think all these things just they take away from the common goal. I know people hate Bitcoin maximalists, and yeah, a lot of Bitcoin supporters get aggressive, but Bitcoin is not a company. Like, everyone's like, oh, I don't like the Bitcoin community. I mean, fine, don't like it. Like, no one gives a shit. Like we don't care. Like, oh, I don't like the internet community. They're very mean. I'm gonna use a centralized AOL instant messenger. They sent me a disc in the mail. Like who cares? Like nobody cares, right? Like Bitcoin is not a company. It's not a thing. And when it comes to Doge, I'm not sure what to think about it. Like, in Bitcoin, I know it's decentralized, and I know why it's decentralized. I have a presentation explaining why it's decentralized. It's very, very clear. In something like Ethereum, it's something like Solana, it's something like Cardano, Bitcoin Cash, whatever, Digibyte, whatever. They're grossly centralized, and I can explain why they're centralized. When it comes to Doge, I can't explain why it's centralized. but I know it's not decentralized. So it's in this weird limbo stage where I can't explain it. I don't know what's going on under the hood. And if you don't know something, like, you just stay away from it. And nobody really knows, because when Dogecoin kind of died, no one knows who has the majority of the Dogecoin. And not that it really matters who has the majority of the Dogecoin, because it's not a proof of stake system. It's still a proof of work system, but there's so many Dogecoin and its market cap is still so high. You're making someone a trillionaire. And it's weird when you don't really know who that is. At least in Bitcoin, you kind of know who it is. One of them is Satoshi, but you know he's never going to spend it. And when people say that, oh, so much Bitcoin is concentrated in so few hands, but those are grossly lying statistics. I know Richard Hart likes to say that as well, because the biggest Bitcoin wallets are holding Bitcoin on behalf of thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. But in Doge, you don't know. Well, like, you just don't know. There's just way too many question marks.
Well, but that's
No, you don't.
just made
No,
a
you
good.
don't.
You know, Bitcoin has a ton of massive whales that hold large amounts. With Dogecoin, there are not very many large whales that hold large amounts. There have
No,
not
it's
been.
not true. No,
There,
it's
there are
not true. You don't know. No, you don't know. You don't know who bought. You don't know who bought up 40% of all the Doge when the price was literally zero.
I'm not sure. You actually can check it. You can go look right now and see the top wallets, and a lot of them have associations of cryptocurrency exchanges that are holding Dogecoin. The largest wallet of Dogecoin is actually Robinhood currently, and they also have a couple of the other largest wallets in the top 10. I've actually done a large.
And Matt, that makes total sense. Matt, I'm gonna agree with that. It makes total sense that Robinhood is the biggest holder of Doge. I have been critical of Robinhood since like for God knows how many years. Robinhood is a casino for penny stocks for unqualified people to be trading. So I am not surprised that they are also the biggest holder of Doge.
It's not really that Robinhood's the biggest holder. The people who use Robinhood are the biggest holder. Robinhood is just representing them.
Yes, and the biggest, yes, and right, I agree. And the users of Robinhood are the most unsophisticated people trading stocks that have zero business trading stocks. Like, if you are a Robinhood user, please, there's something wrong with your life. Either trade on a real, either trade with a real broker, or get get out of what the hell you're doing.
So that right there is why people don't like Bitcoin Max. It's basically just called a huge percentage of the people here who use Robinhood. You call them unintelligent. That's not true. The people here actually are very smart. There are lots of really smart people who use Robinhood as investing. It's not a bad platform. Yes, there are some platforms that have more technical use cases, but that doesn't mean the people who use it are bad. I would argue you should use Robinhood.
If you are in the spaces and you're trading on Robinhood, stop right now, get out of this spaces, Google top 10 brokers to trade with, and get off Robinhood immediately.
Right, but so that doesn't mean that people who use Robinhood are bad. I mean, yes, a lot of people hold Dogecoin on Robinhood, but a lot of people also hold Dogecoin in other places. I continue to say, you should not hold the majority of your Doge or anything on Robinhood, but it's okay to have some on there, and it's a smart thing to do that, but hold the majority of it in a decentralized way, which you can do on a crypto wallet with Dogecoin. So that's what people should do. I mean, but don't be rude.
Matt, just a quick point. So we're going to move to we're going to talk about Bitcoin right now. Actually, we've got some people that will have a pretty good critical about Bitcoin. Nothing to say for that segment, because you mentioned one thing about Bitcoin centralization. So you might have a few things to say about Bitcoin. For everyone in the audience, we are going to start talking about Bitcoin now. I know a lot of people are waiting for that segment. Just remember, for anyone that wants the giveaway, you have to listen to the code words. You have to comment and tag people in the tweet that was just posted on my profile, and follow all the speakers. You know, the speakers are giving us their time, in some cases hours. We have to give them the respect they deserve by following them, so you get notified of the next space they do. Plus, you can win the 10K giveaway and the Rolex we're going to be giving away soon. So they're all requirements. But I do want to say that, Tone, you've been very kind with your time. That's like the fourth space you jump in. So I do want to, out of respect, just give you a shout out for the Fin Summit that you have, FIN Summit, which is a 5-day networking event. And the people that attend the summit, most of them, if not all of them, are high net worth investment professionals. You've got a lot of traders there, a lot of hedge fund and money managers. So, and I think it's in Bali, isn't it, man? In November?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I literally just got back from the one we did in DR. It was absolutely awesome. Can't wait for the videos to come out. We're gonna start, spreading it on Instagram. I'll probably send out one tweet and I'll leave it there for like a month. We'll give away like a seat. We just need more engagement. Like it's such an incredible event, and the event actually ended up losing me money in the Dominican Republic, but it was incredible. And hopefully Bali will at least make a little bit of money. I don't want this event to die out. It is so good. We had 50 high net worth professionals. The problem is the crowd that I attract, they expect to be paid to come to places. They don't expect to pay to attend. But I can't pay everyone to come to my event, right? Like it's impossible. The event is only for 50 to 75 people, and like multiple PhDs, several professors, lots based on like the average. I would say the average net worth of a person that comes to this event is probably close to $1 million. Like this is why I don't try to make these events too public. We don't really announce what venue the event takes place. So we just send that in an email after people register, which hotel, like what the details are. It is generally open. I always try to get on a Zoom call with people. It's a $9,000 event. I don't want someone paying $9,000 if it's not right for them. I don't want, I don't want to accept someone that maybe not right for the event. So we always get on a Zoom call, explain everything, what the expectations are. And there is some trading education there, but mostly it's just smart, successful people sharing their knowledge of how they became successful. And it's revolving around financial markets and investing, not just crypto, but in general. And we did have we broke up the rooms. We had like an NFT thing. If people want to talk about NFTs, we'll talk about NFTs. It's not my cup of tea, but I'm fairly open-minded to these discussions. I just try to explain my point of view and why I stay away from this stuff. But as long as you understand the risks, there's no such thing as a bad investment as long as you understand the risks. And if you properly understand the risks, you're not going to invest so much money in anything that's going to cripple you if something goes wrong. Now, for me, my Achilles heel is Bitcoin. If Bitcoin does go down to $1,000, I am in trouble. I am actually in trouble this year from my business perspective, because with this extended bear market, no one is wants to spend money. People have became, tightened their belts. They don't want to spend Bitcoin. They don't want to spend dollars. My businesses took a huge hit. We had huge success with the financial summit in Dubai. And DR had trouble because, of the market, of the overall market. And I don't only target crypto people, I target traditional people as well. So many business people are hurting. Almost everyone I know, their businesses are getting crushed this year. And hopefully that can turn around soon.
Love it, man. And I want to give the shout out to Longevity DAO as well. So that's an interesting one for everyone in the audience who knows me. I'm obsessed over longevity. I want to live as long as possible. And that's a topic that I literally have a team that researches that for me. I could even launch a business in the space. And I saw the sponsor called Cryonaut. I'm going to tweet about them now. Cryonaut by Longevity DAO. And so Cryonaut.xyz, they're issuing NFTs, and if you buy them, you get access to they're going to be pitching soon in the pitch section after the confession section, which is after the BTC debate. But you get a full body cryopreservation. So if you want to preserve your body, if you're into that stuff, actually I want everyone in the audience to go vote. I just made a tweet. If you love the concept of longevity and potentially freezing your body, you can vote, and if you hate it and don't like the concept, vote as well. I'm actually very fascinated to know if that's a topic that others are interested in, or if I'm alone. And of course, the third and last sponsor for this show is Faith Tribe, my friend Wahid from Faith. Won't talk much about Faith because everyone knows them now, but essentially it's fashion for the metaverse. Their token's already launched. Big fan of the team. We, biased because we've incubated them as well, and I am a friend of Wahid's, but also love the team, and they are true builders. So Faith Tribe, a fashion for the metaverse. All right, the next section is Bitcoin. So we have two great new speakers who are making their debut on Twitter Spaces, and of course we've got Hector as well in the house to cover the other side of Bitcoin. Michael and George, guys, thank you so much for joining. and would love you to do a quick intro before we kick off the debate. Michael, do you want to go first, or George, whoever would like to go first?
I don't have a particular bias, but my name is Michael Green. I'm the chief strategist and a portfolio manager for Simplify Asset Management. I've commented on the Bitcoin space in the past. Most of you know as a bit of a bear.
George?
Yes, I'm George Selgin. I'm the ex-director or director emeritus of Cato's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. And I'm an economist, so I have that kind of perspective on Bitcoin. Some people think I'm a critic. I'm not. I'm something of a skeptic. Anyway, it's nice to be part of this discussion.
And Hector, you've been on the show before. It's always good to have you. Do you want to do a quick intro, man? Because you jumped in a bit late.
Yeah, so I'm Hector Lopez. I'm a CEO of a couple software companies, and started learning about Bitcoin end of 2013. So I've just been in and out, very critical of its economic issues and technical limitations.
So we'll kick it off with Hector and Michael. George, the way this
Mario, I'm sorry. Can I just get in here? So George, hey Michael, how are you? You and I have crossed paths before several times. George, I think this is the first time we're crossing paths. So is this a debate? So George and Michael, you guys are on the same side as critics of Bitcoin debating Hector?
No, so we're gonna be so I think George and Michael. Actually, I'll let you guys answer the question first.
Well, I can't really answer it. I just was asked to take part in the debate, Tone. I don't know. I didn't know who else is involved and how it
No,
works.
but I'm sorry. Are you pro Bitcoin, or are you critical like Michael?
I'm not neither pro nor anti. I'm somewhere in between.
Okay, so so here's what I have to say. You can't have this debate because Hector has Bitcoin SV in his profile. So this is not a debate on Bitcoin. This isn't a debate on a
me and them are on the same team. We're going to be critical of you, is what we're saying.
Oh, okay. So I'm in this. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I didn't know I was on the
Simon.
other side of this thing. Okay, my bad.
My bad.
Tone. So yeah. So Tone, Simon, you guys are. Everyone knows you guys. I didn't do the intros. Matt is on the other side as well, and of course we got Bullish and Jeremiah in the show, and Gaurav, who's pro Bitcoin as far as I know, who's a friend as well. But yeah, you're definitely in the debate, Tone. You.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, because you didn't. When you started introducing the debate, you didn't mention my name, so I thought I was just gonna be like a side commenter. I didn't know I was like the focal point in it.
You're definitely the focal point, man. So I want to kick it off. Actually, I had points to kick it off, and very briefly, I won't talk about my journey with Bitcoin, but I was anti-Bitcoin, pro-blockchain back in 2015, 2016, which obviously ended up seemingly being wrong. I'm more pro-Bitcoin now, but definitely there's good points that are critical of the technology as well that I tend to either agree on or not have an opinion on. But Hector, I'll give you the mic maybe to kick it off, because you were debating it in the last show, and I think a lot of people enjoyed the points that you've made. And you've got Bitcoin SV in your profile. So Bitcoin BSV is a term that we understand because we've been in the space for a while, but people new in the space I don't think they even know about Bitcoin Cash. So if you can give a general overview to audience members, and especially people new in the space that entered in the last 2-3 years, Bitcoin forking, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin BSV, and then your thoughts on Bitcoin.
So sorry, real quick, I just want to make sure Simon sticks around because I may need a little bit of, I don't mind a little bit of help. So sticking around, Simon?
I'm here.
Okay, yes, Simon. I love you, Tone, man. Hector, I'll give you the mic to kick it off.
Yeah, so like I said, end of 2013 is when I got introduced. And so Bitcoin for me was magic internet money and ability to move value across the internet as fast as you can move information. And that basically morphed and changed over time. And as that changed, the limitations were basically never removed and more so reinforced, causing rift within the community where a subset of users wanted scalability on the main chain. Hence, we created Bitcoin Cash, or forked away, which is what caused Bitcoin Cash. And then rift against the community in terms of scalability and how to go about it. Create a rift again, which is what led to Bitcoin SV. So I am a supporter of economic freedom for people and allowing everyone to basically do conduct their own business in whatever they seem fit in any sort of country and capacity and amount of money that they want to transfer, and have no limitations as to being able to use the Bitcoin properties that everyone touts as possible today. So that is why I'm very critical of BTC, because its limitations technically cause economic issues on its system, which in the end, it is an economic system that if it does not fix, it will die because it can't support itself. So those technical limitations at a high level are 600,000 transactions maximum per day possible on the layer 1. And if you offset those to layer 2 and subsequent layers, you're still subject to the layer 1 capacity because you need to move through layer 1 to allow that money to be transferred over. And as once you offset that money into layer 2s, you are basically sucking money away from the miners, who are the ones securing your network and processing transactions. So therefore, that is slowly killing the economic part of the system. And so that's my high level take as to why I'm very critical of BTC today.
So just quickly, Michael and George, anytime you want to speak, you need to put your hand up. It's a feature at the bottom, or you can just unmute and speak whenever you see fit. Hector, do you want to explain to the audience members before I give the mic to whoever would like to speak next, and you can put your hand up. The forking of Bitcoin to Bitcoin BSV and Bitcoin Cash. How does forking work without getting too technical? Because a lot of audience members don't understand the concept yet. And what was the issues that a lot of people in the Bitcoin BSV and Bitcoin Cash, including Bitcoin Jesus himself, Roger Ver, what were the concerns they've had with Bitcoin? And Roger Ver was a very vocal supporter of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah. So Roger Ver, he's been very vocal in the very early days and instrumental to like the adoption of Bitcoin. His whole goal was he was one of the primary merchants in the early days in accepting Bitcoin, and what he wanted was the ability to continue to accept Bitcoin without incurring high costs. And high costs would come in at when there was a high congestion point in the network, which we saw in 2017, where transaction fees were roughly around $60, $65 per transaction. And so to limit that or offset that, what you need to do is you need to increase the throughput capacity of the blockchain. So right now, like I said, 600,000 transactions can only occur on the layer 1 per day today. And that is because there's a 1 megabyte limit on that, which is a very cap that's basically being hit right now at 1.2 to 1.4 megabytes. And you still have capacity to roughly 350,000 more transactions because of SegWit that allows for a dynamic weight of data. But at limitations, you're maxed out to 600,000. So Bitcoin Cash, its goal was to just increase the block size limit so that it allows more freedom for people to transact and not incur a high cost. And after that, there was rift into the continued scalability of whether or not it should be on the layer 1 and increasing the block size. BSV led on the idea that we should continue to increase the block size. And today, BSV has the largest blocks out of all the proof of work chains, with a world record of like 4.2 gigabyte blocks in a 10-minute window. And yeah, that's the scope there is the scalability is that it should happen on layer 1 and allows for very, very small transaction fees and a high volume of transactions to offset the miner costs.
George?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I said before, I come at this from an economist point of view, and those remarks make me want to point out that I really don't think that the problem with Bitcoin, that the problems it faces are fundamentally technological. I realize that those issues exist, scalability and such, but my concern or my skepticism has to do with the unlikelihood of Bitcoin becoming a widely used medium of exchange, not so much because it's costly, and I do recognize that there are possibilities for reducing those costs, and for some purposes they're already very low with off chain and that sort of thing. But the real problem is the network disadvantages. That is the deeply established currency networks that already exist. So it's one thing for Bitcoin to take off as a currency, not as an investment, but as a currency in situations like that of Venezuela that was mentioned before. And its role in such situations is, I want to emphasize, is exceedingly important. But when it's up against things like the dollar particularly, I should say, and other less basket case national currencies, it's got a very long road to hoe. I think I think El Salvador is a good example here. If ever a government was going to do everything possible, and I think in some ways more than it should have done, to try and kickstart Bitcoin as a local everyday currency, then El Salvador's tried. And the results have not been good. And I think that that's a proof of just how powerful these established networks are and how hard it is for any upstart currency, however technically advantageous it may be, to get to really give the established currencies a run for their money.
Now, the counter argument to that is, if you look right now at Bitcoin as a whole, and you look right now at fiat currency as a whole, you know what to expect with Bitcoin. You know what's happening. But I love the USA. I've always been a big advocate of the USA, and I want the dollar to do well, at least I historically have. But recently, the government's just been so bad that it shows you that even a currency as historically sound as the dollar can still have a 9% inflation rate that could lead significantly worse, because when we're 30 trillion in debt as a country, and on top of that, you have China now spending money like crazy on housing and potentially going into economic crisis over there. The biggest governments in the world, if even they have the chance to do inflation at that high of a rate, you kind of need to own some Bitcoin at this point, or some cryptocurrency like Dogecoin. Bitcoin, I think, is a little bit safer than Dogecoin. So, I mean, if you really need to hold a large percentage of your net worth in something, it should not be just Dogecoin or just Bitcoin. It should be diversified into crypto. Everyone should be holding some. You kind of have to at this point.
If I can, Matt, but Matt, you're confusing two things, if I may. I'm not talking about Bitcoin as an investment. I'm not talking about it as a hedge. I'm talking about it as money. That is, as the preferred medium of exchange. And I must say, the Bitcoin community is kind of slow on the uptake here. This is a standard definition economists have used forever for money. It's a generally accepted means of exchange. You pay for your food with it. You go you pay your laundry for it with it, and so on. It's everyday medium of exchange. And with respect to that, the investment advantages of Bitcoin are just one of the many technological advantages that simply by themselves can't make it become money. That's been my criticism of Bitcoin. It has nothing to do with its merit as an investment, part of an investment portfolio, just as gold is part of an investment portfolio, or shares in companies or real estate. But that's not about whether it's becoming money or likely to become money in any major economy. That's where my skepticism comes in.
All right, let me try and chime in from the Bitcoin side then, if I can.
Yeah,
Please do.
Simon, I will as well, but I would love to hear like just Michael's overall like criticism of, because we heard Hector's, which is a more technical side, because he's on BSV. We heard George's more economic one. I'd love to hear Michael's first. It's probably going to be the more financial focused or economic focused as well, and then you and I will try to address those.
And before Michael goes, I'll just do a real quick response to that. So that's why there are other cryptocurrencies as well out there that if you want to be using them for a currency, and Bitcoin may not be the most set for that. I just want to add that real quick.
So I would probably blend the two. I think that there's a combination of tech issues that hit into my criticism of Bitcoin, everything ranging from the energy consumption to the slow to the poor UX experience that most users have 10 plus years into this experience. The legal issues associated with it, the inability to correctly police within the community fraud and identify bad actors within the system and figure out a way to punish them appropriately without the involvement of the state. Theoretical issues, anything that is purely limited with a growing population basically sets itself up for conditions under which you will have permanently rising interest rates and a concentration of wealth. Just mechanically, that's the way the system plays through. The starting concentration of wealth, while I understand that it was not technically pre-mined, the lack of awareness of Bitcoin and the lack of broad release has led to a level of concentration of wealth that is far worse than what exists in the current financial system. And the Bitcoin community often tries to point to the existing Bitcoin community and the concentration of wealth and saying it'll diffuse itself. But the reality is that you need to consider, given that roughly 19 million of the 21 million Bitcoin that is ever going to be mined has already been mined, the correct population set is the entire globe. It is not the number of users of Bitcoin currently. There's no real hope of resolving the concentration of wealth under those conditions. And then the last component is that it has an arbitrary release and mining schedule that actually mechanically is designed so that it can't take advantage of human ingenuity. One of the features of historical systems like gold is that if humans become more clever and more thoughtful, they can raise their wealth in monetary terms without encountering significant deflation. When you have that significant deflation, it abrogates or cuts off effectively one of the tools of economics and finance, which is the use of debt. So those would be the core of my criticisms.
All right. Very well stated. Simon, you want to go first? And then because I actually started taking notes about my computer. I have like Notepad open.
I wish I did take notes. So I'll try and chime in when you go through. But I'll try and summarize that from the Bitcoin perspective. So firstly, I'm a as educated as an economist. I never worked as an economist, and then I worked in finance and business and found technology. So I come from that perspective. And really my first major encounter with technology was when I joined the Bitcoin community. And so starting with the technical perspective, the debates around, transaction, safer, faster, cheaper, maybe if people are new to the space, these debates have really resolved themselves in something along the lines of most people would agree that there's a trade-off between decentralization and throughput and lower transaction fees. And so the Bitcoin debate, the block size debate, was really around a bunch of people that thought that in the future, once all the coins are mined, transaction fees becomes the only incentive for miners. And so a fee market was developed in order to have longevity for this network. Also a belief that there's a trade-off between decentralization and transaction fees. And so, it was originally a solution to spam and various other things. But that's just the trade-off. So I don't want to debate those things. They're pretty well understood, that the Bitcoin camp believes that the block size, the higher throughput, lower fees does compromise the decentralization of Bitcoin. So then moving into the more practical or the economic argument, and I don't think there's anything new we're going to say here because everyone's probably heard both sides. But Bitcoin competing with the dollar, I think, is an understandable, but it depends on the perspective of which you're coming from. And so I believe that there's a really nice harmony in gold, Bitcoin, and fiat currency. And I believe fiat currencies are useful for things that Bitcoin's not useful for. And Bitcoin's useful for things that gold's not useful for. And somewhere in the middle, when you're running a way of managing your life, there's the best of those features. And so Bitcoin, I actually, when you got that happy medium of a stable coin, it actually became incredibly useful. It originally started on Bitcoin, and then a lot of the traction went to Ethereum because of throughput. But being able to save in Bitcoin because of its economic properties, and then spend that Bitcoin if you choose, because it's very easy to spend. And I know people talk about user experiences that they're used to, but once you send Bitcoin and once you have that first experience of sending something as easy as sending an email without having to get permission, without censorship in the middle, then it's a very easy user experience. It's just a different user experience because you're self-custodying, or you're giving up custody by using an exchange and adding a good user experience. But the trade-off is that you need to use custody. And we all know the result of custody. You can only put so much at risk in custody because eventually something bad normally happens to things in custody.
You know that risk, I think, better than anyone in this spaces, and we have 1,600 people.
Yeah. And And so the third argument is around there was quite a lot of arguments there, so I'm not going to remember them all, but Tony might be able to cover more of them. Was around things like it sounded to me, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that you were just having a debate around ways of organizing economies, more of a socialist versus capitalism, Austrian versus Keynesian argument. So one school of thought believes that, so for example, I believe in regulations because when you have centralized companies, investor protections are pretty useful. But anti-money laundering laws are a net negative to society, is my personal belief, having been around. Companies that have to actually implement them and the cost of implementation and the cost to society. And so Bitcoin gave this happy medium where everything was published on a blockchain. An example being, the Bitfinex hack, 119,000 Bitcoins were stolen. That created an immutable record of those transactions. And the community for 3 years worked with law enforcement in order to trace those transactions and figure out when they actually ended up. Later this year, about $4 billion of value was retrieved by the Department of Justice because it was impossible for the hacker to spend those Bitcoins. And so what this does is it changes the relationship between the transaction, the financial institution, and law enforcement, where law enforcement do what they do. Hackers and coders can do what they do. But you ruin the user experience of money by putting censorship and all sorts of problems in the middle that punishes the innocent people and completely destroys the user experience of using money. I'm pretty much at a time in my life where any money that I hold at a bank, I know that I've got to do an incredible amount of work to spend it. And I'm not talking about your Apple Pay transactions. I'm talking about when you need to wire around good money around the world. I pretty much am resigned to the fact that it's not my money. I've got to pitch my banker and get the right type of banker in order to spend it in the right way. And I have to provide a tremendous amount of documents that put my personal data at risk and those that I'm trying to pay in order to pay them. And the time and inefficiency and number of middle people that are involved in that transaction are completely destroyed. To the point where I cannot, I'm only willing to put a tiny amount of my wealth in fiat currency because it's got such a bad user experience. And the reason for that is because if you come from a certain school of thought that you believe that, anti-money laundering laws and all of these turning financial institutions into police is a net positive, or you come from a Keynesian school of thought where you believe that there are market failures, and there are market failures, but the solution to those are more and more intervention and more redistribution, then you just come across this Austrian versus economic versus classical school of thoughts. And these things are never resolved because people just have these debates. So all of these different things just relate to debates. And the bit that I love about Bitcoin is over a decade ago, it was incredibly hard for me to tell people that when you deposit your money at a bank, they own it, that you can't spend it once you start to get larger sums, and that it inflates away, so you have to speculate on it. But as soon as Bitcoin came along, it became the whole community started debating these issues, and people started getting a lot wiser, and people started allocating money in much better ways. And so that harmony, I don't think you have one winner. I think that you have an allocation dedicated to the different types of use cases that can fill that. And I don't think Bitcoin has to disrupt the dollar in order to be incredibly useful and have a massive market capitalization, give people an exit from the traditional financial system, and give everyone the ability to own their own money, spend their own money, and have a fixed supply if they choose. Over to you, Tony.
Thanks, man. No, I actually want to give it back to George. He has his hand up, and then I'll comment on everything that's been said so far.
Yeah, I mean, I want to react to what Simon's saying because unfortunately, Simon, you're doing exactly what I feel the people in these discussions do too often. Yes, people have discovered Bitcoin. Yes, they hold it as part of their portfolio, But in your discussion, you conflate that, the fact that they found it a useful investment to be part of an overall portfolio, with its becoming a means of exchange. It's widely used for ordinary transactions. It's used in certain circumstances. We know it's used for certain transactions where people are more concerned about pseudonymity if they can't do it anonymously. We know it's used in situations like Venezuela's, where all kinds of barriers are placed in the way of people's use of other alternatives, particularly the dollar. But it isn't generally used as money. It's simply not a substitute for established monies for most purposes.
Stablecoins are.
What's that? Yes.
Stablecoins are.
That's right. I'm talking about Bitcoin, of course, because it's the focus today. I agree with you about stablecoins. Now, they're a different situation. And the reason they are is, at least to take US dollar stablecoins, is they don't run into the problem of trying to compete against a much larger rival network because they're network compatible. That's the whole idea anyway. And when you have something compatible, you can plug it into an existing network, not necessarily easily. I think that laws need to be modified to make it easier for stable coins to really plug into the established legacy dollar payment system. And they can reduce costs, and they can do so particularly, as you suggested, in cross-border transactions. Though ultimately, of course, some of those costs simply are the byproduct of a multi-currency world. So you have to have these extra exchanges, but most of the extra costs there are a result of regulations, for sure. So my position's different about stable coins than about Bitcoin and other let's call them free-floating, independent cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, the point there is that you need Bitcoin or an alternative in order to have a stable coin, and so it's the technology behind the stable coin.
I'm not sure I don't think that's correct for all stable coins.
Well, otherwise you've just got PayPal. Like you could have you can have Bitcoin for savings, and then you can easily spend it using a stable coin built on top of the same technology. Then you can have a layer 2 solution. So it's a constantly evolving situation.
But there are
but
there are stable coins that don't depend on Bitcoin.
Yeah, PayPal created one. You can have one that doesn't need a blockchain. You can have you can have the green.
Yeah, no, I think we're going. I think we're going off on tangents here. I don't know. Look, they're all stable.
I really meant to go into, but that's the sort of thing I had in mind.
All right, let me jump in on this and address a bunch of those. Real quick on the stable coins. I mean, they're all generally centralized. They're all pretty much PayPal. Most of them are a lot worse than PayPal. But ultimately, the only stable coin I would trust is it's still going to be centralized with holding dollars in some bank account. But if it's being used on top of Bitcoin, at least I'll feel technologically better. Like I'll feel more confident from a technology perspective that at least is being used properly from a tech perspective. Okay, so go to my notes. Real quick on the on what Hector said from the technological side. Lots of research was done that Bitcoin developers looked into increasing the block size, and they came back with a very good explanation as to why Bitcoin would become more centralized if the block size is increased. Plus, it would be very challenging to increase the Bitcoin block size because you have to agree. Everyone would have to agree to increase the block size. And when between those two things, between concerns of more centralization due to a bigger block size, it was going to be impossible to get everyone to agree to upgrade software to have a bigger block, and hence we ended up with a split between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, and then Bitcoin Cash ended up with a split for the same exact reasons that Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash had a split. Pretty much the same exact reasons caused Bitcoin Cash to split versus BSV. So that's that side. So I will stick with Bitcoin, with a 1 megabyte block size, and I have seen incredible arguments as to why that block should even be smaller, and it's not going to happen, but it's definitely considerable. So on the other concerns, so George, let's I'm gonna discuss your concerns first on Bitcoin being the actual currency. I completely agree. For the time being, Bitcoin is more of a speculative asset, and it's a great speculative asset. So, as I said earlier, Bitcoin, but you guys weren't here. Neither George nor Michael were here when I explained it. Bitcoin added two unique properties to this world that humans have never had. And they both involve finance. One of them is unconfiscatability. It is the first asset in human history that is unconfiscatable. It's a word that is not in the English language. Therefore, I was able to buy the domain. Basically the Bitcoin blew my brain with the unconfiscatability property. My family left the Soviet Union. I was old enough to remember. I'm a little older than my picture looks. And when we were leaving the Soviet Union, we were only allowed to leave with $100 per family member. People in Cyprus in 2013, which is what led me to Bitcoin, just had their bank accounts frozen and the government confiscated 50% of their money. Your bank account's terms of service allows for a bank bail-in. So as Simon mentioned, all the money you have in the bank is now your money. And if the government wants to take that money, they can take that money. If you are accused of a crime, they will immediately freeze all of your assets, and you will not be able to afford a lawyer to defend yourself, which is your constitutional right as an American to be able to afford a lawyer. So the government uses the financial system as their personal weapon. I agree with Simon at a 10x level that money laundering laws are a net negative to society. I see them as an enormous net negative to society, way bigger than Simon does. It's something I've talked about for years and years and years. So Bitcoin brought two enormous innovations. One is it's an unconfiscatable asset that you can store in your brain, and you can cross a border with all of your wealth if it's in Bitcoin. If you properly store it, if you properly protect it, that's a whole other discussion. But it gives you the ability to do that. The other innovation that Bitcoin brought is a censorship-resistant payment. You can use it as a payment to pay anyone, anywhere, at a reasonable price, with way faster than the traditional system, and that payment cannot be stopped. We can debate all day long whether these payments are good or bad, but from a technology perspective, you can now send money to the worst person in the world. I shouldn't say money. You now send something of value to the best person in the world, like a Mother Teresa, or the worst person in the world. Okay, at the moment, that's probably Putin. But the technology side of it allows you to do it. These are the two key innovations that add something new to the world. And these two innovations is what keeps Bitcoin from being an outright Ponzi, just another virtual asset that you get to sell to another person for a higher price, making yourself wealthier. Without these two innovations, Bitcoin is just a Ponzi. This is why I consider every single crypto other than Bitcoin pretty much a Ponzi, because they don't add any kind of innovation to the world. Bitcoin second layer solutions can do everything Ethereum does. You can build your NFTs on there. Again, it's not very popular right now, but it will be. Next, the third thing that Bitcoin has is this finite supply of 21 million coins. Now, that was more of Michael's concern. But as far as why isn't Bitcoin a great currency, Bitcoin is young. Yes, Bitcoin is 13 years old, but you have to ignore its first 3 years. At least its first 3 years, you have to ignore it. It was literally nothing. And The dollar wasn't much its first 100 years either. Okay, like you have to give it more time. I understand that technologies scale fast and we want everything fast. The first iPhone wasn't great. Okay, now it's even hard to innovate it, but you know what? We still use it. Half the world still uses an iPhone. Has it changed much from 2009? No. Can you live without it? Also no. Okay, so just because something isn't innovating quickly doesn't mean that it's not good, doesn't mean that it's not useful. So can Bitcoin be this global currency? It probably can be, but not until the dollar falters. And in my view, the dollar will falter not because of too much printing, but because of a US split. Eventually, the US will split. I mean, you have former presidents being raided by the FBI, for God's sakes, okay? While presidents' sons, who we know are probably in the top 0.1% of criminality in the world, are, getting on Air Force One right now, okay? So I believe the U.S. will split, and that would be the final straw that breaks the dollar. And when that happens, Bitcoin becomes incredibly attractive to everyone. And it's very difficult for Bitcoin to be this perfect thing because, first of all, it's not a company. There's no CEO. There's no the single message explaining Bitcoin. And it's trying to change the entire world all at once. It is slowly showing people that it can do everything better in the margins, okay? The two properties. Now, the third property is this finite supply of Bitcoin, which from an economic perspective is super scary because we will need to adjust to a world of a gold standard and potential deflation. 3 generations of people have no idea how to survive in a non-inflationary world. Is it going to be an adjustment? Yes, a major one. How is credit going to be created? I have no idea at the moment. I've done brainstorming on this. I've posted on this. Like, I can see a government currency alongside Bitcoin within their country where the government does not borrow money into existence, which has its own problems. The government simply creates money into existence to pay its government employees. That gives that particular country a little bit of an elastic money supply. But because Bitcoin is prevalent in their country and like 60 to 70% of the use in that country is Bitcoin and not the government self-printed money, that creates this inherent check on government from printing too much money. And if there's not enough money to go around, the government could, pay people more, give people raises, create more government jobs, and create a little more money in their economy. And if the government starts to overdo it and they print themselves too much money, people that are getting this government money can immediately convert it into Bitcoin. And then that speck of money goes into hyperinflation. But because that speck of money is only 10% of an economy, it shouldn't damage the country and damage the economy. It just, shows that the government is not being responsible and it kicks that government out, replaces it with another government. But this is, again, a whole different discussion on how to live in a world if Bitcoin does become the world reserve currency with this finite supply of 21 million that scales on second layer solutions. Now, Michael, I know you have had that for a while. I'm just going to address your concerns real quick, and then I'll give you the floor. The proof of work mining and the environment. So I have a degree in geology. By the way, my background, I have a degree in geology. I have a degree in mathematics. I also have a master's in financial engineering. I worked on Wall Street for 10 years. I was at Bear Stearns during the collapse. I was a JP Morgan after that. Mostly, I've been involved in building risk models, working along with the quants, doing a lot of data stuff, SQL, queries. I understand databases super well. I can program, though I was never really good at it. I never did my CFA, but I used to just I used to look at CFAs. I'm like, holy shit, what the hell did you learn? When new CFAs came into the firm, no. If you have if you are naked, a single option in your portfolio is going to skew the risk in that portfolio to infinity. Like these simple things that CFAs just don't get. But CFA, FRM, Kaya, these are the exams I would have taken if I wasn't fucking lazy and I didn't have that master's in financial engineering. Anyway, that's my background. And so the proof of work mining, yes, we have to burn electricity to secure Bitcoin. That is the price we will pay in order to separate government's ability to control us through money, to control us through inflation, to control how we spend, to control our money in a bank account. Proof of work mining is what makes everything work. That is the innovation. That is what makes Bitcoin decentralized. That is what allows Bitcoin to succeed. And if right now, proof of work mining takes up like 0.1% of the world's electricity. And it's mostly electricity that would otherwise be wasted. Drying your clothes in dryers takes up more electricity than Bitcoin. Video gaming around the world probably takes up 10 times more electricity than Bitcoin. So to me, I hate the ESG narrative. I absolutely hate it. I think these people are pure evil. Okay, I love the environment. I don't even use straws. I always tell them to hold them. I'll drink it without a straw. But I love the environment. Okay, I keep my environmental blueprint down. But I also don't want to have to swim across the Atlantic Ocean, right? Because cutting down a tree releases carbon dioxide, all right, to build your boat. So I'm realistic about it. And to me, separating the government from the control of money is so important that even if Bitcoin didn't take up 0.1% of all global energy, but it took up half of all the global energy, I would still be in favor of it. Okay, just like I'm in favor of flying across the Atlantic and not swimming. Okay, it will make life on Earth better. The more electricity we use, our life on Earth better. Yes, we should be conscious of the environment, but it should not be at the expense of lowering your standard of living. It should just be more efficient. Concentration of wealth. So yes, there is a few people that got into Bitcoin early that could become super, super wealthy if Bitcoin becomes very valuable. Now, the concentration of wealth in Bitcoin is a lot more decentralized than in any other shitcoin, any other crypto. So let's start there. Okay, so anyone from the altcoin camp, if it's any crypto other than Bitcoin, and they use the argument that Bitcoin is too concentrated, they are just outright lying, because any other crypto is even more concentrated than Bitcoin. If you compare it,
I'm going to have to interrupt for a second. I mean, I've listened to you for 20 minutes now, and candidly, I've heard an awful lot of, I think, these are my qualifications, et cetera. You haven't actually addressed the core issue. If you think for 1 second that the world's monetary system could consume half the energy in simply a process of proving that it's actually a valid transaction record, then you truly don't understand the role of money. You're talking about allocating ridiculous amounts of resources to something that doesn't require it. Right? The second component is you introduced that there were two unique properties associated with Bitcoin that introduced it. It's unconfiscatable and that it has censorship resistance. It has the exact opposite. It is ideally confiscatable because you cannot disprove that you have it. It's simply that straightforward. If it shows up on your chain of record, you will be tortured until you give it up. That's what always happened with gold coins. Any form of crime that has been committed, you get strapped to a chair, they attach electric shocks to your nipples, and they force you to tell the code, or they'll take the lives of your family. This has been proven over and over and over again. The fact that you came from a place like Soviet Russia, in which your family actually experienced that type of discrimination, and that you don't understand that the government will go to any lengths to take it away from you, is completely absurd. Censorship resistance, again, it does the exact opposite. It creates a complete and incontrovertible record of all transactions that you've done. Right? That's why they're going after things like the mixers, et cetera. They want to get rid of your ability to hide your transactions. Currently, we have censorship resistance in the form of cash. It is very rare that cash can be tracked. I think that's an incredibly important.
But cash is going away.
Not have it.
Cash is going away.
Don't talk again. I've listened to you.
Cash is going away.
Cash is what?
Cash is going away.
I think that's the real risk. I think that has nothing to do with Bitcoin. If you want to keep the properties of cash, then you work within the system to encourage the properties to be continued. Rohan Gray and others have put forward legislation that should have been passed that will ultimately preserve that anonymity. What you're talking about is complete nonsense.
No way that's going to happen.
Okay, so then you have to accept the fact that you're signing up for a system in which you have zero ability to conceal your utilization of it. you may be able to hide a thumb drive and say, I'm self-custodying and I'm not going to tell you where it is. And then they'll just kill your family.
Yeah, but it's not just about evil governments that we're talking about here. Also, take a look at what happened in Canada, where they were literally stopping people from using their money to support certain things they wanted to support, regardless of if it was a vote or not.
That's not the big issue.
Michael, that's not how the world works, right? There will always, yes, there are still today countries that will do that to you, but you are basically advocating a world where every government does this, and that's not going to happen. And you know what? That concentration of wealth problem that you are so concerned about, when the first trillionaires are Bitcoiners, that kind of world will not happen.
I am sorry, you're completely off the reservation on this. One, you have absolutely no way of knowing what a world looks like with Bitcoiners as trillionaires. Everything I've seen from the Bitcoiner community is one of venality and a basic belief that their success is a function of predestination, almost a Calvinist look. Right? That's simply not true. You guys found a speculative asset. It is no different than Apple. If I want to convert my Apple holdings into spendable cash, I have to go through a process of converting it. You're talking about converting your Bitcoin in the same way. It's simply a speculative asset. Congratulations on finding one that did extraordinarily well over the last decade.
What makes this asset unique? Why is it not a Ponzi?
Why is what not a Ponzi?
What makes Bitcoin not a Ponzi scheme? What makes this asset unique?
Nothing. That's why.
So
so
your view is that Bitcoin is just a Ponzi.
Yes, because it's set there that why people buy it is because the last 13 years they're looking at an upward graph and they think that to continue to go upward. So everyone else who buys in is expecting it to go upward.
So so you're completely ignoring my reasons as to why it's not a Ponzi. You're ignoring them completely. I'll give it to Simon.
There's no intrinsic value in the actual.
Okay, so of course it made me wealthy, but before it made me wealthy, it gave me the ability to transfer it to anyone that I wanted to transfer it to. If that was a crime and that was a criminal, then there's an immutable record. So there's that's a fact. But to be able to separate the financial institution in the middle that needs to do the police work and leave law enforcement to do what they did is a different way of organizing, and that is an innovation. And to be able to spend it without having to get permission from a third party was something that was a very net positive to me. And allow me to transact a lot better.
You are still subject to miners. Miners must process your transaction and put it on a blockchain in order for your transaction to be processed. Otherwise, therefore, you are still at the mercy of the subject of the miner.
You're just picking a different institution that you want to be part of. Right? That's fine. That's your choice, but it's not innovative. It's just a different form of record.
Well, there is something innovative. There's a fundamental difference. Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. There's a huge difference because with them, you actually cannot see, like I could right now go and make a decentralized wallet and buy Bitcoin and no one could track that I bought it. The government can't torture you to get your cryptocurrency.
How did you transfer the USD for that Bitcoin?
So there's ways you can transfer USD. There's also ways where you can just
but what are they? You have to be specific. Otherwise, you're claiming that you can't track you. But if you're making any sort of transfer with the USD to BTC, most likely to be KYC, so you will be transferred.
You can pay for it in cash while it still exists.
Exactly. And you're going to have very, very small sums of money and doing this over the course of years to be able to get a large amount of money like he's claiming.
Not necessarily. You can go to a jurisdiction where money is not demonized like Dubai. You can show up at a coffee shop with $2 million in cash, and that is not illegal, and you can buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, to say there's no innovation. If Tone Vays today asked me to send him $1 million, I could send him $1 million of Bitcoin and we could have that done by the end of this space. If I tried to do that same transaction in my bank, we're going to be pissing around with documents and all sorts of stuff for a very long time. And if me and Tone are not engaging in crime, then we don't have an immutable record of that crime. And if we are engaging in crime, then one day that will be used as evidence and it's an immutable record. To say that is not an innovation.
Simon, I unfortunately, again, I'm going to have to hop off. So I just wanted to get this through, right? Every form of prosecution and enforcement is an inconvenience on those who follow the laws. The fact that there are police on the highways that force me to slow down when I'd like to be going 75 instead of 55 is an inconvenience. Do we choose to say that we're going to ignore that? Do we
No,
choose
but to have an immutable record and allow me to do it without a financial institution policing in the middle is different.
Again, it's really not actually, because every dollar bill has a serial number. Theoretically,
Yeah, but you've got the institution in the middle that has to do the police work in order to prove that it can be transferred.
Yeah, and not
Whereas
with
Bitcoin you don't.
Same
And not
thing. The
with
same thing with
consistency.
miners.
No, if
there's one,
the miners don't look at these individual transactions. It's a
No, they
technical.
literally can. They can literally do that and censor you from transacting.
Yeah, the banks don't look at the individual transaction until they violate in some way, shape, or form.
No, it's guilty until I run a financial institution that has to comply with these AML laws. Everybody's guilty until proven innocent.
If I transact less than $10,000, they don't care.
True. Yeah.
Okay, so if I
But
transact,
once you're in the above $10,000 club, it's a different game.
okay, and how many people really in this world need to transact above $10,000? You may.
Well, maybe if we had hard money and people could generate a wealth effect and they weren't at the wrong side of inflation, then maybe more people could.
Wait, so
the wealth would not come from that. It would come from the speculation of moving that money over.
This is a hard money versus non-hard money argument.
There would be more money in a hard money situation, is what you're suggesting.
No, I'm not suggesting there would be more money. I'm just saying to give people the ability to save in money rather than having to speculate, and rather than having to find alternative asset classes, and having money that is a mechanism for more wealth distribution. For higher wealth inequality.
But you can't even do that, because if taking like the Yugoslavia or the Soviet Union thing, that's like roughly 300 million people who were trying to basically move away from that. If all 300 million people used Bitcoin to do this, it would take them roughly 3 years to even make a transfer of money for them to be able to control. And that's still at the mercy of the mempool possibly being subject to any sort of centralist party stopping a miner from doing that processing. So to think that this is some sort of freedom way, like that's where your technical limitations come in and don't allow for economic prosperity.
All right. Well, all I know, and I have experienced way more freedom in my life. I don't commit crime, and I've created lots and lots of immutable records of all my transactions. And if those crimes come back to bite me one day, then that's because I've committed some kind of crime in an immutable record. But in the meantime, there's no middle person that's got in the way of any of those transactions that's never stopped it. And I've been able to transact with people globally in a much, much more efficient way.
I'm not saying what you're doing is illegal. What I'm saying is that you are going to be part of the 600,000 because you're willing to pay the expensive fee, no matter how much it costs, because you've even said I've become wealthy because of this. Therefore, you have no issue. But what I'm saying is that the millions and the billions of people who you expect, or you're saying, to move to a hard money, will never ever be able to use the benefits of a hard money, because there will always be 600,000 rich people who will be able to pay whatever they want to make a transaction. Everyone else will have to wait years.
And that's the whole argument. And I'm not turning this into a layer 2 versus altcoin argument, but that's why those exist. And whichever side they
you can't even do that. You cannot even use those because they are subject to the layer 1 capacity. If you want to get people, if you wanted to get the entire country of India into layer 2 and have them just transact on layer 2 forever and never come back to layer 1, that will take 8 to 10 years to do.
Why are we using a all or nothing argument? And the fact that Bitcoin exists doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist, because fiat currency can fill another use case. I don't believe that everything.
What you're arguing for is you're advocating for sound money and hard money for all, but the all can't.
Yeah, everyone should have the choice
expensive.
globally of saving in sound hard money. I believe that.
No, but they don't. They literally don't.
I believe that
because
that's
if they did,
whether they do that with gold, or whether they do that with.
But there's no technical limitation on the amount of gold you could buy, like in that capacity that you're technically limited. Like here, it's a literal limitation of 600,000 per day. And if you did that, extrapolate that with billions of people, the entire country of whatever you wanted to use, El Salvador, Nigeria, India, whatever, would take years just to do one transaction one time. Not even to account the idea they would buy
the challenge with the real challenge with this.
George, go ahead. So I let you go, Simon. I'll let George jump in right after. Yeah, sure.
I hop off. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the invite.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry, Simon. Go ahead.
Simon,
Who's jump? Oh, Michael. Oh, yeah, George wants to jump in. Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say that, when you talk about large transactions, the reality is that most of the large transactions are done by people using conventional currencies, despite all the regulations and red tape. There's very, very little comparison between the scale of transacting on with Bitcoin worldwide.
Yeah, well, thankfully, I don't have to do that anymore, and I'm really grateful that I don't have to persuade my bank to send those large sums around, and instead I can just do that instantaneously.
Simon, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm not saying anyone shouldn't. I'm just saying if we're realistic about what a nuisance it is to not have to comply with the various regulations and have to track currencies. The fact of the matter is, most people, particularly in the business community, have been managing that, and I don't think that they're part of this general movement to try to get away from it. For the most part, they don't find it onerous. And that's probably not going to change anytime soon for most.
Try sending $1 million to Ukraine right now.
But
Yeah, I
you
completely
do
disagree.
recognize,
It
do
is
you, Simon,
extremely
the
onerous.
scale of transacting that goes on at that and much larger levels every day right now.
Right,
You
but
realize that it's a real nuisance and nobody would want to do it. And yet,
can I?
We have no
Can I
choice.
comment on it? So, someone has to mute. I think there's a huge echo. All right, thank you guys. Look, I know. So it's like Bitcoin is always dealing with, like, the Bitcoin network is always dealing with this double argument. Well, no one is really using it for large transactions, and if everyone did use it for large transactions, it would be too crowded. And so that was Michael's argument, right? Michael's argument was, if everyone in India started using Bitcoin, even on a second layer of Lightning, it would take forever to get their transactions. And he may or may not be right. I think Lightning is very close to scaling to the point where the entire country of India can use it. We're probably another year or two away. I'm guessing here. Like, I really don't know. I personally don't use Lightning. I don't need it. Okay. But if I was, sending tiny $5 transactions and I was in India and I was trying to get the entire country on board, yeah, I would not only be trying to use India, I would probably be helping with that development of that layer. There's also another layer on top of Bitcoin called Liquid. Liquid has full anonymous transactions. So if Simon did want to send me $1 million and he did it through Liquid Bitcoin, it would be completely anonymous and there would be no record because confidential transactions are built into that system. So that would be completely anonymous and there would be no record of that. Okay. So, but both of these layers are still new. While Bitcoin is 13 years old, 10 years of relevance, Lightning is only 2 years of relevance, and Liquid is barely 1 year of relevance, right? We have to give these things more time. Bitcoin has a very low market cap. Like, I'm not even sure why BlackRock is even interested. It is literally nothing for them, right? Like, one Bitcoin would have to be maybe $250,000 for it to be interesting. Maybe one Bitcoin has to be $1 million for it to be globally interesting, because it is just not big enough. Like, big hedge funds shouldn't even be interested in Bitcoin right now because of its low market cap. Well, but hey, if they get in, great. They will bring Bitcoin to that $1 million. And Michael, I know he didn't like my 20-minute rant, but he completely ignored the fact that I explained why Bitcoin is not a Ponzi, and it was completely ignored. So yeah, I mean, he'll never be interested in Bitcoin because of that, because he sees it as just another Ponzi, and he doesn't recognize the innovation. And the innovation is proof of work. And I'm not saying I want to see Bitcoin use half the world's electricity. What I'm saying is the world would be better if it did, because it would mean that Bitcoin is really this unstoppable force, and everybody's using it, and it's useful. If that happens, if Bitcoin is taking up half of the world's energy, that means the world is using Bitcoin, and it did scale to the point where no government will ever control you with money.
Guys, I'm going to have to jump off. Sorry, Tane. I think Michael's dropped off, so it might even up a bit. But thanks a lot for having me, and I'll see you on the next one.
I appreciate you being here, Simon.
Thanks, Simon.
So we've got another 20 minutes for the NFT hour. I know a lot of people are waiting for NFT hour, but I think this debate, the points being made here, is it so I got a question for you, George. Is it a matter of timing? Because a lot of the flaws or the concerns mentioned, not all of them, but most of them mentioned about Bitcoin are issues that are getting less and less concerning as Bitcoin evolves. You know, Ton just made a point that Lightning Network in the next couple of years, 2 to 3 years, could solve one of the issues, which is scalability. Would you agree with timing being one of the solutions to the concerns currently being echoed about Bitcoin?
Not really, because the real problem is the network problem. And it's not a technical problem. It's the fact that every transaction now in Bitcoin, almost all, has to involve an ultimate conversion into some national currency. And that's what ultimately happens, except for those who are holding on to Bitcoin. They have a one-way transaction, of course. But if you want to transact normally, you're going to go back into the domestic currency.
But George, you said have to. I'm sorry, you said have to. Why does it have to?
No, I said normally people are going back into the domestic currency. And the reason for that is that the vast majority of people who have things for sale have not joined the Bitcoin network. They have not been prepared to accept or deal with or bother with Bitcoin. And so when you go to your local supermarket and deal with other things, for the most part, this local domestic national official currency is what people accept. These are network problems. And that
No. I agree with you, George. I agree.
technology is going to change that point.
I agree.
Technological improvements don't change that.
But you see it as a problem. You see it as a problem, but it's not a problem. The problem is what Michael said. If everyone around the world suddenly recognized Bitcoin as the future, and everyone decided to start using Bitcoin, the Bitcoin network would probably fail. Okay, so it is actually a blessing that one person at a time recognizes Bitcoin and starts adopting it. And and with every person joining the network, the developers of the network, the miners of the network are slowly recognizing additional issues that need to be resolved, additional use cases that need to be addressed.
I want to challenge you on that phone. There has been no trend for people to join the payments network. There have been more people who have bought Bitcoin. The number of investors has increased. There's no discernible important trend in ordinary transacting. This is this thing that people keep assuming is happening because of the market capitalization.
No, George, that is not true. That is not true. Like if I wanted to hire, let's say, a graphic designer in Russia, how am I going to pay them other than Bitcoin?
I didn't say that there aren't some payments. I've said all along there are payments that are made in Bitcoin, and that it's best to make in Bitcoin. But that doesn't mean that you see any very considerable trend in the numbers of overall merchants and other traders who are accepting Bitcoin as an ordinary means of payment. We can track that. We can look at the number.
Here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily. Let me say. It doesn't necessarily have to be a means of payment, right? All right. I'm putting it out.
No,
here,
but I'm talking about the means of payment. If you want to talk about,
I don't
the question
have
is whether it's becoming a means of payment.
That's completely wrong. That's wrong because there is normal transactions on a daily basis. If you come in to the crypto space knowing how this works, then you should be smart enough and do enough research to where you can access your cryptocurrency as payment. I am fully crypto. I just bought my groceries with Bitcoin yesterday.
I'm sorry, but you're really talking over what I've said. No one is saying you can't do it. No one's saying it doesn't happen. The size of the network of people who are prepared to sell goods and services for Bitcoin on a regular basis has not been growing rapid.
Yeah, but that's no different than back when gold coins bought shit, right? And then all of a sudden now gold can be backed by these dollars that can be printed in the trillions.
No, the
It's
diff-
it's
no,
it's a
no,
stepping stone. It starts here, it moves its way
no,
up.
it doesn't work that way. It works that way when you don't have a major established network. The evolution of money when you have nothing that's already dominant. Then all kinds of things can emerge as money. But it's a fallacy to assume that once you have something widely, almost universally used, that other things can easily catch up with them, much less take over. That doesn't happen very easily.
Can I give a
Wahid,
practical
yeah, I'll
example?
let Wahid. I saw Wahid unmute. Wahid, I know you tried to unmute a few times, man.
Well, I mean, look, a lot of great things have said. I just want you. So obviously, it's a lot more onerous than I think people are giving credit to here. Transactions in banks have become exponentially more difficult. I own a share in a bank. I know firsthand how anything is now scrutinized. Ironically, the country where it's easiest to do transactions is the U.S. It's easiest to open a bank account in the U.S. It's funny because the U.S. is sort of exported, and I spent my whole life living in the U.S., but or most of my life, but the U.S. has exported this onerous regulation for control. I'll give you an example. People talked about Cyprus, and I'm in Cyprus right now, and I lived through the whole bail-in. But funny enough, Cyprus, you say Cyprus, and the poor country is mired in a reputation of money laundering and mafia and what have you. It has made Cyprus the strictest banking you could ever imagine. You can't even do a bloody transfer, let alone to justify the transfer. You have to put your
Panama
CV.
too. Panama.
You have to
After
do
those papers,
yeah, I mean,
after
but the
those
point
papers, Panama as well.
exactly Panama. But okay, you name it, Gibraltar, Monaco, Switzerland now is scrutinized. So the point is becoming extremely difficult. I got a bank account blocked the other day because we're a typical fashion brand, French company with a French bank, and we're tied to blockchain now and crypto, and so the bank got nervous. You ask them why, and they have no bloody answer. Well, you Google and crypto is, money laundering. Like that's the fucking explanation. Okay, so I don't even give credence to the intelligence of these people, right? I mean, it's like bottom of the barrel, and so it is getting worse and worse. So I definitely love Bitcoin for the ability to make transactions. I'm not a speculator in Bitcoin, but my God, it's helping us get through the days. And for the gentleman, I believe it was Michael who said, there's not enough transactions. I gotta tell you, you look at the history of the world, you look at the last 600 years, you look at how currencies evolved. Bitcoin's actually been lightning fast in terms of adoption. Like, so it's been 10 years for crying out loud. And so when you actually have the perspective of how seismic, the gold standard was, and before that barter, and before that other things, gold and silver coins, it's actually been very, very fast.
If I may, Faith, with all due respect, I've spent my career studying the evolution of money and written quite a lot about it. And what we've seen here, and by the way, I think it's fascinating, we've seen a type of new asset that the world has never seen before. And we've seen it take on value and a great deal of value and become widely popular. And yes, we've seen it do some transacting. And I do say this is amazing. It's all amazing. But I don't think that means that that it's likely to become a dominant exchange media. I do want to concede one point that which all of you have been raising correctly, and that is this: if anything can make Bitcoin become money, it's the incredible audacity of governments and the steps that they've been taking that can possibly make their own monies ultimately unattractive. Only governments could manage to do that with such well-established fiat monies. And that would be the one possibility apart from crack up hyperinflation. But unless governments fuck up that badly, and they are capable, I don't think that there's any natural momentum for Bitcoin to become most people's everyday exchange medium place of established monies. And that's because I don't think most firms are prepared to deal with it so far. And I don't
Hey,
know.
George, I personally see that as inevitable. Like within the next decade, I see the dollar. I never thought this way. Like I was always a dollar bull. I was always laughing at, the gloom and doom crowd saying the dollar will go into hyperinflation. I always saw that as a joke until 2020. And what happened in that election in 2020 and what's happening since that election of 2020, I just don't see how the U.S. will be a single country by the end of this decade. And if that happens, there goes the dollar. And what else is there besides Bitcoin?
Well, mind you, it didn't get rid of the dollar last time we split. That's something to keep in
Well,
mind.
last time we didn't actually split.
Okay, the last time people tried to split.
And at that time, at that time, the dollar was not the world reserve currency. The pound was, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Well, that's different, but it didn't destroy the dollar, was my point. I've got to cut off, folks, because I have a gym appointment. I've enjoyed it very much.
George, I have one before you go to gym appointment, and I know a lot of people are waiting for NFT hour. I've got a question for you. We've debated Bitcoin. I'd love your take, and I know you're not completely against Bitcoin. You made a final point that governments could be the best thing to happen for Bitcoin. I think most people agree on this point, especially with what's happened over the last 3 years. What's your take on all the other coins out there? Let's look at, I don't want to digress, or maybe actually it's a good point because we're going to move to NFTs very shortly, but have you looked into the NFT market? Do you see any utility to NFTs? The concept of the metaverse, that virtual world being open and decentralized, and people shifting their attention and their wealth to a digital world or a digital representation of the physical world? I don't want to, completely pivot suddenly, but I'd love your take on it.
I'll only say that I think the possibilities are fascinating, and that I hope that innovation in that space will continue. I am bullish on blockchain generally. I think there's a lot of applications apart from currency that have yet to be exploited, and many that have probably yet to be actually thought of. So I think that's all wonderful. In the currency space, I think there's a lot of potential for what you call PayPal type digital currencies, for stable coins. I think ultimately, though, their potential will depend on getting them access to the official payment system, getting the master accounts at the Federal Reserve. They may have to make the commitment to hold 100% backing, whatever. But I think that if that happens, they will see increased usage, and I hope that they will be so successful that we won't have central bank digital currencies forced upon us, which will be less efficient and in my opinion, more dangerous.
Another question: Are you a holder of any cryptocurrency, or have you been a holder of any cryptocurrency?
No, $1 of $1. But okay. I have the excuse that I really feel I shouldn't have a vested interest in these things. Of course, I can't help having a vested interest in U.S. dollars. I am an investor in U.S. dollars, but only because network externalities make it hard for me not to be.
And what would anything change your mind if continuous government printing of money, would that change your mind, for example?
Oh, sure. If using dollars and holding dollars become two owners, of course, any high inflation makes me economize like anybody else. Hold as few non-interest-bearing dollars certainly as possible. But if there were really cataclysmic change, I'd look into other alternatives, and cryptocurrency might be one of them. But ultimately, I'm going to ask myself where I can spend it and how conveniently and at what cost, and I'm going to pick the best option, the one that offers me the better answers to all those questions.
And would you go for Bitcoin or a stable coin or central bank?
Yeah, it would depend on the circumstances, but I would choose whatever serves my needs most. I don't think it'll be a question of a prior preference. If Bitcoin is the cheapest, safest option, then I'll switch to Bitcoin if it's widely accepted. If I can't trade with it, I gotta find something I can trade readily for all kinds of things, and I can take it and pay for my dry cleaning. That's going to be number one requirement for replacing my dollars. If I go around the corner, my dry cleaner says I don't accept blank, then blank isn't going to win.
Man, I really appreciate you coming on the stage. You know, we had a lot of people that we've vetted before bringing them on stage, and I think you and I think it was Michael who came on with you, made this debate one of my favorites to date. I think the audience members represent. We've been doing this for like 4 hours now, and we've got almost 2,000 people still in the show. We've had about 10, 12,000 people come in so far. So I appreciate you coming on, man. I think you got a lot of fans in the audience. You're welcome to jump on Discord to ask some more questions there if you get time later on. The show will go on for a while.
All
For everyone thanks, George. For everyone else in the audience, we're about to kick off NFT Hour, which is gonna be a bigger focus next week and moving forward, because I'm starting to get bullish on the NFT space. Tone will probably hate me for saying this, but I don't know if Hector, are you pro or kind of skeptical of NFTs? I know Tone's position, but I've never asked you that question, Hector. Hector, you there?
Yeah, I'm very critical of the whole thing. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love your take on it. I actually would love to pick your brain in a bit, and to kind of, because I always try to bring a different perspective to the NFT community, just to avoid the echo chambers. Even though I'm a big fan of NFTs and the ecosystem, I've got a lot of concerns, of course, and that changed in recent months as well. But
hey Mario, I'll do an NFT hour with you another time. I'm gonna get going as well. But
oh man, you've been here for ages, man. I appreciate you for being here, Ton. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Thanks, Don. And Hector, you're up to stay for for a bit more, just to discuss your thoughts on the NFT space. Can you do it, Hector? All right, you're muted, man. Just let me know. Romy will ping you if you can stay a bit longer, just to get a different perspective on the NFT space before we dig into the news and the updates in the space. Will be great to have you on. Otherwise, for all the listeners right now, the next code word, so we've done 2 so far. The next one is pizza. The next code word is pizza. Make sure you remember those code words for the giveaways we're doing on Discord, and for, of course, the big Rolex giveaway we're doing.
Umbilical cord.
KK, yes, you're still alive, man. It's been a fucking crazy show. I know we're gonna kick off NFT hour and then the confessions and pitches, but it's been a crazy show. You barely said anything throughout the whole show. And you're barely saying anything now. You're chilling, man. You don't need to say much. All right, everyone. So make sure you're active on Discord to participate in the giveaway. You have to follow all the speakers. I think it's been a pretty fucking sick show. We discussed, obviously, market analysis, went pretty deep. Didn't do much technical analysis today, more fundamental, and started discussing the macro situation, which is key for anyone in the crypto space. I see a lot of people requesting to speak, so Romy will bring you up gradually. Champ, all right, man. Champ is here. I'll bring up Champ. And then we discussed Dogecoin. I think it was a great debate. Richard Hard came in, and whenever Richard comes, I freak out trying to coordinate the room, because it's really hard to manage the room with Richard there. Then we went deep in Bitcoin. I think that was one of my favorite parts to date in all shows we've done so far, because I understand the importance of it, the importance of Bitcoin for the ecosystem. And now we're about to kick off NFT hour. Romy, we're all set to kick it off. We're doing the next giveaway. For anyone waiting for the giveaway, we're doing it on Discord. So make sure you're on Discord and make sure you listen to the code words that we've mentioned. And you have to be in the space and you have to follow all the speakers to be part of the giveaway. But KK, you ready to kick off NFT hour, man? KK, you there?
Yo, yeah. Hold up, man. Wait, I need to go back home. 1 second.
All right, let me know when you're ready. So our position in the NFT space, to give you all an overview before we kick things off, there was a few we don't get too granular in the NFT space. We avoid all the politics. We try to approach it from a more macro perspective. But we haven't launched an NFT space, any NFTs yet at IBC. We've been very token focused. Gaurav, who was in the space earlier, is a good friend, one of the biggest incubators in crypto, and others that have been in the space for a while have either been skeptical of NFTs or just didn't even have the bandwidth to get into the space. I thought it was overvalued early last year and then mid last year and then late last year. And obviously it's been stupid. I haven't invested in anything other than CryptoPunks because I've been, again, a bit skeptical of the valuations. But this is changing now, especially with the recent correction, the valuations I'm seeing now. A lot of the blue chips look very attractive. I'm not an arts person. And the communities of some projects relative to their valuation have made them really interesting for us. So we'll be in the next show, we'll be discussing our plans in the NFT space because we see a lot of opportunities now. But to kick it off, while waiting for KK to come back on, I think he dropped out. KK, you there or he dropped out? Oh, Romy dropped out.
I'm here. I'm with you.
All right, man. I'll let you kick off the first topic of discussion, introducing the great speakers we have for NFT Hour. KK, you there?
I'm here. So the first topic that we have is basically 17 celebrities getting warning letters about shilling NFTs. Now, this is something recent. However, it has been a point of discussion over the past couple of months with regards to essentially celebrities shilling without disclosing that it's actually a shill or that they're being monetarily incentivized to actually shill the project itself. So the celebrities that actually received the warning include A-list celebrities, so including Jimmy Fallon, Gwyneth Paltrow. And the warnings, once again, were sent in connection to the celebrities not disclosing that the shills were promotions that they've been paid for, which evidently violates the rules of the FTC. So the full list includes Eminem, Drake, DJ Khaled, Logan Paul, and I think Jake Paul as well, if I'm not mistaken, because there was a bit of a Paul brother bonanza, especially during the latest bull market with regards to both NFT and crypto projects, and tens of other A-list celebs. Now, from my perspective, this is essentially an industry-wide problem. As somebody who's done marketing both for crypto projects and NFT projects before, getting a celebrity on your project is as easy as sending a single email. There's tons of databases out there, including bookingagent.info. The only thing that you essentially need is just the email address of the celeb. And you send out an email and you basically make a deal, whether they want to promote your project or not. One thing that's missing, though, is basically on a wide scale, on an industry scale, is the best practice of structuring the promotion itself. I mean, projects are incentivized to onboard celebrities in a manner where it seems like the celebrity isn't basically paid to show the project, primarily because they essentially want to maximize the number of people that they're able to convert onto the community itself. Because if the celebrity goes on their socials and says, I've been paid to basically show this project, the backlash that they might receive, it'd be a lot different as opposed to them saying, I actually support this project. So personally, I really don't know how they could structure it in a way where it says, paid promotion and still have the same level of efficacy. But I think it's definitely a big problem in the industry that does need some sort of solution. But I'd love to hear the thoughts of the panel with regards to this as well.
Yeah, before I give it to the panelists, and panelists, feel free to unmute anytime, and you're welcome to interrupt me anytime and put your hand up as well if you prefer that. But are you just saying, just to confirm, celebrities that shilled NFT projects are being investigated? Is that correct? By the SEC?
Not investigated, nor by the SEC, even though there is most likely a case of that. But in this instance, they received a warning from the FTC.
Okay, and can you elaborate on what that warning means? And anyone from the panelists that knows about the topic, feel free to jump in as well or put your hand up. But can you elaborate? Because that's actually music to my ears, because it's something that bugs the fuck out of me. Can you elaborate?
The warning is basically next time you ever shill a project, just disclose that you were actually paid by the project to shill it in the first place. Because the way that they're acting right now is like, as though fucking what's his name, as though quote unquote as though DJ Khaled actually supports the project, right? He doesn't. He was actually paid by the project to promote it. Same with Jimmy Fallon. He doesn't support the project. He was paid to promote it, but they're making it look like they discovered it. They're like, oh, cool project. Let's go on my Twitter and make a tweet about it. That's the that's what the warning is essentially about. It's disclose that you were actually paid by the project.
I'd love to kick it off with any of the panelists. The celebrity-backed that we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, celebrity-backed NFT projects, is that a warning sign to avoid? Or
yes,
is that
always has been, always will be, my friend?
Yeah, if Steve Aoki buys your project, then you should run, basically.
Yeah, say that again. Did you say Steve Aoki?
Yeah,
Steve Aoki? I thought oh shit. I thought he was well respected in the NFT space.
No, he's done multiple undisclosed deceptive advertisements for crypto projects. And it's been pretty obvious too, which is kind of upsetting to see.
Is Aoki on board of the crypto dick butts team or no?
Probably.
I mean, Aoki's been showing shit for ages, undisclosed, and like this isn't just an issue of NFTs. Like DJ Khaled, I think Krill or Mario, you said DJ Khaled was one of the people who had been given a warning. If you remember anything back in 2017, 2018, DJ Khaled and like 5 other major celebrities, including Mayweather and some other crazy motherfuckers, got blasted by the SEC. And mind you, blasted means like they had to pay a couple hundred G's, which isn't too much for them. But this has been like a common occurrence, whether you're shilling shit coins or ICOs or NFTs. Like these guys have always been doing this shit.
Yeah.
And like if you're a retail investor and you're buying because Steve Aoki's buying and you're doing it for a second, like you do it one time, like shame on like or shame on Steve Aoki or whatever, right? You do it 2 or 3 times, like it's definitely shame on you. You should know not to fucking follow the dude who's clearly getting paid to do this shit.
So I feel like so this is, I'm really glad you guys brought this up, dude. Something that I think about and I talk about like very often is sort of this like grayish area around shilling NFTs. But what I think is interesting about this is like the celebrities are the first ones to get hit because they're like the most notable. But like I think it's really like largely indicative of sort of the direction in which this is going to have to head as NFTs become, more and more popular, because like we essentially are seeing like a mini version of what these people are getting in trouble for, like literally every single day on NFT Twitter. But it's like, oh, I bought the project and I liked it. But you guys, I mean, anybody in here who's been in NFTs knows exactly what I'm talking about. And like I feel like we are getting closer and closer to the end of an era in NFTs where people are going to get away with doing that, or even just pumping their own bags and selling them, right? But like I think I think it makes sense that the celebrities were the ones who kind of got made an example of, I suppose. But I mean, like I feel like there's still so much of this shit running rampant in the space for just like regular quote unquote influencers, and like what does or doesn't constitute payment. The one thing that I will say though that I don't like about this precedent is that I hope it doesn't discourage any like meaningful people or notable figures from thinking that they can't like organically get into NFTs and talk about them, or else they're going to, be like indicted. So that's sort of like the one counterpoint I would offer.
First, it's going to surprise me about Steve Aoki. I thought Steve Aoki, again, I'm pretty new to the NFT space. I'm more focused on the tech side and the gaming side of it. So I've avoided this, anything political or anything related to specific people in the space. Now, I know we saw the same thing in 2017. A lot of these influencers, a lot of these celebrities did promote a lot of shit coins or coins in general. In one case, Floyd Mayweather in 2017 promoted an actual scam, and Steven Seagal did the same, and so did others from memory. The good news is that eventually the law did catch up. Some of them were sued. I don't think any criminal charges were no, none of them faced criminal charges. I think it's too far if they did. If they just promoted a coin unknowing or too stupid to know if it's a scam or not. So for any influencer or celebrity, and the bigger you are, the bigger target you'll be. That is supporting a coin or promoting a coin without disclosing their involvement, or knowingly promoting a project that is considered a scam or a rug pull. It could take a year, it could take 3 years, but generally the law does catch up, and I hope this is the case, and I hope this is a warning sign for anyone in the space that is shilling projects.
Can you imagine basing your investments on Steven Seagal? It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird as fuck. Like, and that's one of the reasons I've kind of, so in crypto, one big thing I've learned
But
is
like,
that
what's the alternative though? It's like, how would the communities of these influencers react if they go on their fucking Twitter and they're like, yeah, promoting fucking Bored Ape Yacht Club because they paid me? Like, I don't know. I think they'd get backlash for it. They'd be like, what the fuck?
I think it depends on how you go about it. Like, I personally occasionally do paid promotion stuff, and it's mostly just like a collab, or sometimes people pay me in NFTs and stuff like that. Like, you can just thank the team for, hooking you up with some NFTs, for example. And I personally don't think that there's a lot of people that are going to be like, wow, you're only saying this because you got free stuff or whatever. I think there's a lot of people that actually like look at what you're saying, like do their own research on a specific project, and be like, oh wow, this is actually a lot more interesting than I thought. Because at the end of the day, you're just putting more eyes in front of that specific project.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that verbiage is going to get tighter, dude, because there's sort of like an accepted way to, like, it's again the gray area, where it's like, people are like, yeah, I am, it's like, I'm advising this project, right? That's kind of like Web3 lingo for essentially like, I have a vested interest here. But like in every in any standard Web2 industry, it's a post hashtag ad, right? So it's like, I think the question is like, if you are working with a project and have sort of like a vested interest in their success, how like, objectively cut and dry do you need to disclose that you are being paid, right? Is it acceptable for me to be like, hey, I'm working with this project that's minting? Or is it like, hey, I am getting paid X amount by this project that's minting? Like, what is this? And I don't even know from a legal standpoint what the exact right way to do it is. I know that I'm at a point now that any project that I work with in that capacity, I'm going to outright come out and say, hey, I have a vested interest in this project selling out. And I think that's probably like the way that we're going to see people start to move as regulation moves more into the space. But like, I feel like there's just a lot of like kind of gray area around like what verbiage you can and can't use, right, when sort of disclosing the fact that you have a business connection with the project.
I think just from FTC standards, as long as you say this is a paid promotion, you're clear. Now, as per SEC standards, it's a different topic altogether.
But how much due diligence are you responsible for doing as well?
I think that it should be super clear that it's a paid promo or a paid ad, because it's like trying to use words to like skirt around it. That's just deceptive. So it's like, by being like, oh, I'm working with this company, it's like you're not really working with them. Like, if you're not part of the actual company and you're not contracted, then you're probably just doing a paid promo. And I think that buyers should know that. And it's obvious that like anybody with a big account that's getting hit up for this stuff, like they don't want to say they're doing paid promo. It looks bad. And they know that, and they know that people don't like people that shill paid promo projects. So I think that's why, even I think people on stage here, I'm sure there's people, I think Obey Raves, you've said that you've done paid promo. So like maybe we can get some like inside information about like, what did you actually say when you posted that paid promo?
Yeah, for sure. And the FTC actually does have like an influencers guideline as far as how to make sure you're not, being deceptive in your advertisements. And it does also mention that, it needs to be simple and clear. Like, for example, yeah, you can do hashtag ad in your tweet, for example. But what I noticed with some other influencers is that they just like spam like a couple hashtags in there to a point where the hashtag ad is like almost not, you can almost not find it, if that makes sense.
I think when you post hashtags on Twitter, nobody likes hashtags on here. So
yeah.
I haven't seen anybody like reputable that posts like a ton of hashtags. I know like this thing you posted, infected mob. Was this something that you were like, this is cool, or did you get paid to do that?
I did do one promotional tweet a while back with them, but right now I'm just like tweeting about it because I enjoy their project.
But you did one paid thing that you announced it was paid, and now anything moving forward is, I'm guessing, because you also got paid in some of the NFTs.
That's correct. And well, I got paid some Solana, and with the Solana, I bought some of the NFTs. And I also let me see, because I did make like a post about it, saying that I can see them, for example, hit 5 Solana floor soon. And then under it, I did mention that if it does hit a certain amount, then I will be selling like 2 to 3 of the infected mobs to kind of like give people more transparency as far as what my investment strategy is for it, and that people realize that I'm not just secretly gonna dump on you. Like, I'm telling you, yo, if it hits this, I'm gonna sell 2 to 3. So if you're up a lot, take some profits so that you're not gonna you're limiting your risk basically.
I think this is like the most transparency I've heard from somebody that's done this. So it's like you got in, you were paid, you also used some of that money to get NFTs. So now you also have like invested interest in the project going up, but you let people know that you have a strategy for getting out. And I think that's like a little more in the right direction. I'm for like even more transparency on everything. So it's like, I think this is like a step that we should move towards, of like, it should almost just be listed somewhere on maybe the project's website about like who they paid for promo, because a lot of people coming in, they don't understand how many people got paid to promote a project, and they're like, wow, there's all this organic growth, and like everybody loves the new monkey project that's whatever derivative of Bored Apes, and they buy into it because they see 5 people that they follow and they like look up to say something about it, and they don't know that they got paid. So I think that's the biggest problem right now, is that then all those people dump it when it reaches a certain point, and they don't know that they should also dump it, or that they always planned and it wasn't organic in the first place.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, especially when it comes to influencers, the biggest thing is just having transparency. And it's kind of funny that we are on this topic today, because literally today I posted a thread basically, going to more deep dive as far as transparency and creating trust as an influencer. Because in my opinion, if you're gonna tell people you're buying something, I think you also should tell people that you're selling something.
And I want to add a point here, and I want to welcome some of the new panelists that haven't joined before.
I'm going to say something real quick. I think that's
Go ahead, man.
stupid. I think that's like, I love you, Obey, but I think that's fucking dumb. Like, unless you are actively like shilling the project and being like, I'm buying this right now, and I think that it's going to go to the fucking moon, and I think this is the best project ever. Like, I tweet about projects all the fucking time that I bought. I have zero fucking responsibility to anyone else besides myself about when I sell them. And here's why. Like, the fact of the matter is, like, I don't ever tweet. And then maybe we're speaking about different things. Maybe we're speaking about people that are tweeting about like, I buy this at 4 sold floor price and I think it's going to 16. Like, maybe there's like some sort of responsibility to those people. But bro, I tweet bags all the fucking time that I'm like, yeah, I bought this like today, or I bought this 6 months ago.
Yeah. But there's
then.
obviously a difference in actively shilling a project constantly and then just like secretly dumping some or selling a bunch. rather than, you know, if you once tweet about a project and I don't know, later down the
Yes
line,
and no.
discounting,
Yes
that's
and no,
different, of
though. Like
course.
in my opinion, yes and no. Like some people would argue that like I was actively shilling D gods at 2 to 5 soul, which I fucking was. I am the most public shiller of D gods at 2 to 5 soul. There's no one who got a better entry than me, and there's no one who shilled it publicly harder than I did. And I never ever once tweeted when I was going to exit, because I don't owe anybody that responsibility. Now, anybody that bought a 2 or 5 soul is not going to be fucking mad at me for like exiting at 100 or exiting at 150, because they're still holding it at 300. Like
No, of course not. But people would respect you for it if you did.
No, I really don't give a fuck if like they do or not. I think that's the major problem. We're creating these like high unrealistic expectations for people like who have a large following. Now I think like, yes, like if you are one of those influencers who are like, yo, show this, like I have entries and exits, maybe there's like a different scenario. But like, bro, I'm out here buying JPEGs, having fucking fun. Like I'm gonna buy them when I'm gonna buy them. I'm gonna sell them when I'm gonna sell them. I'm not gonna be worried about the motherfucker on Twitter who's like has zero personal responsibility in their own like portfolio and can't decide when to sell himself and is waiting for me. Like I'm never ever buying a JPEG and tweeting about it and telling other people to buy it. Therefore, I have no responsibility to tell people when to sell it. Like I just think that's like a really fucking like over controlling cancel culture mentality that I honestly think needs to get weeded out of this fucking space. I think it's toxic.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely with Function there. I think that like I've had, you know, a bigger following for quite a while now, so I've just gotten used to it, right? So I think with the whole hold people's hand and make sure that they're okay type of mentality is just not going to make it, right? We are all adults here, right? If you're spending money and buying JPEGs and spending your own money, that is your own responsibility to figure out who and who is not good, right? It's very easy. You can just ask around the community who's a bad shiller, who's a good shiller. It's very common sense at this point, right? And if you don't like what someone is posting, just simply do not follow them. I was one of the people who, you know, got like lost in the sauce of like buying influencer pumps and all that when I was smaller. I never complained for 1 second that it was someone else's fault. It was my fault that I did all of that. I think people need to take accountability better. At the same time, it's common sense. Like if someone has bad morals in the space, like just simply unfollow them. Like you'll find out eventually. But in terms of, you know, like look, the whole moral of like doing exactly what you guys said earlier with like, oh, you guys should tell everyone when you're buying and all that. I agree that people should have good morals. Don't get me wrong there. People should have good morals. That's common sense. I mean, if someone is constantly showing pump and dumps and just constantly doing stupid bad shit, like that's on you if you're constantly following that and constantly falling for that. Like I understand that there's newbies in the space and they're probably going to fall for it constantly because they're new. But again, it is the Wild West here. Like I always say that to every single person. It is the Wild West. People cannot hold your hand. People cannot kiss you in the butt every single day and try to help you. It is people's job, adults' job, to figure out what to buy, when to sell it. Same thing as crypto, same thing as stock, same thing as everything else. There's going to be
This ain't Web 2, you know what I mean? Like if this was Web 2, I'd be holding like everybody be holding everybody's hand. But this isn't Web 2. This is Web 3. Like my buddy, what's your name? Amir. Amir says it perfect, bro. Like this is the Wild fucking West. And ever since crypto started, like this has been the biggest conversation, but ever since crypto started, there have been influencers. And guess how all the big guys like who were in Bitcoin in 2012 and 2013, guess how they made a bunch of Bitcoin? Like, and I know this for a fact from personal stories heard from their mouths. Like they used to pump and dump like shit coins on other people to make more Bitcoin. Like that's part of the game. And I'm not saying is that morally correct? No, of course it's not morally correct or ethically correct in any regard. That being said, anybody that's participating in this ecosystem needs to understand that there are like good players, there are bad players, there are people that you're always going to be uncertain whether they're good or bad, and you have to make a decision for yourself whether you decide to put your money based upon what some other dude tweets on the fucking internet. And if you're going to cry about buying a bag because like and it went down, or buying a bag and losing money because an influencer tweeted about it on the internet, you are like literally you shouldn't be investing. Like get off the internet. Like go fucking figure out some other like form to make money, or like go buy some Solana and put it in the hardware wallet and forget about it for 3 years if you don't want to actually like be in the Web3 ecosystem and play like at the level that we all play at.
Yeah.
That being said, like I don't think that like people should be scamming or doing any like shady shit. I think there should be more transparency. I'm not voting for less transparency. I'm just voting for more personal fucking responsibility, especially from the
Yeah,
bitches that complain all the time.
I personally I agree with like a lot of what you were saying, and the biggest point is that if you're actively shilling something, and that's what happened with me with Infected Mob, for example. Like over the last, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks, I've been tweeting about it pretty frequently. So I want to let people know, like, yo, I'm not just bag holding this the entire time. I still want to advise some people or let them know,
Well,
like,
you
yo,
got
I'm
paid
taking
for
a little
that,
bit
so
of a
that's a
project.
completely different story. You got paid.
Yeah, for just
That's
one
what I was
post,
gonna
but not.
say. That's exactly what I was
It doesn't
gonna
matter if
say.
you got paid for one post or not. If you got paid at all by the company, like there is like a level of transparency that you should have, and like you get to choose what that is.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
you got paid to shill it, bro. Like that's a fact. So
Yeah, I think
like
people
it's a
might
different
see.
story than me just chilling on the internet and buying JPEGs and tweeting what the fuck I like and selling whenever the fuck I like.
Yeah,
People,
Yeah,
that's
okay,
people
but
might
there's a
see.
difference.
I
There's
want
a
to clear up on
difference
that too.
between making a tweet, like a bullish tweet on something, and then simultaneously like secretly dumping.
I think if you made one paid tweet and then you don't announce that the rest are paid, like you were paid, so it's like you're kind of always a paid advertiser for the project, and like now you have the bags of the project. So when I look at your thing and you've been posting about these ape derivatives, it's like people don't know, if they didn't see that one tweet where you mention that you're hired by them, they think that you're just organically like, oh, this art's super sick, and I'm like, well, they don't know that this guy got paid for it. And it seems like you retweet stuff too, and you don't mention that that's paid either. So it seems like you're kind of in the school of like trying to not be transparent and trying to like secretly get paid but not announce it to everybody.
And also there's like a middle ground too, right? Like if somebody like, I personally don't think it's like more like ethically like correct for me to tweet something and then literally go immediately and list all of them on the market and sell all of them. Some people think that's okay.
Where's
And
my
I'm
boy
not here to-
Farouk at?
I'm not here to like. I mean, I ain't calling Farouk out or anybody, but like, I ain't here to judge. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that like is like exactly what the industry like in terms of influencers all about. Like, people need to figure out who are the people that are doing that bullshit, who are not, and like you choose who to follow or choose not to. But like, it's not like we can't just set like some like cancel culture rule that like everybody has to follow the strict influencer guidelines,
Yeah,
because
so
then it becomes
guys-
unfun, it becomes uncreative, it becomes this little box that all the quote unquote influencers who are just people who decided to like who have a big following for the reasons that people like them have to follow, and I think it's bullshit.
Yeah, but
But Champ, can I just, I want to say something if you don't mind, Champ, and I know you've been trying to speak. I'll let you speak right after. I want to comment as someone that has been in the space since 2017, not 2014, but 2017, and I've seen the same scenario happen with ICOs back in 2017. Now I love the transparency, and I think we're all on the same page. Like none of us are scammers, and as far as I know, no one on stage is a scammer. So we all have the same level of ethics, but I do want to point out two things. Number one, I'm terrified to ever mention a project. Like to tweet about a project. I started tweeting about projects now because they're paying to sponsor the show, and we've rejected 60% of projects that wanted to sponsor the show just because we just have concerns. Not even scams, but just we don't like their token structure or tokenomics. Something small. Like, isn't it the same in the NFT space? Like people in the NFT space, aren't you terrified to mention a project in a tweet? Because a lot of audience members don't have the same knowledge. Like I'm in crypto, and I have more knowledge than 99% of the population, not as much as you guys, and I still struggle to keep up with everything. So a lot of your followers don't have the knowledge you have. So like, I come from a more cautious approach about ever tweeting about a project. Ignore the SEC rules and stuff. But am I the only one that has that
Dude, Mario,
position, Champ?
Mario, like
I'm not
let me-
terrified.
Let me. I'll tell you how this shit goes. I make videos like every single week, like objectively talking about projects that I'm watching in the space. This is why I think this is a good thing to watch, right? I have regularly, right? K Money can attest to this. That when I was at his crib, like very regularly, I have comments on videos from like 4 months ago, dude, of projects that I talked about that subsequently like 10x'd and then dumped to zero. I have people that go on my videos from like 4 months ago and are like, Champ, you fucking scammer and liar. These went down. It is your fault that I lost all of this money. So I do have to echo the sentiment that Amir and Function have expressed here, that there is like almost a disgusting level of like zero accountability taken by the casual buyer in the space. And I know this, Amir knows this, Function, everybody on stage knows this, that like in the court of public opinion, right, influencers are to blame for all of essentially every casual buyer's buying decision. There's zero personal accountability. And I think that if we handle sort of like the way to go about things wrong, and to Function's point, like get super uptight about it, it feeds into this like baby spoon feed me, give me free money or it's all your fucking fault that I dumped my rent money into a shit coin that went to zero. It's your fault, like attitude that so many people on Twitter have. With that said, what I am more interested in is not that, but like the actual, you know, like technical, like literally just remaining legally compliant side of things, which if you're talking about actually being paid by projects, and I'm not somebody who engages in like ad hoc, quote unquote, like paid promo, but I've advised projects before, right? And if that's the case, I just feel like the move is to be very clear up front, you know, like, hey, I have a material relationship with this project. I have a vested interest in this thing selling out. I'm doing marketing for them. So anything that I say about them is being influenced in that manner. And that's more what I was referring to, like people that are literally contracted by a project, like that, you know, like for 5 seconds one time in a video bare at the bottom of their page, or like, yeah, I'm partnering with this project. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's just about being like kind of clear. But dude, what Function was talking about, like, yeah, dude, if you have no vested interest other than your own bags and you buy something and you're like, hey, I bought this, like what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I just want to jump in and say, because like, so JPEGs, we're an NFT marketplace, and like we market for projects every day, invested in them wanting to sell out, so that we get, you know, fees from like, you know, platform fees. So it's like I don't really see the difference that much. It's not like every post we have to remind people that this is how we make the money that we make. You know what I mean? I just wanted to, you know, give that color to it, because in a sense we are influencers in our own way. We are not being, you know, our transparency is that we expect people to know that that's how we get our bread. You know what I mean?
I mean, what we're talking about on a very core level of all of this is personal responsibility. That goes for the people that are buying the NFTs that the influencers are showing, and the influencers themselves. So if you are one of those people, and it goes for the audience and the speakers, but if you're one of those people that just buys NFTs because someone's tweeting them, I do it all the time. Like, that's totally fine. Do it. But understand that you are the one that clicked the fucking buy button, bro. Like, ain't no one like forcing your hand. Like, it doesn't matter if my tweet has 150 likes and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so overhyped by this project, I have to buy. No, like, you clicked the buy button, and you get to click the sell button whenever you want. And you can like sit on the internet and complain and like blame Function or blame K Money or blame Champ or blame Obey, blame anybody you fucking want. But the matter of the fact is, like, until that individual decides to take personal responsibility for his actions, he or she will never make it in Web3, and they will never be financially free within like their existence.
Would you? So, okay, so if you're promoting a project and you decide to sell it, would you tweet before selling it? So let's say you promoted it 3 days later, you change your mind, or the price is too high. Would you tweet before selling it? Or would you sell it then tweet that you've sold it, or do both simultaneously?
My choice. K Money, I'm gonna let you go right after me because he's kind of asking me this question. I personally buy bags that I hold. So if I'm buying a DeGods, I'm usually not flipping it unless if I'm tweeting about it, I'm usually not flipping it. Like, there's literally, I don't think there's any case or scenario where I bought a bag, tweeted about it, and then within a 24 to 48 hour period sold it. That's just me personally. That's just how I choose to interact with my like audience and how I choose to interact with my interface. There's also like wallet trackers that track my wallets all the time that see me buy things that I don't tweet about, and the floor price goes up because there's a bunch of people following those wallet trackers. Is it now my responsibility, because someone else is tracking a wallet that I never tweeted about, for me to announce that I bought it and then I sold it at a certain point? Of course not. This is my personal wallet. I can buy, I can sell whatever the hell I want on it. So I think it's up to the influencer to decide what their choice is. And I think the audience will soon figure out the influencers that are buying things and selling and tweeting about them and then dumping them on their audience. And hopefully those people are smart enough to stop doing it. Now, K-Money, you go. You've had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. So Mario, the way I would do it is, if I was gonna sell something, I would tweet. I would definitely tweet and say that I'm extremely bullish on this. I'm never gonna sell. I'm gonna integrate this project or this coin into everything I do for the rest of my life. And then once that tweet goes out, I will sell it. I'm totally kidding, by the way, right now.
Oh shit, man! You gave me a fucking heart attack, man. Like I'm like, how do I approach this without making enemies? Fuck.
Okay, my bad. Okay, also, let me preface it. I'm a comedian, guys. Like, don't take anything I say seriously. Speaking of that, by the way, I'm only on stage just to claim the Rolex that I believe I won. So you can go ahead and just send it to me at any point. I have nothing valuable to add to this conversation except for just like low effort jokes. So I appreciate you letting me up here.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Like I feel like I'm the fucking idiot, by the way, to be honest. Like I said no to my team. So if anyone doesn't know, I've run an incubator, started as a marketing agency since 2017, and we've incubated some of the biggest projects in the space, all tokens. We've only just started doing NFTs. Late to the party, literally after the correction earlier this year. We're like, hey, let's get into the NFT space. So I'm the idiot, to be honest. I've never shilled a coin, never shilled a project. I didn't launch an ICO back in 2017, and I lost out. Look, I'm still doing well, so I'm not complaining too much, but I lost out on opportunities. So I think you guys are, as long as you're following the ethics, promoting a project and what you said function. If you promote a project, you don't sell it a few days later, you don't flip it. That makes more sense. I'm just too scared. I know the importance of reputation. Like all the fucking influencers in 2017 don't exist today. Very, very rarely do you see some of them still relevant. So if anyone that's been in the space, has anyone been in the space since 2017 on stage so that they could relate to this? You could feel free to oh, perfect. Yeah, Bullish and K-Money. Like do you remember in 2017, you had a lot of these guys that were followed by everyone that suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth. Either they ran away because they fucked up, or they lost trust to their audience. So that kind of, that I always keep that in mind, and it kind of scares me. And like, even when you do everything right, once you get big enough, you still will face, and that's where the cancel culture, that function you mentioned, will still kick in. So like, I'm always too scared, and I get really stressed whenever I get attacked. Like I'm too fucking sensitive. It's my problem. But don't you guys do you guys face that concern? Do you guys worry that like people are gonna, when they attack you, like I think it was you, Function, or someone said they attack you on your YouTube videos, champ? Doesn't that like keep you up at night? That would bother the fuck out of me.
It did at first. It did at first. So here's the thing, man. Like, it's about intention. Like, and it does. And my content has, like, my content has continued to pivot because, like, I feel like, and I don't want to sound like, oh, I'm so virtual. I feel like I'm a pretty empathetic person, and it does upset me to see people like down bad, right? But there's sort of like two. And Function's about to unmute and be like, bro, why do you give a fuck? But seriously,
Bro.
but like, it's like a delicate balance. I think that maybe, honestly, listening to people like Function talk about it is good perspective for me, because I kind of go down the rabbit hole of feeling, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to get overwhelmed by the amount of people that are like, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. But I've honestly, I don't tweet about particular projects ever, even if I hold 0 of them, which is basically the case about any project that I tweet about. I rarely even buy or sell any NFTs aside from like some whitelists that I mint and subsequently end up selling, or that like just buying and selling blue chips that there's no amount of talking that I could do that would influence the market cap. Just because like it's just easier to like avoid
opening that can of worms as a whole. I'm not saying that influencers shouldn't do it. I think you're free to do whatever you want as long as you're remaining compliant and not like doing shady shit. But yeah, I mean, ones like the one I mentioned earlier don't bother me that much because it's just like there's a point whenever it's just like ludicrous. You know what I mean? Whenever it's just like so obviously unfounded. But if I was in I'm sure I would feel bad if I was in a position where if I was like a BitBoy crypto situation, do you know what I mean? And had taken like 100 grand to shill a shit coin that like went to zero, probably feel pretty bad. And I only bring him up because literally as we're on here, I was just reading that CNBC article that got published like today about paid promo. So, I mean, yes and no, I suppose is the answer. Like, it doesn't really keep me up at night because I'm pretty confident that I've never like, you know, done anything shady that has like legitimately harmed people. But it's like, well, maybe I could be more proactive about understanding that a lot of my audience is really, really beginner. And even if it's stupid to me to have to disclose these things, like they legitimately don't know, man. So it's like I can still try and like better onboard them and be like a more welcoming on ramp because even like I'm someone who's crypto native and doing it for a long time. So to me, it's like common sense, like no shit, like take responsibility for your buying decisions. Like don't buy this scam. It's obviously a scam, but maybe if it's like my aunt who's, you know, coming into crypto and like got onboarded by one of my videos or something, like she doesn't know, you know what I mean? So it's like, those are the people that I think about, I suppose.
Yeah, man. Well, you're more courageous than me. KK, I'll let you move on to the next point, but I think that like I'm glad we digressed down that path. Because probably
I will say one last thing. Every single one of these speakers up here at one point in time by someone on the internet has been called a scammer. Every single one of them. Whether you know it or not, every single one of you have. In fact, I have received messages about why are you in spaces with these people? They're scammers. I have received messages being like, you are a scammer before. So I think it's like literally about understanding, like how, like it's like doing your own research. It's literally the same kind of mentality. Like if I have an NFT and someone's like, buy this, I'm probably not just going to go click the buy button just because someone told me. Just like I'm not going to go believe that K-Money is a scammer because someone told me. Right? And K-Money is not a scammer. To be very, very clear, he's a good friend.
But how do you? Yes,
but
it was
what
about
I'm
me.
getting at, what I'm getting at is like there's there's 1,000 opinions out there. There's 1,000 perspectives. Yes, you can take the fear perspective and be like, oh, I'm afraid of what everybody's going to say about me. Or you can just stand up to the cancel culture and just be like, dude, this is like you can say whatever you want. And yes, I'm a human. So like things will like affect me and I will feel things because people say things. I'm not saying I'm invincible or I'm perfect. But like that's also part of the game that I chose to play. I'm here sitting with 119,000 followers. If I think that every single one of those people love me and think I'm awesome, then I'm delusional. Like that's a matter of fact.
But my question, but Function, everyone else, being called a scammer is obviously I've been in crypto in 2017, so obviously I've been through it. Almost anyone that's public has. But for me, it's probably one of the worst things. Yeah, even if completely untrue, even if it makes no logical sense, I fucking hate it. I get bothered. It fucks up my day. Are you guys immune to it?
Then you're welcome. There's literally someone out there who is trying to help you sharpen your sword and have a little bit stronger armor in the world that you're playing in. So you can either like kind of fold to that and like kind of hide more, or you can stand into it and learn how to actually have armor on and actually stand and be a fucking boss. Like literally, Dan Bilzerian's called a scammer, bro. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars. Mark Zuckerberg's called a scammer. Every single person who has ever made any sort of difference in this world, successful or not, has been called a scammer. The fucking Dalai Lama has been called a fucking scammer, bro. Let's like be real. Like,
but that problem. But you know what the problem is? That makes it harder.
I don't know if retweeting a Solana NFT is the same thing as being the Dalai Lama. Just saying, I might have to pick some better metaphors here.
Dalai Lama.
I'm saying
Dalai
the
Lama
Dalai
shield
Lama
NFTs.
who is Dalai Lama, who is essentially one of the happiest, most pure people in the world from like some perspectives,
Isn't he
is
shilling
called a
religion
scammer from
though?
other perspectives. Yeah, exactly. So like you get what I'm getting at. It doesn't matter who you are. Like if you want to play the game at a very, very high level, you have to be ready for criticism at a very, very high level. And that's just a matter
I agree.
of
And my gut tells me that if you are like really deeply bothered by someone calling you a scammer, it probably means that you have some sort of guilty conscience and maybe you actually have been doing some shit that you are ashamed of. Because like if I'm reading somebody calling me a fuck, if I'm spending like 3-4 hours researching and trying to provide a really diligent objective perspective for a piece of content that I create, I put it out and somebody goes on there to comment scammer, like there's no part of my body that is wincing like, oh fuck, I'm a scam. Like obviously it's just like ridiculous. Do you know what I mean?
No,
But, like
I'd say like if someone says to you something like, okay, so let's say I come from the coin space, okay? Let's say you sell a coin, you dump it, okay? Which you have every right to sell, to do that. So if you dump a coin and people say, hey, you fucking dumped a coin, I'm like, all right, I did. This is the reason why I did. Don't take it out of context, but I did. At least it's true. But if someone's like still holding the fucking coins and people saying it's like someone that goes to jail that's innocent. Like if you haven't done anything wrong and the fingers being pointed at you, that would, in my opinion, fucking hurt more. Now, obviously, I haven't been on both sides of the fence, but yeah, that's how I look at it. But obviously, if some people have thicker skin than others.
I like what Champ's saying. I think that whether you are directly a pure scammer or not, if someone's calling you a scammer and it affects you, there's probably, whether you are or not, there's probably a part of you that believes what they're saying. And so it's really an opportunity to look internally and be like, oh shit, like I'm being affected by this. Like why am I being affected by this? Like how can I like navigate that, and how can I get to an emotional place, an emotional like pillar within myself so I'm not affected by it. I literally think it's life trying to teach you a fucking lesson, or all of us a fucking lesson about how to play the role that we're playing. Like, and the role right now is influencer, or whatever you want to call it.
And a lot of people in crypto, that some of the most respected people in crypto don't want to be public. Some of the biggest whales in the NFT space, I'm sure is the same, don't want to be public for that same reason, because then your whole fucking everything's on the blockchain, everything's under a microscope, so it becomes a lot harder. And many people love to, that's where the cancel culture comes in, love to throw the scam word, and I think you guys mentioned it as well, without even bothering to look at the chain or look at the facts, etc. Just because it's become like a habit in the space. Whenever you don't like someone or you disagree with someone or you lose money, there's the scam word. And I think that's not only in the NFT space, it's been in crypto and or in crypto more than anywhere really. But
100%, bro. And I think that like that is an overused term and a very, very broad term in this ecosystem that really doesn't encompass what it actually means most of the time. So I think you're touching on a completely different point.
Man, every fucking time we do a space, we get DMs. Why are you bringing? Like, we're gonna get a lot of DMs after this space. Like every fucking show, why are you bringing this person there, a scammer? No proof whatsoever, and I get it every single week. So yeah, it's kind of
bro, if
me
anyone
off.
says that about me, you better DM me a screenshot so I can get upset about it.
Bro, KK said that he was gonna fly out here to Boulder, Colorado, and film videos this week, and he didn't. I think he's a scammer, bro. I think he's a fucking scammer.
I think, hey, we're supposed to come next week. Did K Money tell you that I'm gonna be tagging?
Yeah, we're gonna be there next
Champ,
week.
you're coming with? That's gonna be lit.
Yeah.
We got to shoot an episode of, so yeah.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows,
I got one cute bed for both of y'all. So
just so everyone knows, Mario actually invited all these scammers on stage to expose them all at once. We're gonna go through all the scams they've pulled off live.
Zach
on air.
No.
has joined the space.
Guys, I've got a segment. I'm trying to get some scammers, some known scammers, not someone just, the word just thrown out there. Proven scammers, people either rug pulled or did something unethical, and try to bring them onto the space, either anonymously or, if they want to put their face out there, to try to understand that side of the market, because it's obviously most people have been rug pulled in the space. We will one of our coins that we invested like $1 million in, called Chingari, dropped 90% in like one candle. So I want to start bringing those people onto the space. I know I'll get some hate. Why are you giving them a stage to speak, etc.? But confronting them and trying to understand their mentality would be an interesting exercise. I don't know if it's worth doing, but we're giving it a shot. None of them have accepted so far, but we're still trying. KK, do you want to move on to the next point, man? Because I think we went way far down that rabbit hole.
I swear, bro, this turned into fucking BitConnect hour. Anyway,
this is the reason you freak out whenever you're on a public stage. But be honest, man. Like, you hate anyone putting anything under the microscope, even if you've done everything right. People judge you all the time. Remember that time you bought some sort of program and it turns out to be a fake program or something, and you started being called a scammer, and you called me freaking out, even though it was just one person?
Why the fuck would you bring this up in the space and then change the actual details of what I bought? Like, how are we possibly gonna fucking discuss this openly? What the fuck? Huh? Like, yeah, man. I remember the time I bought a program and it turned out to be another program. Like, what the fuck? This is how we can't publicly discuss this without disclosing what I bought. Anyways, fuck. Anyways, so next up for BitConnect Hour. So Magic Eden has basically announced that they're building. This is fucking crazy because they're apparently getting quite a bit of backlash in the comment section. So Magic Eden is announcing that they're building an exclusive ApeCoin marketplace just for BYC NFTs with discounted fees. So I posted the proposal. I posted the proposal as a pinned tweet. It's the second pinned tweet on the Twitter space itself. And the comment section of the post basically indicates some pretty decent backlash from the Sol community because they feel as though they're let down and they're being underappreciated for all the support they've given out throughout the years. This is like, I think this is like a little bit insensitive from Magic Eden. I understand that it's part of their whole Ethereum expansion, but I feel as though the Solana community should feel as though they're underappreciated. Those are my thoughts with regards to it. But I'd love to hear the thoughts of the panel on this topic as well.
I think that's dumb.
Yeah, I mean,
like, why would you be mad about the Solana?
It seems completely and utterly pointless in my personal opinion. I don't know if there's
the idea that
I also
because
haven't
you
seen
use
anyone
the
complain
product,
about
you
it,
have
so
an
I can't
exclusive
say.
claim on that dev team's time forever is something very, very unique to crypto. If you go to a local, if you go to a local restaurant, you don't go and get mad if that restaurateur buys a car or something later on. It makes total sense to expand the marketplace to wherever it is, and they're not deprecating the Solana piece. So,
I mean, I personally haven't seen any Solana people mad, but if they are mad, I really wouldn't understand why, because that would only bring more exposure to Solana NFTs, which would just pump our fucking bags more. That being said, I'm like, to disclose, I am a seed investor in Magic Eden, so it's pumping my fucking bags, baby. Let's go.
I mean, as far as I understand it, they're one of like, I think there's going to be like a decent amount of like potential protocols like competing for that spot. I actually haven't read the whole like Magic Eden ApeCoin proposal, but I mean, like, I mean, I don't really know if you're like a huge Magic Eden fan. I don't really know why you would be like upset about that. Like what? Like they're trying to become like the host for a marketplace built for the most culturally relevant and popular NFT brand in the space. Like I don't like that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, candidly. And I don't know.
I honestly feel like the only people that are constantly crying about Magic Eden are the ones that have a vested interest in like another marketplace. Like I know that there's like people that really like y'all or they really like the Tire Robotics, and some of those people I always see try to trash on Magic Eden for no reason. There's definitely some criticism that they deserve for certain things, but it's always people crying, to be honest. So
Does anyone like OpenSea at all? Because it seems the community is just fed up with them.
I personally like OpenSea. Because like obviously like if it wasn't for OpenSea, like the space wouldn't have been like what it is. And I've like I don't know, because it's like the thing that made me like personally respect OpenSea a lot was like I was in a space with like Thread Guy and Shillin Villain, and we're discussing Magic Eden versus OpenSea, and I was like mentioning how OpenSea like outside of like obviously like like their support, which is dog shit. I said like outside of OpenSea like working on expanding like their support team and like fixing a lot of these issues, I was like I would want to see OpenSea start shit posting. I'd want to see OpenSea start doing like more culturally relevant moves on the timeline. And then they like someone from OpenSea DM'd me and said thank you for the feedback. We just hired a shit poster and we're gonna see how this goes. So it's like the fact that I feel like I was
They hired Kevin. They hired Kevin, by the way.
I wish so that way Function's not the only one getting his bags pumped by Marketplace. But yeah, so like I was very bearish on OpenSea, honestly, like until I got that message, because then I was like, oh wow, like they're actually listening to feedback now and they're starting to try to like make moves. So I don't know. I think competition across like marketplaces is just gonna be better for the whole space in general. Like I think there should be OpenSea, there should be Magic Eden, there should be Looks Rare. Maybe not Yaw, I don't know about that, but like X2, Y2, like all of these marketplaces, like we need competition to make the whole space better.
I agree with K Money. I want to make one crazy point, and I hate to fucking do this, but I'm gonna bring it back to the last conversation about scammers. And the only reason I'm gonna do it is because literally during that time, I just logged onto Twitter on my computer. One dude DMs me. He says, love your comments and perspectives. Completely agree with everything you just said. Another completely different dude DMs me and says, you're gonna be regulated, you pump and dump scammer. Not even kidding. Just want to make that quick little comment and like show you exactly what I'm talking about. Like you just can't let these people.
Hey, speaking of
onto the continued conversation.
Speaking of, when K Money tweeted yesterday, I think it was about like bullish on OpenSea. I think there were like 4 or 5 replies that were like, "How much did you get paid, you fucking scammer?" Like, bro,
Dude,
that's fucking insane.
I can't tweet
how much,
anything
about
any projects, about any protocol. Like I can't even like tweet about any like I can't, dude. I swear to God, at this point I could just be like just ate Chipotle and people are gonna be like hashtag ad.
How much
did
they
get paid?
Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, how like do these people think that like, brother, like do these people think that these giant brands are coming to someone like me and are like yeah, like Chipotle, bro, the money that Chipotle would convert from an ad for me would be like a 0.0001 rounding error on their weekly balance sheet. Like it's just so absurd.
That's fucking insane that it's that common in the space, but that just completely degrades the value of the term. So when someone calls a real scammer, no one will take it seriously. That's fucking stupid. KK, I know we digressed again, man. I'll give you the mic before you kill me. Tell us again about that program, KK, the program of the pro. No, okay, I'm just joking. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so next point. This one is mostly for the European Union. I'm not sure how many of you are in the EU. Sounds like most of you are in the US, but this one's pretty fucking big. So the EU is basically passing up a law where NFTs are to be treated like crypto, and any EU citizen that wants to sell an NFT collection will have to obtain prior crypto asset service provider licensing, which is fucking huge. Because
hold on, sorry, say that again, please. I know you just said it, but I don't think I understood it right, because if I did, then this is fucked up.
Am I talking too fast for you?
No, you did it well. Go ahead, please.
Okay, all right, I'll keep it at 5 words per minute. Any EU citizen that wants to sell a collection will have to obtain prior crypto asset service provider licensing. Simple as that.
Does anyone know about this?
Hold up, bro. It's from the Onion. I'm gonna pin it right now. Hold up.
I don't know, man. I'm not British, bro.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on.
Wait,
KK, what you're saying is that.
Did you just say it's from the Onion?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm
Oh,
joking
okay.
about Onion.
Yeah, no. I was about to Google it. I'm like, I don't think the Onion is a credible source. So, what's the source, KK?
Hold up. I'm gonna pin the article right now. Hold up.
Because what you're saying, man, is that anyone launching an NFT collection needs to get a license. That's what you said in Europe.
Anyone trying to sell an NFT collection will have to get a license. But I'm not. What I'm also trying to fucking figure out is whether this is gonna apply to anybody also selling a single NFT piece. I don't know if that's gonna apply to that. It doesn't really make sense because that would mean that all NFT transactions would have to essentially be regulated.
Yeah, I hope it's not for traders. That would be lame.
But as far as I read, in the upcoming 3 months, anybody looking to sell an NFT collection in the EU will have to obtain crypto asset service provider licenses, explicitly obtained from the European Union.
Ooh.
Woo, Brexit.
UK,
UK aren't in the EU anymore, so we'll be fine.
Are you in the UK?
Yeah, I'm in London, so we'll be fine.
Who's that speaking? I can't see anyone unmuted. Oh, that's Joe Pegs. I just saw you there. I saw you. Yeah, but that's fucking insane, man. I'm gonna retweet your tweet, KK. But do you mind if I jump in? Anyone that doesn't know Coin, does anyone not know Coinfessions? The account right next to us. Put your hand up if anyone doesn't know Coinfessions. Let's see how big they've become. All right, Charlie. Okay. Shit. K-Money and Function don't know you. Charlie, do you want to tell us about Coinfessions, man? The anonymous confessions you have, and maybe kick it off with a couple of confessions, especially any related to the NFT space, since that will be relevant if you have one.
Last point before we move to Coinfessions. Crypto dick butts was up by 690% in daily trading volume this week. I'm out.
Did you say crypto dick butts?
Crypto dick butts. That's the one that I think Steve Aoki is part of it. They basically did like a whole fucking influencer run. They're pumping like crazy.
Yeah, everyone was shilling crypto dick butts this week.
Charlie, do you mind if I just take 2 minutes to ask questions about crypto dick butts, please, Charlie?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Please, man, because I don't get it. Someone that's been in this space 2017, like if there is utility, I'd love to know what it is. K-Money, like, is there any? Is that serious?
Dicks and butts is the utility, my friend.
Yeah. What you need to realize with like NFTs, like especially like I feel like in this market, and again, for anyone listening, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm a comedian. I just happen to be in this space for a little bit. So my perspective is that there's always gonna be like like NFT projects that offer like utility and value, and that's great. Like those are gonna exist, and like in the long run, those are always gonna do well. However, in this current market, people just want to have fun. People want to be like relatable. People just like want to be a part of something that's funny, that has like like a sense of like community, even if that community is like a bunch of pixelated dick butts. It is what it is. I think like this whole side of the market should exist. It's just like the same as like if you turn on the television, like you could go watch the news, you can go watch like a credible like news outlet, or you could just go watch like some garbage reality TV. And so I think like a lot of these like more like meme NFT projects, they kind of cater to people who like just like want to like just have fun, not take anything that serious. And I don't know why it's pumping. Probably all the influencers are fucking pumping it like they do with everything else. So I don't know. Yeah.
Fucking influencers, bro. Mario, I do got to dip out of here. Before I do, Krill, have you heard of Sucon, the new NFT that's coming out pretty soon?
No, bro. Please tell me about this new functionality.
Dude, Sucon D's nuts, bro.
Oh, Charlie. I love when this happens to you, KK.
2 times in a row.
Oh, that was you. That was you last time. Fuck yeah. Finally. Finally someone with the courage to confront KK. Because I'm a bit scared of him.
Thanks for being a good sport, Krill, and Mario. Thanks for having me up as always.
Love it. Thanks a lot for being here, man. Charlie, do you want to kick it off with a couple of confessions, man?
Yeah, sure thing. I will pin the first one. I've chosen these ahead of time, so I think one of them is specifically NFT related, but in the future I can bring more. So I've just pinned a tweet, which is, if I'm not mistaken, someone confessing about the toll that grinding for whitelists has had on their mental health, and how they've isolated themselves for many weeks, trying to grind whitelist spots for hype projects, and that talk about PTSD and how long it took them to recover. And I just chose this because, again, I think it does a good job showing the other side of the market, where a lot of the praise, a lot of the limelight gets taken by people who do really well, but actually in the background, there's obviously a load of people that are out there grinding, trying to make it, and putting a lot of time in. So I thought you guys might like that one, and maybe relate to it as well, if there's a lot of
Can you read it out for the audience? Be good
yeah,
for
sure. Sorry, I've just closed it.
That's all right.
Here we go, I got it. Grinding for whitelists really affected my mental health. Got the idea of grinding and selling the spot for profit from a friend on Discord. Once isolated myself for 2 weeks grinding for a hyped project. The PTSD was something else. Took me a long while to recover. And then, yeah, just lots of people commenting and sort of saying that the grinding, I don't know, system, or I don't know how you would describe it, the kind of like the meta around grinding for whitelist spots is not healthy or helpful.
Has any other panelists in the NFT space faced such issues mentally from the space? So Charlie, I think I can't mute you, Charlie. It's got a lot of background, a lot of feedback from
sure.
your end.
Sure,
You can mute that on. I'll let you unmute for the next confession. But yeah, like, is that common in the space? Can anyone from the NFT guys comment on that point?
Yep, really common. Especially like for me, just speaking from my own perspective. Obviously, like I do have like some mental health issues. Wink, wink. That's why I do comedy. And so I think obviously the Web3 space is moving 24/7. There's constantly like everything's extremely volatile at all times. Like you're never in charge or like in control of anything going on. It's always like outside of your control. So I think there's always going to be like mental health issues regarding crypto and NFTs because there's like a huge like lucrative financial incentive, and then it's moving 24/7 and everything's volatile. I personally have like earlier this year, I used to grind for whitelist all the time until like one time I literally grinded for a whitelist for 3 weeks. This was the last whitelist I ever grinded for. I grinded for like 3 weeks. I got the whitelist. The day of the mint, NFT Ethics put out a tweet saying that the team is not trustworthy or something. And so all of like that hard work I put in essentially was for nothing. After that, I decided I was never going to grind for a whitelist again. And then after I made that decision, every whitelist that I wanted to grind for, they all went to 10 to 15 ETH each. So I missed out on generational wealth, which like me taking a decision, making a decision to kind of like better my mental health, also helped make it worse at the same time, because then I had to like deal with the FOMO of watching like the projects I was going to grind for like just go to the moon. So I think anyone that is listening, if you do feel like, burnt out, tired, like mentally you're not feeling the best, I think honestly, like, I feel like it should almost be like a rule that like if you are in like Web3, you should probably be fucking meditating every day, because like there's just like so much noise going on constantly. So like you need to take that time for yourself to just kind of like sit in silence and like be like still with your thoughts. Yeah, I also like made like a bunch. I made like a couple of I made like a couple of videos before about like mental health and stuff. Obviously, I made it like like satirical and like comedic, but I think there's always like truth in stuff that I make.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Charlie, you want to kick off another couple of confessions?
Sure. Well, just following on from that, one of the other confessions I haven't chosen for today.
But I just want to say, sorry, Charlie. Just want to say, K-Money, thanks a lot for sharing. By the way, man, I just I could relate it as well to what you've been through, especially in my early days in crypto when I first entered the space. So I just want to recognize what you've experienced, man. So thanks a lot for sharing. Yeah, Charlie, man, mic is yours.
Yeah, sure. There was another confession that I didn't pick. These are all confessions from May, by the way. All of these ones. I'm just going to work up to where we are and bring us up to date. But as someone, I think maybe in India or that part of the world, essentially was running a whitelist grind farm. They'd hired a bunch of people, probably paying them not very much, to grind, sit in Discord, chat, and things like that. And they said they'd made an absolute fortune. So a bit like you read about Chinese click farms and all of that sort of stuff, you start to realize that I don't know, the playing field isn't as even as you might assume. You're not just competing with other passionate people, in the NFT space. You're competing with people that are, gearing systems and engineering many people to kind of beat you. So the next one is, I've just shared, I convinced my 82-year-old grandmother to invest in my crypto startup by telling her I'm buying a farm to raise cattle, something that she loves. I lost all the money buying SafeMoon. When she asks me about the farm, I tell her I leased it to a cattle herding startup. I quite like this one, just because it's actually quite absurd, and it contrasts quite nicely old-fashioned values between an older generation that likes real things and what's the word? Kind of like virtuous things, and the frenetic younger generation that's looking to make a buck as quickly as possible. Obviously, you might have something to say about the deception with your own grandmother, but I thought that it goes to show how desperate people are to make it, that they'll go to such sort of bizarre lengths to lie to their own family.
SafeMoon is virtuous, though. #ad.
Yeah, as someone who went from $3,000 into a SafeMoon investment to 300,000 back to zero. I do kind of relate to this a little bit. But the thing I love about like what you just said is like, he lied to his grandma and said he's investing into a farm to raise cattle, and it's just kind of ironic because he wanted to raise cattle and now his grandma's gonna have beef with him.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Okay. So
cool.
I thought that one was quite fun.
You're pretty selective. I like how you're very selective in always choosing ones that are not too dark, because I know it can get really dark. And you talked last time about some confessions you don't post that talk about suicide and shit, and that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, when I was drafting which ones I was going to talk about, I had a couple drafted. And interestingly, you guys were talking about scammers when I came on, and I saw that I think 3 of the 4 or 4 of the 5 were about scams. One in particular that I pulled, but actually I may as well tell you about it. You'll be able to find it if you just search on the Confessions channel. Is some guy whose neighbor got cancer, so he did an NFT fundraise. He launched an NFT collection, but his neighbor ended up dying, so he kept all the money. He said he's made like $3 million.
Jesus.
He said, but like it's the manner in which he says it, right? He's like, "Oh, she ended up dying, so I kept the money," and you're just like, "Jesus, bro, that's pretty kind of hardcore. Don't give a fuck about anything." So, yeah, I've just shared one. I think, have I shared that? I find it difficult to see which ones I've shared.
Do you want to end it with one last one, Charlie? But that last one you mentioned, just for anyone listening and saying, "Fuck, I should have done the same." That's the stuff that will get you in jail. Just for anyone that's wondering, people like him could end up in jail, and everything is on chain. But yeah, Charlie, let's end it with one last confession before we move to the giveaway, project pitches, and goodbye kisses to everyone.
Hey Mario, thanks for having me. I gotta jump to another call.
All right, champ.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you coming, man. Thank you so much, champ.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, brother.
Okay, so the last one I got here is I literally sold the bottom and put all the money into yachts, which I thought was quite funny. I'm from the poorest country in Europe. My biggest dream has always been to quit my job. Somehow in my early 20s, I managed to save up $3,000, which I invested in crypto in 2020. After 6 months of sleepless nights, I managed to make 40 grand out of it. In July, I literally sold the bottom. I still had around 15 grand and put all the money into Yats. Now the Yats are worthless and I'm back where I started with 3K in crypto and still being a wage cuck. I hate myself. I quite it made me laugh because Yats are just ridiculous. But it goes to show, I think, for me, and I own some Yats. Luckily, not all of them. Not all of my wealth in them, but it goes to show that actually, when the market's super frothy and we're in, what we can, in retrospect, refer to as euphoria, how difficult it is to actually establish whether or not you're making a good decision, because everything's going up all the time. And whether it's crypto dick butts or Yats or ENS names, you name it, things are mooning left, right, and center, that you just get caught up in the hype, and you end up putting 40 grand into Yats. And I like the way it ends, which is I hate myself, in as much as so many of the confessions I get are people reflecting on their decisions. Some people blame Musk or Three Arrows or whatever it might be, but a lot of people are very down on themselves. So I think that's kind of worth mentioning, that ultimately we're all responsible for our own decisions, and when it comes to making poor ones in peak euphoria, there's nowhere to hide, really.
Charlie, sixth segment as always, man. Appreciate you for being here. Anyone listening, Kayland, I know you're listening. I want you to get the whole Discord community to follow Coinfessions. By far one of my favorite accounts. Charlie, love what you're doing in the space, man. I think anonymous confessions, very, ones that you've kind of vet them first, are key, because everyone talks about their successes. Everyone talks about how good their life is thanks to crypto. Everyone shows off the positives, but then everyone just goes quiet instead of sharing how much money they lost. And you know what? I think one of the speakers, one of the panelists mentioned earlier as well, how they made a lot of money on fucking SafeMoon and lost it all. Those stories are not shared. So I think there's a need for an account like yours to show both sides of the market, that it is not we're all gonna make it, even though it's beautiful to say this. It is a zero-sum game, and for every person that makes money, another person loses money. So love what you're doing, man.
Thanks very much. And if I could just leave you with one final thing, just going back to scammers, because that was the hot topic when I joined, which is I get a lot of confessions about I'm in X paid group and it's bullshit, or I followed this influencer, he's a scammer. And even when it's not directed at you guys, and I'm sorry that you get that stuff in your DMs, but even in the confessions forums, people are taking the time to send me notice that other people are scamming. And obviously I'm not going to publish that because I can't verify it, and the channel just becomes a mud throwing competition. So but yeah, just to kind of empathize with you on that one.
Love it, man. All right, Charlie.
How much do you think is creative writing? I'm curious. And how much is...
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think I publish about 1 in 10. I receive between 50 and 100 a day. And yeah, I have to do them in batches, and there's a big delay. So if you have submitted a confession, please be patient. It might take weeks before it's come out, but I don't know. Some are obviously nonsense. Some are more difficult to establish whether they're true because they're credible, but sometimes they kind of sneak in identifiable things. So I was at NFT New York. I was wearing the X shirt, this red shirt and a tie, and something embarrassing happened. Now I don't know if that is the person, or whether it's someone who knows that, I don't know, someone like Gainsey or Kobe, or like a big figure in the space was there and was wearing a red shirt, and so they're trying to stitch them up by putting them in this situation where other people will reference them. So I don't know. And yeah, I don't think it matters a great deal. People seem to enjoy them and relate to them. I do my best to kind of cut out the ones that I think are less plausible, but I need to be aware as well that I've got my own bias. Things that I would never do doesn't doesn't mean that other people would never ever do them. You know, when you're lying to your grandmother and putting it all on SafeMoon, that's something I would never do. But do I believe that someone could do that? Yeah, I do. So yes, it's tricky. Right,
Cool, man.
I'll
Appreciate you
go,
sharing.
man. Yeah.
All right,
cheers.
Charlie. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks,
All right,
man.
guys. So we're gonna. That's the final two segments of the show, which are pretty quick ones, and at the end there'll be the final giveaway, including the treasure hunt. We're gonna be discussing that and how to win the Rolex, which is a pretty fucking cool adventure that the guys are taking us on, especially on Discord. And there's constant riddles being tweeted on my account just to make it more interesting. And the whole adventure will have partnerships with different games, etc. So anyone that's sticking around, listening to the code words, next code word is chair. That's 4 code words. You make sure you have all of them to be able to get the giveaway when you win it. That's 4 code words today.
Careless. Next word,
Okay.
careless. Previous word, umbilical cord.
No, guys, anyone listening to Kirill, he's trying to fuck with you on purpose. Anyone listening, the 4 code words I said are the ones that you need to remember. So there's 4 throughout the show. That was the final one, and then we'll be talking about the giveaway very shortly and how it's being run and how it's growing as well. It's growing into a whole, almost kind of like a project. We're going to be partnering with different games and stuff to make it more interesting. But KK, I want to kick off the microwave pitches. I think Tony's here. Tony, you there, man?
Yep, I'm here.
Cool. All right, KK, you've got the microwave ready?
Yeah, I'm just preparing the. So today.
And one of the I want to talk about one of the sponsors for anyone that doesn't know. We have an incredible, cool sponsor, and I'm shouting them out just out of personal will because I love what they do. And that's the. What's it called? What's the one that they're selling an NFT, and buying the NFT is purely to raise money. They've got a DAO called Longevity DAO, the Longevity _DAO, and buying the NFT will give you access to their body freezing technology. I can't remember what it's called. So I'm obsessed in biohacking and increasing my lifespan. I've literally got a team that does it for me, as I said many times. And I even might launch a business in the space. That's how obsessed I am in the concept of aging and extending your life, etc. And this is one of the few, again, I don't own many NFTs, but this is one of the few NFTs I'm a big fan of. So Longevity _DAO is the Twitter username. I forgot what their website is. It's somewhere tweeted on my profile. I'll tweet it again. And of course, the other great sponsor we all love is Faith Tribe, Wahid from Faith Tribe, who is being incubated by IBC, one of my companies. But KK, let's kick off the pitches, man.
Okay, perfect. So I just added Longevity up to the stage. So just a quick introduction with regards to our Shark Tank style project pitches. It's basically a minute and a half dedicated to a project where they can essentially pitch the panelists and the audience with regards to what they're offering. Longevity, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
What's up? How are you? What's your name? Who do we have from Longevity?
My name is Fred Zhang. I'm the co-founder of Longevity DAO. And first of all, I want to thank Mario for having me on the show. I think you're an amazing host and was super interested in your morning discussions about the macro of where Bitcoin's going and things like that. And of course, the issues that are kind of facing the people in this space with Coinfessions as well. I guess to get to the pitch, basically, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, okay, you can start. Perfect.
So you got 90, just given the rules. So the way it works, Longevity, I think it was, what was your name? Sorry, sir, Fred?
Fred, that's right.
Fred, yeah. So you got 90 seconds, and then KK, he can't afford an alarm, so he uses a microwave. I'm guessing he still uses the microwave. You'll hear the microwave go off. It means the pitch is done, and we'll ask you 3 questions, and have the audience vote as well. And of course, the segment will be cut by our team and sent to VCs in our network as well. The mic is yours, man.
All right, great. So we're promoting Cryonauts today. Cryonauts is a collection of 10,000 NFTs issued by actual cryopreservation company called Tomorrow Bio. They're actually freezing bodies in Germany. The company plans to operate for decades. So this means the NFT will receive long-term continuing support. It's not just going to be a flash in the pan. One of the legendary NFTs will entitle the owner to free full-body cryopreservation. This is worth 200,000 euros. And many NFTs will receive perks like VIP dinners and parties, and all NFTs receive first access to the research and community. Furthermore, the Cryonauts NFT plans to participate fully in the metaverse. We're going to have a 3D model we already have a 3D model generated on our site. You can check it out at cryonauts.xyz. We plan to have land, buildings, and so forth. We mint this Saturday. But it's already received proven interest and support. We had a program where the community can pay to be on our 900-person whitelist, and hundreds of whitelist spots have already sold out, showing that it's already demonstrated interest. Also, Cryonauts is supported by Longevity DAO, and I'm Fred, one of the founders. I'm a serial entrepreneur and co-founder responsible for marketing for a number of past successful internet startups. So I'm going to apply my experience and skills to help Cryonauts succeed as well. The best way to ensure that you don't miss out is to follow us here on Twitter at @longevity_DAO. We're minting this Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Germany time at cryonauts.xyz. So hope to see you. There we go.
Okay, all right.
Clearly, King is
Tony, the mic is yours, man. Do what you do best.
Yeah, so thank you for the pitch, man. Just got a few questions. The major glaring one being, what are you guys using the money for?
Who have you successfully put to sleep yet?
Oh yeah, so the money is going to Tomorrow Bio, so it's going to fund them. They've pledged the majority of the funds to new research and development, so new scientific research and stuff. As you know, there are companies that are already freezing people out, like Alcor. They've never revived anyone successfully before, so that's a very important next stage. They've gotten pig's hearts there, they've gotten rabbit kidneys there, but no full human yet. So that's what the money is going for, is for the R&D for this.
Yo, I've got a question. Usually I don't ask a lot of questions on this, and it's irrelevant to your project, but okay. So when you freeze a body, okay, what is the purpose? Because I've looked into it, at least my team has, so I don't know much. Okay, what I was asking my team is, I'm worried. I love the concept. I would do it. And if you can unfreeze me and I come back to life later, which I guess is the goal, that would be sick. If it doesn't happen, then fuck me, it was a waste. But
you should do it. You should do it. You should do it now. So like the first bodies that they're freezing, it's like 50-50 if they wake up.
No, like listen. The question I have is,
would you be mad if they froze you and then I just snapped your frozen toe off and you woke up without a toe?
Okay, listen. The question I have, Fred, and I'm being serious about this: is there any possibility your conscious could still, when you wake up, I'm worried that if you get woken up and the conscious is stuck in the body and you can't communicate, and like you can't kill yourself because you're fucking stuck in that vortex of just conscious with no interaction with the world and no body to operate in. Is that a possibility? I know I'm completely way off, but it's a personal.
What did you?
No, listen.
It might be actually.
What did you even ask?
Fred, no.
They're freezing your body so you wake up later. Why would you punch
No, listen, Fred, do you understand my question, Fred? Or is KK true? KK, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Fred.
No, I get your question too. Like, half get reanimated. What if you're stuck there, right? What if it's like the lock-in syndrome, like the people who can't move their body, but their brain's still operating and they can't communicate with the world? Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully you either fully revive or they keep you under a frozen state. If you like half revive and you can't move stuff around, even in those cases, I think they have EKGs. They can just put these electrodes on your brain and they can figure out whether you're thinking or not. And hopefully, if they can't fully revive you, they'll still continue freezing you and stuff. So hopefully the lock-in case is not huge. Hal Finney, though, I think someone was asking before, maybe it was Tony or someone, who else has gotten frozen? I think a number of people in crypto have. Hal Finney is one of them. I think Roger Ver is also interested, has signed up for either Alcor or one of these other ones. So there's some people.
How far are we in terms of years?